before we talk about habits, I want to take you somewhere that might completely change the way you think about your own life. I don't know how many of you have ever heard of the giant forest in California. If you ever get the chance to walk through Sequoia National Park, there is a strange moment that happens when you finally stand beneath one of those trees. You look up, and you keep looking. The trunk seems too wide to belong to a single living thing. The branches disappear somewhere above you, and the whole tree has this ancient presence to it, as if it isn't simply standing in the forest, but has been watching the forest change around it for centuries. Some giant sequoias have been living there for thousands of years. They have endured droughts, storms, fires, and generations of human beings who came and went while the tree simply remained there, growing. And standing beneath something like that, you naturally start wondering, how does a tree become this big? Was there some extraordinary moment when it suddenly exploded into sky? Was there a particular year when it went from ordinary to enormous? Of course not. A tree doesn't experience its own transformation the way we experience ours. It doesn't wake up one morning and realize, I become a giant. It simply keeps doing what it has always done. A little more growth, a little more root, a little more sunlight, another season, then another and another. But here's where it gets really interesting. Can you imagine that the tree standing in front of you today was once nothing more than a seed? Something so small that you could hold it between your fingers, only a few millimeters across. A tiny beginning that gives you absolutely no visual indication of what it could eventually become. If you had placed that seed in your hand and someone told you, one day, this will become one of the most enormous living things you have ever seen, you might have had a hard time believing them, because the seed doesn't look like the tree. And that's exactly what makes it such a powerful way to think about change. We have a strange expectation about our own lives. We want the beginning to look like the destination. If we want to become fit, we want to feel different immediately. If we want to become knowledgeable, we want to understand everything immediately. If we want to build a successful career, we want to see evidence that it's working. And when those results don't appear quickly, we start assuming that the small things we're doing aren't making much of a difference. But nature doesn't work that way. A forest doesn't appear all at once. A mountain isn't carved by a single drop of water. And a giant tree isn't built in a single season. The enormous thing is simply the visible result of thousands upon thousands of smaller processes that were almost impossible to appreciate while they were happening. And our lives can work in much the same way. A single decision rarely looks important. One workout doesn't transform your body. One page doesn't make you a reader. One healthy meal doesn't make you healthy. One night of going to bed early doesn't suddenly change your life. But that's also the trap. We tend to judge an action by what it produces today, even when the real effect of that action may not become visible for months or years. And this is where the idea of habits becomes much more interesting than simply making a list of things we should do. Because a habit is not just something you repeat. It is something that, over time, can begin to shape the person who is doing the repeating. Think about how strange that is. The action can be almost invisible, while the consequence can eventually become enormous. And that's the question we're going to spend this documentary exploring. How can something so small have such a large effect? Why do some behaviors become automatic, while others disappear after a few days? Why do we keep repeating things that we know aren't good for us? And why is it that the changes we desperately want often seem to take so long to appear? The book we're using as our starting point is called Atomic Habits. And even the title tells us something important. Atomic refers to something extremely small, the basic unit of a larger system, but also carries the idea of something with enormous power. Put those two ideas together with habits, and you get a simple but surprisingly powerful concept. Tiny behaviors can have consequences far larger than they appear to have in the moment. But the story behind this idea isn't simply one of productivity hacks or morning routines. It begins with something much more personal. James Clear was a high school student when a baseball bat struck him in the face during practice, causing severe injuries, multiple skull fractures, seizures, and a period in which he was placed in a medically induced coma. His recovery was long and difficult. When he eventually returned to baseball, he faced another painful setback. He was cut from the varsity team as a junior. Years later, at Denison University, He began focusing on the things he could control. He went to bed earlier. He kept his room organized. He developed better study habits. He began lifting weights consistently. None of these decisions looked extraordinary. There was no dramatic comeback scene. No single morning when everything suddenly changed. Instead, those small routines gradually began affecting other parts of his life. His confidence improved. His academic performance improved. His physical strength improved. Eventually, he earned a starting position on the baseball team, became captain, received academic honors, and built a writing career around a very subject he had spent years experimenting with himself. And that is what makes this idea worth taking seriously. Not because small habits sound inspiring, but because when you look closely at a human life, you begin to notice something uncomfortable. We are constantly becoming something, not through one giant decision, but through hundreds of small ones. The way you spend an ordinary morning, what you reach for when you're tired, what you do when nobody is watching, whether you read one page or scroll for another hour, whether you practice, avoid, postpone, repeat, or quit. Most of these choices feel too insignificant to define us. But perhaps that's precisely why they are so powerful. Because unlike a dramatic decision, a habit gets repeated, and repetition gives a tiny action something that a single action never has: time. And with that, we come to Chapter 1, the surprising power of atomic habits. For decades, British cycling had a problem. It wasn't that they didn't have talented riders. It wasn't that they didn't care about winning. They simply weren't very good at winning. For almost a century, British cyclists had struggled on the biggest stages of the sport. Their Olympic record was unimpressive, and the Tour de France remained something they watched other nations dominate. By 2003, the situation had become almost embarrassing. One European bicycle manufacturer was reportedly so unimpressed with the British team that it didn't want to sell them bikes, worried that seeing professionals ride its equipment might actually hurt the brand. And then Dave Brailsford arrived. His job was simple enough to describe: change British cycling's fortunes. But the way he approached that problem was anything but conventional. Brailsford wasn't looking for one spectacular breakthrough. He wasn't searching for a revolutionary bicycle that would suddenly make British riders unbeatable. Instead, he asked a much more uncomfortable question. What if the problem isn't one big thing? What if it's hundreds of tiny things? So the team began looking everywhere. They looked at the bicycles. They looked at the riders' clothing. They looked at how the athletes trained. They looked at recovery. They looked at sleep. They looked at the conditions in which the bikes were maintained. And then they started making small changes. Some were obvious enough to make sense immediately. Others were almost absurdly minor. They experimented with equipment, fabrics, tire grip, muscle temperature, recovery methods, and ways of monitoring training responses. They even paid attention to things most people would never associate with cycling performance: how a rider slept, how they washed their hands, how clean the team's equipment was. The inside of the team truck was painted white so that tiny pieces of dust would be easier to notice before they could interfere with the finely tuned bicycles. None of these changes was going to win the Tour de France by itself. That was never the point. Imagine taking one of those riders and changing only his pillow. Would he suddenly become a world champion? Of course not. What about the tires? Still no. The clothing? Probably not. The recovery routine? Not by itself. But put enough small improvements together, and something different begins to happen. The question stops being, did this one change make a huge difference? It becomes, how many small advantages can we accumulate? And that shift in thinking changed everything. Within a few years, British cycling went from decades of underperformance to dominating Olympic cycling. At the 2008 Beijing Games, British riders won a remarkable share of the available cycling gold medals. For years later, they continued setting Olympic and world records. Bradley Wiggins became the first British cyclist to win the Tour de France, and Chris Froome followed with multiple victories of his own. From the outside, you could easily look at that transformation and tell yourself a simple story. British cycling finally figured it out. They found the secret. They became winners. But that's not really what happened. There was no single secret. There was no magic switch. There was a collection of tiny decisions that began pointing in the same direction. And that distinction matters far beyond cycling, because we tend to misunderstand how improvement works. We imagine that extraordinary results require extraordinary actions. If you want to transform your body, you imagine an extreme workout plan. If you want to build a successful company, you imagine one brilliant idea. If you want to become highly educated, you imagine some enormous commitment to study. If you want to completely change your life, you imagine that eventually you'll have to make one enormous decision, something dramatic, something undeniable, something that finally separates your old life from your new one. But most meaningful change doesn't announce itself like that. A 1% improvement is almost boring. You might not even notice it. If you read a few more pages today, nothing about your identity suddenly changes. If you save a little money this month, you're not suddenly wealthy. If you exercise 3 mornings in a row, you probably don't look dramatically different in the mirror. And that creates a strange psychological problem. We expect our effort and our results to appear at roughly the same time, but they often don't. You put something into the system today, and the system may give the result back months or years later. That's why small habits are so easy to underestimate. The action is immediate, the consequence is delayed. And human beings are naturally drawn toward immediate consequences. We notice the meal we just ate. We don't notice what months of eating like that might eventually do. We notice the pleasure of scrolling for another hour. We don't immediately see what repeated distraction might do to our ability to concentrate. We notice the relief of putting something off. We don't notice the accumulated pressure that comes from postponing it again tomorrow. A single decision feels harmless. And most of the time, it is. The danger or the opportunity is in repetition. One day doesn't define much, but one day repeated hundreds of times is no longer one day. It has become a pattern, and patterns have direction. Think about an airplane leaving Los Angeles for New York. At the beginning of the journey, a tiny change in its heading would barely be noticeable. The nose of the aircraft might move only slightly. Nobody sitting in the cabin would feel some dramatic shift in their future. But over hundreds and hundreds of miles, that small difference becomes enormous. The plane doesn't need to make a U-turn. It only needs to keep moving slightly away from its original destination, and eventually it arrives somewhere else. Our habits can work the same way. You don't need to destroy your life with one terrible decision. You can simply repeat small decisions that point in the wrong direction. And you don't need to transform your entire life tomorrow either. You can begin making small decisions that point somewhere better. That's why your current position isn't always the most useful thing to look at. Your direction may tell you more. A person can look successful today while quietly moving toward a bad future. Someone could have plenty of money but spend more than they earn every month. If you freeze both lives at one particular moment, you might assume the first person is doing better. But life isn't a photograph. It's a trajectory. And time has a strange habit of amplifying whatever direction we're already moving. That is the real power hidden inside a habit, not the size of the action, the number of times it gets another chance to shape you. And once you understand that, something else becomes impossible to ignore. Small habits don't just build things. They can also destroy them. The same force that can quietly build a life can quietly pull it apart. That's what makes habits a double-edged sword. The person who spends a little less than they earn each month is creating one kind of trajectory. The person who spends just a little more is creating another. Neither outcome is likely to be obvious after a week, but give the pattern enough time, and the distance between them can become enormous. The same thing happens with knowledge. One new idea doesn't make you wise, but one new idea can change the way you understand another idea, then another. Then another. Eventually, learning begins to build on itself. The same principle can appear in relationships. One kind interaction won't transform a friendship, but repeated generosity can create trust. Repeated neglect can slowly erode it. Even our thoughts can become patterns. A single negative thought is just a thought, but if you repeatedly interpret every failure as evidence that you're incapable, that interpretation can begin to feel less like a thought and more like a fact. The brain becomes familiar with the path, and familiar paths are easier to travel. This is why the consequences of habits can be so difficult to see while they're happening. They are often too small to notice, until suddenly they aren't. Imagine an ice cube sitting on a table in a freezing room. The temperature begins to rise. 26 degrees, 27, 28, nothing. 29, 30, still nothing. 31, the ice cube is still sitting there looking exactly the same. If you walked into the room at that moment, you might conclude that all the heating had accomplished nothing. But then the temperature reaches the point where the ice begins to melt. The visible change arrives quickly, and it's tempting to believe that the final degree caused a transformation. It didn't. Every degree before it mattered. The invisible work was accumulating until the conditions were finally right for the change to become visible. This pattern appears throughout nature. Bamboo can spend years developing an extensive underground root system before suddenly shooting upward. Geological pressure can build beneath the surface for years, decades, or even millions of years before the ground finally moves. The dramatic event gets all the attention. The preparation usually gets none. And human progress can feel exactly the same. You start exercising. Nothing. You start reading. Nothing. You begin saving. Nothing. You start practicing a skill. Still nothing. So after a few weeks, you begin asking yourself whether any of it is actually working. And this is where many people quit. Not because the habit failed, because their expectations did. They expected progress to be visible from the beginning. But compounding doesn't work that way. For a while, your effort can seem completely disconnected from your results. You're putting energy in and apparently getting nothing back. This is a period where a lot of people lose faith. You might call it the valley of disappointment. You know where you want to go and you're doing the work, but the distance between your effort and your results feels almost insulting. You run for a month and don't look dramatically different. You practice a skill for weeks and still feel mediocre. You publish consistently and nobody seems to notice. You study every day and still don't feel intelligent. So you conclude, maybe I'm not capable of this. Maybe this isn't working. Maybe I need a completely different strategy. But sometimes the problem isn't that nothing is happening. It's that the result hasn't become visible yet. Your work may be accumulating beneath the surface. And that changes the way we should think about so-called overnight success. When someone suddenly becomes successful, we usually point to the visible moment. The athlete wins. The company explodes. The artist becomes famous. The person finally loses the weight. The book suddenly takes off. And we call it an overnight success because we only see the breakthrough. We don't see the thousands of ordinary actions that made the breakthrough possible. The world notices the crack in the stone. It doesn't notice the 100 blows that came before it. That's why patience isn't simply a personality trait. In a compounding system, patience becomes part of the mechanism. You have to continue long enough for the invisible work to become visible. And this gives us a very different way to judge our own progress. Instead of asking only, what have I achieved? We can ask, what am I repeatedly becoming? Because your results are often lagging indicators. Your knowledge reflects what you've repeatedly learned. Your financial situation reflects what you've repeatedly done with money. Your physical condition reflects what you've repeatedly done with your body. Your environment reflects what you've repeatedly done with your possessions. The result you can see today is often a delayed reflection of behaviors that began long before you noticed the result. And once you start looking at life this way, goals begin to look slightly different. Most of us are taught to begin with the destination. Lose 20 pounds, get the promotion, write the book, build the company, win the championship. The goal tells you where you want to end up, but it doesn't necessarily tell you what you need to do on an ordinary Tuesday when nobody is watching. A championship is a goal. What happens at practice every morning is a system. $1 million business is a goal. The way its people test ideas, serve customers, improve products, and make decisions every day is a system. Playing a difficult piece of music beautifully is a goal. The hours of deliberate practice that make that performance possible are the system. And British cycling didn't become dominant simply because its riders wanted to win. Every serious cyclist in that race wanted to win. The destination wasn't unique. The process was. The difference was a willingness to keep searching for small improvements in the system that produce a result. That leads to a surprisingly powerful shift in perspective. Maybe the question isn't, what enormous thing do I need to accomplish? Maybe it's, what small thing can I keep doing? Because goals are useful for choosing a direction, but systems determine what happens on the journey. And that distinction becomes even more important when you realize what happens after a goal is reached. Imagine spending 6 months trying to clean a completely messy room. You finally do it. Everything is organized. The floor is clear. The shelves look perfect. For a moment, you've succeeded. But if you haven't changed the habits that created the mess in the first place, what happens next? A few days pass. A few things get dropped on the floor. Then a few more. Eventually, the same room begins returning to its old state. The goal gave you a clean room. The system determines whether you can keep it clean. And suddenly, the whole idea of habits becomes much deeper. This isn't just about getting better results. It's about changing the machinery that keeps producing those results. Because if you only change the outcome, you may have changed the surface. If you change the system, you begin changing the process that creates your life. And that brings us to one of the most important questions hiding underneath everything we've discussed so far. If tiny behaviors can compound into enormous consequences, what determines which behaviors we repeat in the first place? Why does one small action become a habit, while another disappears? Why do some environments make good choices almost effortless, while others seem to pull us toward the opposite? And if our systems are shaping our future one ordinary day at a time, then perhaps the real challenge isn't simply becoming more disciplined. Perhaps it's learning how the system itself works. Here we come to Chapter 2, How Your Habits Shape Your Identity, and vice versa. The last chapter left us with a question. If systems shape our results, what determines the system in the first place? And there may be a deeper answer than we expect, because before you decide what to do, there's often a quieter decision happening underneath it. Who do you believe you are? Think about the difference between saying, I want to start exercising, and saying, I'm someone who takes care of my body. The first is a task. The second is a statement about identity. And that small difference can completely change the way you approach the same behavior. Because when a behavior is something you are merely trying to do, there is always a negotiation. Should I go today? Do I really have time? Maybe tomorrow. I'm tired. I'll start again Monday. But when the behavior becomes connected to who you believe you are, the question changes. You don't have to keep persuading yourself to act. You are simply acting in a way that makes sense for the person you believe yourself to be. This helps explain one of the strangest things about habits. Why is it so easy to repeat a bad habit and so difficult to maintain a good one? Most of us have experienced this. For 2 days, we're incredibly motivated. We wake up early. We exercise. We eat better. We read. We organize our lives. And then, somehow a week later, we're back on the couch doing exactly what we promised ourselves we wouldn't do. The problem isn't always a lack of motivation. Sometimes we're trying to change something at the wrong level. There are essentially 3 places where change can happen. The first is a level of outcomes. This is what you want to get. Lose weight. Make more money. Write a book. Win a championship. Learn a language. The second is the level of process. This is what you actually do. The workouts. The writing sessions. The study routine. The way you organize your work. The habits that make the desired result possible. And then there's a third layer, the deepest one, identity. Not what you want to achieve, not even what you repeatedly do, but what you believe about yourself. What kind of person do you think you are? Because that belief quietly influences what actions feel natural to you. Imagine 2 people sitting at a restaurant. Both decide they want to eat healthier. One thinks, I'm trying to eat healthy. The other thinks, I'm a person who takes care of my health. They may order the exact same meal today, but they're starting from completely different places. The first person is attempting to change behavior. The second is expressing an identity. And identity has a strange gravitational pull. If you believe you're terrible with money, spending carelessly can feel normal. If you believe you're just not a morning person, waking up early can feel like fighting your nature. If you believe you're bad at mathematics, struggling with a difficult problem can become evidence that you were right all along. If you believe you're an athlete, missing a workout may feel inconsistent with who you are. The behavior is the visible part. Underneath it is a story. And sometimes that story is decades old. I've always been like this. That's just who I am. I'm not disciplined. I've never been good at that. We say these things casually, but repeated often enough, they stop sounding like descriptions and start functioning like instructions. You begin protecting the identity you've created, even when that identity is holding you back. This is why changing a habit can sometimes feel strangely uncomfortable. You're not merely changing what you do. You're challenging something you believe about yourself. And the deeper that belief runs, the harder the conflict can become. Imagine someone who has spent 20 years saying, "I'm terrible with technology." Now, put a new piece of software in front of them. Before they've even tried it, they've already predicted the outcome. They hesitate. They avoid experimenting. They ask someone else to do it. And every time they avoid it, they collect another piece of evidence supporting the original belief. I knew it. I'm just bad at this. The identity creates the behavior. The behavior reinforces the identity. And now you've created a loop. But here's where things become much more hopeful. Because if identity can reinforce behavior, behavior can also reinforce identity. You don't necessarily have to wake up tomorrow and suddenly believe you're a completely different person. You can give yourself evidence. Small evidence. Suppose you want to become a reader. You don't need to finish 50 books before you are allowed to call yourself one. Read 5 pages tonight. You just created a tiny piece of evidence. Tomorrow, read another 5. Then another. One action doesn't transform your identity, but repeated actions begin to tell a different story. I read. I practice. I show up. I keep promises to myself. Eventually, the statement doesn't feel like an aspiration anymore. It feels like a description. This is a deeper relationship between habits and identity. Your habits are not simply producing results. They're producing evidence about who you are. The source describes this as a two-way relationship. Habits shape identity, while identity shapes habits. And once you see that, the goal of habit change starts to look different. Maybe the goal isn't simply to run a marathon. Maybe it's to become someone who runs. Maybe it isn't to write one book. Maybe it's to become a writer. Maybe it isn't to learn one song on the guitar. Maybe it's to become a musician. The achievement is temporary. The identity can continue producing achievements long after the original goal has disappeared. And there's a beautiful example of this in the source material. Brian Clark had spent years biting his fingernails. At first, it was a nervous habit. Eventually, it became something almost automatic. He tried stopping through willpower, and for a while he succeeded. But then he did something unexpected. He got a manicure. For the first time, he saw his fingernails differently. They looked healthy. They looked good. And something changed. He became proud of taking care of them. The behavior stopped being about resisting an urge. It became connected to an identity he wanted to maintain. He wasn't simply trying not to bite his nails anymore. He had become someone who cared for them. That distinction is enormous because motivation says, I want to do this. Identity says, this is who I am. And the second one doesn't require the same amount of daily persuasion. But there is a darker side to this. Identity can help you change, or it can trap you, because once you become attached to a particular description of yourself, you may start defending it. I don't exercise. I've never been a reader. I'm always late. I'm terrible with names. I'm not creative. I don't have discipline. These statements can become mental grooves. The more often you repeat them, the more natural they feel. Eventually, you don't even question them. You simply organize your behavior around them. And that's dangerous, because a belief about who you are can quietly become a limit on who you're willing to become. The irony is that the identity you're protecting may have been built from nothing more than repeated behavior in the first place. You weren't born believing you were bad at something. You accumulated experiences. You repeated certain actions. Other people responded to you in certain ways. You interpreted those experiences, and gradually, a story about yourself emerged, which means identity isn't necessarily a prison. It can also be rewritten. And that brings us to a much more interesting question. If we aren't simply stuck with the identity we've accumulated, how do we deliberately build a new one? The answer begins with something remarkably ordinary. Evidence, not affirmations, not pretending, not standing in front of a mirror and repeating that you're a completely different person while your daily life tells you otherwise. Evidence. Because if you want to believe something new about yourself, eventually your behavior has to give you a reason to believe it. Imagine you decide that you want to become a writer. On the first morning, you sit down and write 300 words. That's not a career. It's not a book. It doesn't make you a best-selling author, but it is evidence. You did something a writer does. The next morning, you do it again. More evidence. A week later, you have a small collection of days in which you behave like a writer. Months later, you have something much more powerful, a history, and that history begins changing the way you see yourself. This is why small habits can be more powerful than they appear. They're not only moving you toward an external result, they're giving you proof. Every repetition is another piece of information about the person you're becoming. The source describes this as each action effectively casting a vote for a particular identity. One action doesn't decide the entire election, and you don't have to perform perfectly. What matters is the pattern that emerges over time. That idea changes how we should think about failure. Because if every action were a final verdict on who you are, one bad day would be devastating. You skipped the gym, therefore you're lazy. You ate badly, therefore you're unhealthy. You procrastinated, therefore you're undisciplined. But that's not how identity actually works. One vote doesn't determine an election. You can have a bad day and still be a person who exercises. You can miss a workout and still return tomorrow. You can eat the wrong meal and still make a better choice at the next one. You don't need perfection. You need a pattern. And this is important because the opposite is also true. You can't build a new identity through one dramatic performance. You can't exercise once and suddenly become an athlete. You can't read one book and instantly become a reader. You can't write one page and expect your brain to immediately rewrite its entire understanding of you. Identity changes gradually because evidence accumulates gradually. That's why meaningful change can be surprisingly small. A 2-minute action might look insignificant from the outside, but if that action represents the beginning of a new pattern, it may be doing something much larger beneath the surface. You're not just completing the task. You're practicing being the kind of person who completes it. And eventually, the behavior becomes easier because you're no longer constantly fighting against yourself. Consider someone who wants to become healthier. They could begin with a massive diet, an extreme workout schedule, and a long list of rules. Or they could begin with a smaller question. What would a healthy person do here? Not what would guarantee the result. Just what would someone who cares for their health probably choose? Maybe they walk instead of taking the elevator. Maybe they prepare food before they're starving. Maybe they stop eating when they're comfortably full. Maybe they go to bed instead of sacrificing another hour to a screen. None of those decisions is spectacular, but each one provides evidence. And over time, the question stops being hypothetical. You become increasingly familiar with acting like that person. The source gives the example of someone who used precisely this kind of question throughout her day, rather than obsessing over a distant outcome. She repeatedly asked what a healthy person would do and used those small decisions to reinforce that identity. This is where habits become more than routines. They become a form of self-construction. Every morning, you are participating in the construction of the person you will be later. Not perfectly, not consciously every time, but continuously. And the process works in both directions. A person who repeatedly avoids difficult work may eventually begin seeing themselves as someone who procrastinates. Then, because they see themselves that way, procrastination becomes easier to justify. The identity supports the behavior. The behavior supports the identity. The loop closes, but the same loop can move upward. You practice. You improve slightly. You begin trusting yourself. Because you trust yourself, you're more willing to practice again. The practice produces more evidence. The evidence strengthens the identity. And now the loop is moving in the opposite direction. Your habits shape your identity. Your identity shapes your habits. Neither exists completely on its own. That may also explain why some dramatic attempts at self-improvement collapse so quickly. A person can force themselves into a new behavior for 30 days. They can follow an extreme diet, wake up at 5, exercise every day, delete every distracting app, lie with extraordinary discipline. But if underneath all that they still think, I'm the kind of person who never sticks with anything, then eventually the old identity begins pulling the behavior back toward itself. The temporary routine disappears. The familiar self remains. So perhaps lasting change isn't about constantly forcing yourself to behave differently. Perhaps it's about making your behavior increasingly consistent with the person you want to become. And that starts with a deceptively simple question. Not, what do I want to achieve? But, who would I have to become for that outcome to feel natural? If you want to write a book, perhaps you need to become someone who writes consistently. If you want to build a business, perhaps you need to become someone who solves problems persistently. If you want strong relationships, perhaps you need to become someone who listens carefully. If you want to become physically capable, perhaps you need to become someone who treats movement as a normal part of life. The outcome still matters, but it moves into the background. The identity becomes a compass, and then the habit becomes the evidence. This is ultimately why habits matter so much. Not because waking up early is inherently virtuous. Not because going to gym makes someone morally superior. Not because reading books automatically makes someone intelligent. The point isn't to collect habits like trophies. The point is to use repeated behavior to gradually bring your actions into alignment with the person you actually want to be. Because eventually, there is a moment when you stop asking yourself to become that person and realize you've been practicing being them all along. That is the deeper transformation. You're not simply achieving something. You're becoming someone. And once we understand that, we can finally ask a question that sits underneath every habit. What actually makes a behavior repeat? Why does your brain begin reaching for the same action again and again? Why does a habit sometimes feel almost automatic? And what happens in the small gap between a trigger, a desire, an action, and the reward that follows? Because if identity gives habits direction, something else gives them momentum. And here we come to Chapter 3. How to build better habits in 4 simple steps. Have you ever noticed how strange it is that some things you once had to think about now happen almost without you? Think about the first few times you learned to drive. You probably had to consciously think about almost everything. Where's the brake? How much pressure should I put on it? When should I change gears? Where exactly should I look before turning? And if someone started talking to you while you were learning, you probably couldn't give them your full attention. But after enough practice, something changed. You could drive while talking. You could listen to music. You could notice a sign on the road without consciously reminding yourself how to operate the car. The behavior had moved from something you had to deliberately think through to something your brain could almost run in the background. And that raises a fascinating question. What exactly happens inside us when a behavior becomes automatic? Why does the brain bother turning repeated actions into habits in the first place? To understand that, we have to go back more than a century to a series of experiments involving animals, a puzzle, and a very simple reward. In the late 19th century, psychologist Edward Thorndike was studying how animals learn. One of his experiments involved placing cats inside specially designed boxes. The cats weren't given instructions. They simply wanted to get out. Inside the box was a mechanism that could release the door, something like a lever or another simple trigger. And at first, the cats had absolutely no idea what to do. They scratched, they pushed, they wandered around. They tried one thing, then another. Most of what they did was useless. But eventually, almost by accident, one of them performed the right action. The door opened, and outside was something the cat very much wanted: food and freedom. Now here's where the experiment becomes interesting. When the cat was placed back inside the box, it didn't behave exactly as randomly as before. It had learned something, maybe not consciously in the way a human would describe learning it, but its behavior had changed. The successful action had been connected with a satisfying result. So the next time, the cat was slightly more likely to perform that action. Then again, and again, with repeated trials, the useless movements gradually disappeared, and the successful behavior became faster and more reliable. Eventually, what initially looked like frantic trial and error became almost automatic. The cat had discovered a shortcut, and that Simple experiment revealed something incredibly important about behavior. When an action repeatedly produces a result we find rewarding, the brain becomes increasingly likely to use that action again. That principle is at the heart of habit formation. And if you think about your own life, you'll realize you've been doing something similar for years. Your brain is constantly solving little problems. You're tired. What helps? Maybe coffee. You're stressed. What makes you feel better? Maybe a walk. Maybe music. Maybe scrolling through your phone. You're bored. What gives you stimulation? Maybe a video. Maybe a game. Maybe social media. You didn't necessarily sit down one day and design these routines. You discovered them. You tried something. It produced a result. Your brain remembered. And when a similar situation appeared again, your brain had a ready-made answer. That's what a habit really is. It's not simply something you do repeatedly. It's a solution your brain has learned to deploy automatically when a familiar problem appears. Imagine the first time you enter a completely dark room. You don't know where the light switch is. You search the wall. You feel around. Eventually, your fingers find it. You press it. The room lights up. The next time you enter that room, you don't need to conduct an investigation. Your hand almost knows where to go. That's the point of habits. They save you from solving the same problem from scratch. Your brain is constantly asking, have I seen this situation before? And if the answer is yes, it can pull out an old solution. That's incredibly useful because conscious attention is limited. You can't consciously analyze every tiny decision from the moment you wake up until the moment you go to sleep. Imagine having to think through every step of brushing your teeth. Which hand should hold the brush? How much toothpaste? How should I move it? How long should I continue? It would be exhausting. Instead, the brain packages familiar sequences into something that requires far less conscious effort. The habit becomes a shortcut, and that shortcut gives your attention back to you. This is why habits aren't necessarily the enemy of freedom. We sometimes imagine a highly structured life as boring. Wake up at the same time, work at the same time, exercise regularly, prepare meals, have routines. It sounds restrictive, but consider the alternative. If you have no reliable routine for managing your money, you have to repeatedly worry about money. If you have no routine for taking care of your health, you repeatedly have to negotiate with yourself about exercise and food. If you have no system for your work, every morning begins with the question, where do I even start? Good habits can remove those small negotiations. And when the basics become easier, your mind has more room for things that actually require creativity, judgment, and attention. A musician doesn't become less creative because scales became automatic. A skilled driver doesn't become less free because operating the car became effortless. Automation can actually create space for higher level thinking. The problem isn't that we have habits. The problem is that we also have bad ones. Your brain doesn't automatically distinguish between a habit that builds your life and one that slowly damages it. If checking your phone gives you a tiny burst of relief every time you're bored, your brain can learn that pattern. If eating something sugary temporarily makes you feel better after a stressful day, your brain can remember that too. If procrastinating removes the discomfort of starting difficult work, your brain may learn that avoidance is a reliable way to feel better in the moment. The behavior doesn't need to be good for it to become automatic. It only needs to work well enough, often enough, to teach your brain. When this happens, do that. And this is where we arrive at the real mechanism behind habits. Because although your habits may look completely different on the surface, many of them follow the same underlying pattern. Something happens. You notice it. Something inside you want a particular change. You respond, and then you receive some kind of result. Think about your phone. You hear a notification. That's the beginning. You become curious. What was that? Who messaged me? What happened? That's the desire. You pick up the phone. That's the action. And then you discover the message. For a moment, the uncertainty disappears. That's the reward. The entire sequence might take only a few seconds, but your brain is learning from it. And the next time the phone buzzes, the loop can begin again. Cue, craving, response, reward, for simple stages. Together, They form the basic machinery behind habits. And once you start seeing this pattern, everyday behavior begins to look very different. Because your habits aren't random. They're loops. And those loops are running quietly in the background of your life. Let's slow that loop down. The first stage is a cue. A cue is simply something that tells your brain. Something you care about may be available. It could be external. Your phone lights up. You walk past a bakery. You see your running shoes. You hear the alarm. Or it could be internal. You feel bored. You feel anxious. You feel lonely. You feel tired. The cue doesn't force you to act. It simply opens the door. Then comes the craving. And this distinction is important. You don't necessarily crave the habit itself. You crave what you expect a habit to give you. You don't really want to stare at a glowing screen for 20 minutes. You may want distraction. You don't necessarily crave coffee because you love the physical act of drinking it. You may want alertness. You don't necessarily want to open your email because email itself is exciting. You may want the feeling of being caught up. The behavior is often just a vehicle. The real desire is a change in how you feel. And this explains something else about habits. The same cue doesn't mean the same thing to everyone. Imagine the sound of slot machines in a casino. For someone who gambles regularly, those sounds may immediately trigger anticipation. For someone who has never gambled, they may barely register. The sound is the same. The meaning isn't. Your history determines what your brain learns to associate with particular situations. That's why habits can become so personal. A certain chair might make you want to watch television. A particular time of night might make you want dessert. Opening your laptop might make you want to check social media. Getting into bed might make you reach for your phone. The environment becomes filled with signals that your brain has learned to interpret. Then comes the third stage, the response. This is the actual behavior. You open the app. You eat the food. You lace up your shoes. You start writing. You make the phone call. You sit down to study. But whether the response actually happens depends on two things: how much you want it and how difficult it is to do. If the action requires more effort than you're willing or able to give, you may not do it. Want to learn the piano? That desire alone doesn't help if the piano is inaccessible and you have no idea where to begin. Want to run? You still need a route, shoes, time, and enough energy to actually start. A behavior has to be possible before it can become automatic. And then comes the fourth stage, the reward. This is where the loop closes. You wanted something. You acted. You got something. The reward does two jobs. First, it gives you the immediate result you wanted. Second, it teaches your brain whether the behavior is worth remembering. Think about a simple example. You're working at your desk. The task becomes frustrating. You feel stuck. Your phone is sitting beside you. You pick it up. For 30 seconds, you scroll. The frustration fades. Did you solve the work problem? No. But your brain doesn't necessarily care about the long-term consequences in that moment. It noticed something simpler. I felt uncomfortable. I checked my phone. I felt better. That is enough information for learning to begin. The next time you feel stuck, the urge to check your phone may arrive faster. And after enough repetition, you may not even notice the decision happening. That's the habit loop in action. Cue, craving, response, reward. And then the reward strengthens a connection between the cue and the behavior. The next cue appears, and the cycle starts again. This is happening far more often than we realize. You wake up. You want to feel alert. You make coffee. You feel more awake. The next morning, the same sequence feels natural. You walk past a bakery. You smell something sweet. You suddenly want it. You buy it. You get the pleasure of eating it. Now that location carries a little more psychological weight. You sit down to work. You become frustrated. You reach for your phone. You get a moment of relief. The brain remembers. Different habits. Same architecture. And that's why the framework is so useful. If you want to change a habit, you don't necessarily need to rely on heroic willpower. You can examine the machinery. What is triggering the behavior? What desire is underneath it? What makes the response easy or difficult? And what reward is teaching the brain to repeat it? Once you see the machinery, behavior becomes less mysterious. And this gives us a practical framework. If habits are built from these 4 stages, then each stage gives us a place where we can intervene. Want to build a good habit? Start by making the cue obvious. Give your brain a clear signal. Then make the behavior attractive. Give yourself a reason to want it. Then make the response easy. Remove unnecessary friction. And finally, make the reward satisfying enough that your brain wants to repeat the experience. These become 4 simple principles for designing behavior. Make it obvious. Make it attractive. Make it easy. Make it satisfying. And if you're trying to break a bad habit, you can reverse the direction. Make the cue invisible. Make the behavior unattractive. Make it difficult. Make the result unsatisfying. These are what the source calls the 4 laws of behavior change. And suddenly, I need more discipline becomes a much less interesting explanation. Because perhaps the real question isn't, why can't I force myself to do this? Maybe the better question is, what is my environment teaching me to do? What does your phone make obvious? What does your environment make attractive? What behaviors have you made incredibly easy? What rewards are you giving yourself immediately after them? And perhaps most importantly, which behaviors are being reinforced every day without you even realizing it? Because your life isn't only being shaped by the big decisions you make occasionally. It's being shaped by these tiny loops that repeat quietly. The phone you check, the food you reach for, the way you respond to stress, the place where you work, the time you go to bed, the people you contact, the first thing you do when you wake up. None of these moments looks particularly important by itself, but repeated enough times, they become automatic. And once they become automatic, they begin influencing the direction of your life. That's why understanding habits is so powerful. You're not simply learning how to become more disciplined. You're learning how behavior gets installed in the first place. And now that we can see the machinery underneath a habit, we can finally stop treating every behavior as a battle of willpower. Instead, we can start changing the conditions around it. Because sometimes the easiest way to change what you do is to change what happens immediately before it. And that brings us naturally to the first of the 4 laws, making the invisible triggers of our behavior impossible to ignore. Finally, we arrive at the first law of atomic habits. And perhaps the most interesting thing about this law is that before you can change what you do, you have to notice what you're already doing. That sounds obvious, almost too obvious. But think about how much of your day passes without you consciously observing yourself. You wake up and reach for your phone. You walk into the kitchen and open the refrigerator. You sit down at your desk and check your email. You feel stressed and start scrolling. You finish dinner and automatically look for something sweet. Most of these actions don't feel like decisions. They simply happen. And that raises a strange question. If so much of our behavior happens automatically, how much of our lives are we actually choosing? There's a fascinating story told by psychologist Gary Klein that gives us a glimpse into just how powerful this unconscious pattern recognition can become. A woman was attending a family gathering when she looked at her father-in-law. He seemed perfectly fine. Nothing dramatic was happening. He wasn't complaining about pain. He wasn't asking for help. But the woman had spent years working as a paramedic, and almost immediately something about him bothered her. She looked at him and said, "I don't like the way you look." He joked back, but she wasn't joking. She insisted that he go to the hospital. A short time later, doctors discovered a serious blockage in one of his major arteries. He needed life-saving treatment. The remarkable part wasn't simply that she noticed something was wrong. It was that she couldn't clearly explain what she had noticed. She didn't have a checklist in her head. She couldn't point to one obvious symptom and say, "That's it." Years of experience had trained her brain to recognize a pattern. She had seen enough patients in enough situations that subtle changes other people might ignore had become meaningful to her. Her conscious mind couldn't necessarily describe the pattern, but her brain had learned it. And this happens far more often than we realize. An experienced military analyst can look at a radar display and notice that something doesn't belong. An experienced doctor can sometimes detect subtle abnormalities in a scan that an inexperienced observer would overlook. An art expert may sense that a painting isn't authentic before being able to explain exactly which detail gave it away. To someone inexperienced, the information looks ordinary, To someone whose brain has accumulated years of relevant experience, the same information can suddenly become a signal. That's because the human brain is constantly learning what to notice. It doesn't treat every detail in your environment as equally important. It searches for patterns. It looks for relationships between what happens and what happens next. And the more often a particular pattern is repeated, the easier it becomes for your brain to recognize it. Think about walking into a room you've entered hundreds of times. You don't consciously analyze where every object is. You simply know where the light switch is, where the chair is, where the door handle is, where you left your keys. Your brain has built a map, and that map allows you to act without starting from zero every time. That's incredibly useful. Imagine if you had to consciously remind yourself to breathe, or tell your heart to beat, or instruct your stomach to digest your breakfast. Your conscious mind would have no room left for anything else. The body has systems that operate without your constant attention because automatic processes are efficient, and habits take advantage of that same principle. But there is a catch. Automation doesn't ask whether behavior is good for you. It only asks whether the pattern has been learned. That's why habits can become both incredibly helpful and incredibly difficult to notice. You can develop a habit without ever deliberately deciding to have one. Think about something as simple as your phone. You might not even realize how often you check it. There doesn't have to be a conscious thought saying, "I have decided to check my phone now." Your hand may simply move toward your pocket when you're waiting in line, or when a conversation becomes slightly uncomfortable, or when you're bored for 3 seconds, or when you're working on something difficult. The cue appears, the response follows, and because you've repeated the sequence so many times, the connection becomes almost invisible. That's the strange thing about habits. At first, you have to think about them. Eventually, you stop thinking about them. And once you stop thinking about them, you also stop questioning them. The behavior becomes part of the background of your life. There's an amusing example of this kind of automaticity involving a retail worker. The employee had been instructed to destroy empty gift cards after customers had used them. One day, after processing several gift card purchases in a row, the next customer handed over an actual credit card. The clerk swiped it, then reached for the scissors and cut the customer's credit card in half. Only afterward did the employee realize what had happened. The hands had followed the old routine before the conscious mind caught up. It's funny because a mistake is so obvious in hindsight, but that's precisely the point. When a behavior becomes automatic, your brain can begin executing the pattern before your conscious attention has fully arrived. A former preschool teacher experienced something similar after moving into a corporate workplace. She found herself occasionally asking adult coworkers whether they had washed their hands after using the bathroom. A former lifeguard would sometimes instinctively shout, "Walk," when seeing children run. The environment had changed. The old cue appeared, and the old response surfaced. That's how deeply learned behavior can become. And now think about your own life. What do you do without realizing it? Do you apologize before asking a question? Do you check your phone whenever you're waiting? Do you interrupt people? Do you finish other people's sentences? Do you open a particular website whenever work becomes difficult? Do you automatically reach for something sweet after dinner? Do you hit snooze before you've even fully woken up? These behaviors may feel like tiny details, but they reveal something much bigger. They reveal the cues your brain has learned to respond to. And that gives us the first major insight of this law. Before you can redesign a habit, you have to make the invisible visible, because you can't change a pattern that you never notice. And this is where the first law, make it obvious, really begins. Not with discipline, not with motivation, not with forcing yourself to behave differently, with awareness. There's a reason highly reliable systems often make people explicitly identify things that experienced people might otherwise do automatically. One of the best examples comes from an unexpected place: the Japanese railway system. If you ever watch a highly trained train operator in Japan, you may notice something unusual. They point, they look, they speak aloud. When a signal changes, the operator doesn't simply glance at it. They physically point toward it and identify its status. As the train moves, other details are similarly identified: speed, timing, signals. platform conditions. To an outsider, it can look almost theatrical. Why would an experienced professional need to point at something they can already see? Because the ritual forces attention back into the process. Instead of allowing the brain to say, "I've seen this 1,000 times," the operator deliberately turns an automatic observation into a conscious one. And that tiny interruption matters, because familiarity has a dangerous side effect. The more often you do something correctly, the easier it becomes to stop actually looking at what you're doing. You assume the next moment will be like the last one, and that's when mistakes can hide in plain sight. The same principle applies to your habits. You don't need to immediately change everything. You don't even need to judge yourself. The first step is much simpler. Notice what happens before the behavior. Notice where you are. Notice what you're feeling. Notice what you reach for. Notice what you do next. Because once you start observing your own behavior closely, something interesting happens. You begin to discover that many of the things you thought were random aren't random at all. They have triggers. And once those triggers become visible, you finally have something you can work with. The train operator's ritual gives us a useful lesson, but we can take it one step further. What if you created a similar system for your own life? Not to control every minute of your day, not to turn yourself into a machine, just to make the behaviors you normally overlook visible. That is the idea behind what we can call a personal habit scorecard. For one ordinary day, start the moment you wake up and simply write down what you do. You turn off the alarm. You check your phone. You get out of bed. You shower. You brush your teeth. You make coffee. You check your messages. You begin working. You eat lunch. You scroll. You go home. You watch something. You stay up later than you intended. Nothing on that list has to be dramatic. In fact, the ordinary things are exactly what we're looking for, because your future isn't being shaped only by the decisions you remember making. It's also being shaped by dozens of tiny actions you barely notice. Once you've written them down, there's a simple question to ask about each one. Is this behavior helping me, hurting me, or simply neutral? You might mark them with a plus, minus, or equal sign, but there's an important detail here. A habit isn't automatically good or bad in every situation. Its value depends on what you're trying to accomplish. A particular food might be useful for someone trying to gain weight and unhelpful for someone trying to lose it. Staying up late might occasionally be necessary. Checking your phone might be useful when you're expecting an important message. The better question isn't simply, is this a good habit? It's, where does this behavior take me if I keep repeating it? That question changes everything, because habits are rarely about one isolated moment. They're about direction. A behavior can feel harmless today and still be taking you somewhere you don't want to go. And the reverse is also true. A small action can feel almost meaningless today while quietly moving you toward the person you want to become. This is why awareness should come before judgment. When you discover that you have spent 40 minutes scrolling instead of working, the instinct may be to attack yourself. I have no discipline. I'm wasting my life. What's wrong with me? But self-criticism isn't the purpose of the exercise. The purpose is observation. You're almost looking at yourself from the outside. There it is. I came home tired. I sat on the couch. My phone was beside me. I opened an app. One video became another. An hour disappeared. That's not a confession. It's information. And information is useful because it gives you something you can change. You might discover that you're not actually struggling with discipline. Maybe your phone is simply within reach whenever you're mentally exhausted. Maybe you don't procrastinate because you're lazy. Maybe beginning the task creates uncertainty, and checking something else gives you immediate relief. Maybe you don't lack motivation to exercise. Maybe your gym clothes are buried in a drawer. Your shoes are somewhere else. And the entire process requires 10 tiny decisions before you've even started. Once you see the sequence, the problem becomes more specific. And specific problems can be redesigned. This is the deeper purpose of making habits obvious. You're not trying to become hyper-aware of every movement you make forever. That would defeat the purpose of automation. You're simply shining a light on the patterns that have been running in the dark. And sometimes, even naming the behavior changes how it feels. Imagine reaching for another cookie. Instead of automatically eating it, you pause for 1 second and say, I'm about to eat this because I want the taste and the comfort. That's a very different experience from simply finding yourself holding an empty wrapper a few minutes later. You've inserted awareness between the cue and the response, and that tiny pause creates something incredibly valuable, a choice. The same thing can work with procrastination. I've opened social media because this task feels difficult, or with your phone. I'm checking this because I'm bored, or with staying up late. I'm still watching because I don't want the day to end. You don't have to immediately force yourself to stop. First, recognize what's happening, because a behavior that was invisible is now visible. And once you can see the pattern, you can begin asking a much better question. What should happen instead? This is where behavior change starts becoming practical. Suppose you discover that every morning begins with 30 minutes of aimless phone use. The obvious solution might be to tell yourself, tomorrow I will have more discipline. But that's vague. A more useful approach is to identify the cue. The phone is beside the bed. You wake up, you see it. The behavior begins. So perhaps the first change isn't inside your mind at all. Perhaps the phone simply doesn't belong beside the bed. Put it somewhere that requires you to stand up. Now the cue has changed. The automatic sequence has been interrupted. Or imagine you want to read more. You keep telling yourself that reading matters, but every evening you end up watching something instead. Again, don't begin with a lecture about willpower. Look at the environment. Where is the book? If it's hidden inside a drawer while the television remote is sitting directly in front of you, your surroundings are already making a decision easier than the other. You don't necessarily need stronger motivation. You may need a more obvious cue. Put the book where you normally sit. Leave it open to the page you want to continue. Make the behavior visible before you need motivation to perform it. That's the first law in action. And notice what we're doing here. We're not trying to transform your entire personality overnight. We're changing the information your brain encounters, because your brain is constantly scanning the environment for signals. The things you see repeatedly become easier to notice. The places you perform behaviors become associated with those behaviors. The objects around you can become reminders. A guitar leaning against the wall can quietly say, play. Running shoes beside the door can say, go. A phone on the desk can say, check me. A bowl of fruit on the counter can say, eat this. Your environment is communicating with you all day. Most of the time, you're simply not aware of the conversation. And that's why the first law begins with something so simple. Make it obvious. Before you can make a good behavior easier, more attractive, or more satisfying, you first have to give your brain a clear signal that the behavior exists. Before you can eliminate a bad habit, you first have to notice the cue that starts it. The process begins with seeing. And once you start seeing your habits clearly, you may notice something slightly uncomfortable. Some of the behaviors you thought were spontaneous were actually predictable. Some of the choices you thought were decisions were routines. And some of the things you have been blaming yourself for may have been patterns your environment has been quietly reinforcing for years. That realization doesn't take responsibility away from you. It gives responsibility somewhere useful to go. Because now, instead of asking, what's wrong with me? You can ask, what is triggering this? And that is a much more powerful question. Once the cues are visible, the next challenge is even more interesting, because simply noticing an opportunity doesn't guarantee that you'll want to act on it. Your brain still has to decide that the behavior is worth pursuing. And that takes us from visibility to desire. In the previous chapter, we learned that every habit begins with a cue. Something tells your brain, this is the moment to act. Now, this is chapter 5, the best way to start a new habit. Imagine two people who both genuinely want to build a new habit. They have the same goal. They have the same motivation. They even understand why the habit is important. But there is one small difference. One person leaves the moment of action to chance. The other decides exactly when and where the action will happen. And that small difference can completely change the outcome. Imagine a woman named Maya. Maya has decided that she wants to exercise more. Every Monday, she tells herself, I really need to start working out. Tuesday, I'll exercise after work. Wednesday, maybe tomorrow morning. Thursday, I've been too busy this week. Notice what is happening. Maya doesn't have a motivation problem. She actually wants to exercise. Her problem is that I will exercise more doesn't tell her when to exercise. So every day, when the opportunity arrives, she has to make the decision again. Should I work out now? Should I do it after dinner? Maybe tomorrow? And every time she has to decide, there's another opportunity to postpone. Now imagine a different version of Maya. On Sunday evening, she makes a simple decision. On Tuesday and Thursday at 6 p.m., I will do squats at the gym. That's it. She hasn't suddenly become more disciplined. She hasn't discovered some secret source of motivation. She has simply removed the uncertainty. When Tuesday arrives and the clock reaches 6 p.m., she doesn't need to ask herself whether she should exercise or what to exercise. That decision has already been made. She just follows the plan. This is the power of an implementation intention. Instead of saying, I want to exercise more, you say, I will do this ABC exercise at 6 p.m. in the gym. Instead of, I want to read more, you say, I will read for 20 minutes of Atomic Habits at 9 p.m. in my bedroom. Instead of, I want to meditate, you say, I will meditate for 1 minute at 7 a.m. in my kitchen. The difference may look almost trivial, but it changes a vague intention into a visible cue. And that's exactly what the first law is asking us to do. Make the habit obvious. The research example from the chapter makes this especially interesting. Researchers divided people into 3 groups to study exercise habits. One group simply tracked their exercise. Another group learned about the benefits of exercise. The third group received the same information, but also had to decide exactly when and where they would exercise. The first 2 groups had exercise rates of roughly 35 to 38%. The group that created a specific plan reached about 91% exercising at least once during the week. Think about what that tells us. Knowing that something is good for you isn't necessarily enough. Wanting to do it isn't necessarily enough. Sometimes what you really need is clarity. You don't need to keep asking, will I do it? You need to decide, when will I do it and where? Because when the moment arrives, you don't want to negotiate with yourself. You want the cue to be obvious enough that the next action feels almost predetermined. The simple formula is, I will do this particular task at this time in this location. And there's something beautiful about this idea. You're not relying on your future self to remember what your present self intended. You're giving your future self instructions. Maya doesn't have to wake up Tuesday and rediscover her commitment to exercise. She already knows. 6 p.m., gym, exercise. The decision has been made. And once you understand this, you begin noticing how many of your existing habits work the same way. You don't usually decide whether to brush your teeth every morning. You don't debate whether to put on your shoes before leaving the house. You don't sit down and calculate whether it's worth turning on the lights when a room is dark. The environment and the situation already tell you what comes next. That's what we want to create for a new habit. A clear signal, a clear moment, a clear action. But there's another problem. What if your day isn't predictable enough for a fixed time? What if you don't know exactly when you'll finish work? What if your schedule changes? What if 6 p.m. comes and you're stuck somewhere else? This is where the second idea becomes powerful. And it begins with something that seems completely unrelated to habits. A red robe. Imagine you're Dennis Diderot. For most of your life, you don't have much money. Your possessions are modest. Your furniture is ordinary. Your surroundings are familiar. Then suddenly, something changes. You receive a large amount of money. And with that money, you buy something beautiful. A scarlet robe. You put it on. You look around your home. And suddenly, something feels wrong. The robe is elegant, but everything around it looks ordinary. The old possessions no longer seem to belong with the new robe. So you replace the rug. Then you buy decorations. Then a mirror. Then a better table. Then a new chair. One purchase leads to another. And another. And another. This pattern eventually became known as the Diderot effect. One new possession can create a desire for additional possessions that fit with it. But there's a deeper lesson hiding inside the story. Our behaviors work in much the same way. One action often becomes a cue for the next. You finish eating. You put your plate away. That reminds you to clean the counter. Cleaning the counter reminds you to prepare something for tomorrow. One behavior flows into another. Your day is already full of these chains. You just haven't been deliberately designing them. So instead of attaching a new habit to a specific time, you can attach it to something you already do. This is called habit stacking. The formula is incredibly simple. After current task, I will do this new task. Imagine you want to meditate. Don't tell yourself, I'll meditate sometime tomorrow morning. Instead, after I pour my morning coffee, I will meditate for 1 minute. Now your coffee becomes a cue. You want to exercise? After I take off my work shoes, I will change into my workout clothes. You want to practice gratitude? After I sit down for dinner, I will name one thing I'm grateful for. You want to become more affectionate with your partner? After I get into bed, I will give my partner a kiss. The beauty is that you're not trying to create a cue from nothing. You're borrowing one that already exists. Your old habit becomes a trigger for your new habit, and you can keep building the chain. Imagine your morning. You pour coffee. After I pour my coffee, I meditate for 1 minute. Then, after I meditate, I write my to-do list. Then, after I write my to-do list, I begin my first task. Now you don't have 3 unrelated habits. You have a sequence. Coffee, meditation, planning, work. Each behavior creates the cue for the next one. And the same thing can happen at night. Dinner ends. After dinner, I put my plate in the dishwasher. Then, after putting away the dishes, I wipe the counter. Then, after wiping the counter, I prepare my coffee mug for tomorrow. Small actions, but connected actions are much easier to remember. And this gives us an important distinction. An implementation intention says, at this time, in this place, I will do this. Habit stacking says, after this existing behavior, I will do this. Both are doing the same fundamental job. They're making the cue obvious. But there is one condition. The cue must be specific. After lunch might be too vague. Before lunch? After lunch? At your desk? At home? Instead, after I close my laptop for lunch, I will do 10 push-ups beside my desk. Now there is no ambiguity. The laptop closes. That is the cue. You stand beside the desk. 10 push-ups. The sequence is clear. This is why habits such as read more, eat better, or work out more often fail. They're good intentions, but they're not instructions. A habit needs somewhere to live. Give it a time. Give it a place. Or attach it to something you already do. Because the first law isn't asking you to become more motivated. It's asking you to make the next action visible enough that you don't have to search for it. And that brings us back to the central idea of this chapter. If you want to build a new habit, don't simply tell yourself what you want to do. Decide what will remind you to do it. Don't say, I'll read more. Say, after I brush my teeth at night, I will read 1 page. Don't say, I'll exercise more. Say, after I change all my work clothes, I will put on my workout clothes. Don't say, I'll become more organized. Say, after I finish breakfast, I will clear my desk. You're not depending on motivation anymore. You're designing a trigger. And once the trigger becomes familiar enough, the environment begins doing part of the work for you. That is the real power of the first law. Make it obvious. First, notice the cue. Then, deliberately create the cue. Then, attach the behavior to it. And eventually, the thing you once had to remember to do can become something you simply do. Because the best habits don't always begin with greater willpower. Sometimes they begin with something much simpler, making the right action impossible to overlook. Now, this is Chapter 6. Motivation is overrated. Environment often matters more. It focuses on how behavior is shaped by the environment, why visible cues outperform willpower, how to design spaces that naturally encourage good habits, and how context itself becomes a trigger for behavior. Imagine walking into a room without realizing that the room has already begun influencing you before you've made a conscious decision, before you've spoken a word, before you've even noticed what's around you. Your brain is already collecting information. The lighting, the sounds, the arrangement of objects, the people nearby, the paths that seem easiest to follow. None of these things command you, yet together, they quietly shape what feels natural to do next. Most of us like to believe our decisions come entirely from within. We imagine ourselves as independent thinkers, carefully weighing every option before choosing a course of action. But everyday life tells a different story. Why do you instinctively whisper in a library? Why does walking into a movie theater make you search for a seat without thinking? Why does entering a gym make movement feel more appropriate than taking a nap? The answer isn't hidden inside your personality. It's woven into the environment surrounding you. James Clear begins this chapter with a remarkable experiment led by physician and Thorndike at Massachusetts General Hospital. Instead of trying to persuade people to eat healthier, researchers simply changed the layout of the cafeteria. Water was placed where soda had been most visible, while soda remained available. Without lectures, rewards, or appeals to willpower, water consumption increased and soda purchases declined. It's an astonishing idea. Thousands of choices changed, yet almost nobody changed their mind. The people weren't suddenly more disciplined. They weren't given extraordinary motivation. The environment simply offered a different suggestion, and people naturally followed it. This reveals something that behavioral scientists have observed for decades. Human behavior is deeply responsive to what is easiest to notice. Think about walking through an airport. Signs guide you toward baggage claim. Arrows point you toward security. Bright displays attract your attention to restaurants and shops. You rarely stop to analyze every direction. You simply follow the cues placed in front of you. Now imagine that every sign disappeared. No arrows, no maps, no labels. The airport itself hasn't changed, but navigating it suddenly becomes exhausting. The environment had been making countless decisions on your behalf all along. Daily life works much the same way. Every room quietly offers suggestions. A television facing the couch suggests entertainment. An open laptop suggests work. A bowl of fruit on the kitchen counter suggests nourishment. A phone lighting up beside you suggests distraction. None of these objects force action, but each one competes for your attention. James Clear explains that people often choose products not because of what they are, but because of where they are. What stands out in our surroundings is more likely to shape our behavior than what remains hidden. This challenges one of the oldest assumptions about self-improvement. When people struggle to build better habits, they often blame themselves. I need more discipline. I need stronger willpower. I just have to try harder. Sometimes that's true, but often the real obstacle isn't inside the person. It's outside them. Imagine trying to grow a healthy plant. If the soil lacks nutrients, if sunlight never reaches it, if it's rarely watered, you wouldn't accuse the plant of lacking determination. You'd change its environment. Yet, when it comes to our own behavior, we often do the opposite. We criticize ourselves while leaving the conditions around us completely unchanged. Behavioral psychologist Kurt Lewin captured this idea with a simple but powerful principle. Behavior is shaped by both the person and the environment they are in. James Clear uses this concept to emphasize that lasting behavior cannot be understood by looking at the individual alone. The influence of environment reaches far beyond food or shopping. Retail stores carefully place product at eye level because they know visibility increases the likelihood of purchase. Busy intersections attract businesses because people naturally encounter them. Coffee shops cluster along commuting routes because convenience quietly shapes routine. These aren't accidents. They're examples of environments guiding human behavior. Without saying a single word, our brains evolved to conserve energy whenever possible. When one option is easier to notice, closer to reach, or more convenient to choose, it often becomes a default. Not because we're irrational, because efficiency has always been essential to survival. James Clear points out that many actions we believe are driven by conscious choice are actually influenced by the most obvious option available in our surroundings. This realization can feel unsettling at first. It means your surroundings have been shaping you in ways you've barely noticed. But it also carries extraordinary hope. If environments can quietly encourage unhealthy habits, they can just as quietly encourage better ones. The same invisible forces that pull you toward distraction can be redesigned to pull you toward focus. The same spaces that reinforce old routines can become the foundation for entirely new ones. Because the greatest influence on behavior isn't always what you're thinking. Sometimes it's simply what you're seeing. Sometimes the smallest thing in your field of vision can change the course of your day. A book left open on the table, running shoes beside the door, a guitar resting on its stand, a bowl of fresh fruit on the counter. None of these objects speak. None of them demand your attention. Yet each quietly asks a question: will you use me? Most of the time, your answer arrives before you're even aware you've made it. That's because vision is far more than a way of observing the world. It's the primary way your brain decides what deserves your attention. Long before you act, you look, and long before you think deeply about something, your eyes have already delivered it to your mind. James Clear explains that humans rely on vision more than any other sense. Of the body's millions of sensory receptors, the overwhelming majority are dedicated to sight, making visual cues one of the strongest drivers of behavior. Imagine standing in the middle of a dense forest. Thousands of trees surround you. Birds move through the branches. Leaves shift in the wind. Sunlight filters between the trunks. Your eyes could never process every detail at once. Instead, your brain performs an extraordinary act of selection. It constantly asks, what matters most right now? This ability kept our ancestors alive. Spotting movement in tall grass could mean the difference between escaping danger and becoming prey. Recognizing ripe fruit among countless leaves meant finding food before nightfall. The human brain evolved to notice what stands out, not everything, only what appears important. That ancient system still operates today. The difference is that our environments have changed. Instead of scanning forests, we scan grocery store shelves, phone screens, office desks, kitchen counters. Everywhere we look, our attention is pulled toward whatever is most visible. James Clear notes that the more obvious something is, the more likely we are to engage with it. Small changes in what we see can produce surprisingly large changes in what we do. This explains why two people can enter the same room and leave with completely different experiences. One notices the television. Another notices the bookshelf. One immediately reaches for their phone. Another begins a conversation. The environment is identical. Attention is not. Attention is selective, but it is also trainable. The more often your eyes encounter something, the more familiar it becomes. And familiarity quietly increases the likelihood of action. Think about a path across a grassy field. The first person creates only the faintest impression. The second follows more easily. By the 100th person, a clear trail has emerged. Attention follows similar paths. What your eyes repeatedly notice becomes increasingly easy to notice again. Eventually, certain objects almost seem to call your name, not because they've changed, but because your brain has learned that they matter. This is why advertisers compete so fiercely for visibility. Why storefronts are carefully designed. Why companies pay premium prices for billboards and product placement. They're not merely selling products. They're competing for the limited space inside your attention. James Clear illustrates this through examples from retail, showing that products placed where people naturally look or walk are purchased more often simply because they are more visible. The same principle shapes your personal habits. Imagine owning a guitar that's stored inside a closet, protected by its case, hidden behind winter coats. Every practice session begins with several small steps. Open the closet, move the boxes, take out the case, open it, tune the strings. By comparison, imagine a guitar resting on a stand in the middle of the room. Every time you walk past, it quietly reminds you that it exists. The instrument hasn't become easier to play. It has simply become harder to ignore. James Clear argues that hidden cues are easy to overlook, while visible cues naturally attract attention. Making desired behaviors more obvious dramatically increases the likelihood that you'll think about performing them. This idea reaches far beyond physical objects. Your digital world shapes you just as powerfully. The first app on your home screen receives more attention than the one buried in a forgotten folder. Unread notifications compete for your focus. Icons, colors, and badges quietly persuade your eyes to look their way. Modern life has become an endless competition for visibility. Every company wants to be the next thing you notice. Every platform hopes to become the next thing you touch. Your attention has become one of the world's most valuable resources because what captures attention often captures behavior. That realization can sound discouraging, as though you're surrounded by forces constantly pulling you in different directions. But there's another way to see it. If your environment is already influencing you, then you can begin influencing your environment. Instead of allowing the world to decide what you notice, you can decide what deserves to be seen. Because lasting change often begins with something surprisingly simple. Not greater discipline, not stronger motivation. Just placing the right cue where your eyes can't help but find it. And once you understand that, you stop seeing your surroundings as something you merely live inside. You begin shaping them into something that quietly works in your favor. You shape your environment. Then, your environment shapes you. Most people notice only the second half of that equation. They recognize how certain places affect their mood, how one room feels calming, another feels distracting. A particular cafe makes it easier to think. A certain chair somehow turns into an hour of scrolling without ever intending to sit there that long. But far fewer people recognize that these environments were designed. Someone decided where every chair would sit, where every light would hang, which objects would remain visible, which would disappear into drawers and closets. Whether intentionally or not, every space encourages certain behaviors, while quietly discouraging others. James Clear argues that you don't have to remain a victim of your environment. You can become its architect by deliberately designing spaces that make good habits easier to notice and perform. Imagine walking into two kitchens. In the first, fresh fruit sits in a large bowl at the center of the counter. A water bottle rests beside the sink. Healthy ingredients are easy to reach. Cookies are tucked away inside an opaque cabinet. In the second kitchen, pastries greet you the moment you walk in. Sugary drinks fill the refrigerator door. Candy sits beside the coffee maker. Neither kitchen says a word, yet each tells a completely different story about what should happen next. That's the remarkable thing about environments. They persuade without speaking. They don't remove your freedom. They simply change what feels obvious. James Clear shares a personal example of this principle. He realized he rarely ate apples because they remained hidden inside the refrigerator. Once he placed them in a bowl on the kitchen counter, where they were impossible to miss, eating fruit became a natural part of his day. This reveals a subtle truth about behavior. People often assume successful habits require constant remembering. Remember to exercise. Remember to read. Remember to drink water. Remember to practice. But memory is an unreliable system. The human brain was never designed to perfectly remember every intention. It was designed to respond to what appears important in the present moment. Visible cues transform remembering into noticing. And noticing is much easier. Think about emergency exits on an airplane. Before takeoff, flight attendants don't simply hope passengers will remember where the exits are during an emergency. The exits are brightly marked, illuminated, repeatedly pointed out. The environment itself carries part of the responsibility. Good habit design follows the same philosophy. Instead of asking your memory to work harder, you allow your surroundings to do some of the remembering for you. James Clear emphasizes that every habit begins with cue, and cues that stand out are far more likely to trigger action than those hidden from view. Consider the way museums guide visitors. Rarely do they need signs saying, "Please admire this painting." The architecture already directs attention. Walls frame the artwork. Lighting highlights the canvas. Walking paths naturally slow visitors down. Without realizing it, people look where the environment gently encourages them to look. Your home can work exactly the same way. Every object can either invite a behavior or quietly hide it. Running shoes placed beside the front door become an invitation to walk. A notebook left open on your desk becomes an invitation to write. A filled water bottle beside your computer becomes an invitation to drink. The cue is no longer competing for your attention. It's already waiting where your attention naturally goes. This principle isn't about decorating. It's about reducing friction. Every unnecessary obstacle, even one that takes only a few seconds, creates another opportunity for hesitation. The more steps required before a habit can begin, the easier it becomes to postpone. Behavioral economists often describe this in terms of the path of least resistance. Water flows downhill because it follows the easiest route. Human behavior frequently does the same. If healthy food is already prepared, you'll probably eat it. If your workout clothes are already laid out, getting dressed becomes simpler. If your book is already on your pillow, reading requires one less decision. James Clear encourages making the cues for good habits large, obvious, and easy to encounter throughout the day, so that the desired behavior naturally comes to mind again and again. Perhaps the most empowering part of this idea is that it doesn't ask you to become someone new overnight. It asks you to become a designer, to stop seeing your surroundings as fixed, to recognize that every shelf, every drawer, every desk, every screen is quietly teaching your brain what deserves attention. Once you begin noticing that, you start asking different questions. Not, how can I force myself to remember? But, how can I make forgetting almost impossible? Because the best environments don't demand extraordinary discipline. They gently guide ordinary behavior. And over time, those ordinary moments accumulate into extraordinary change. But there's another layer most people never notice. Eventually, it isn't just the objects around you that shape your habits. The entire place itself begins to carry meaning. A room, a desk, a doorway, a favorite chair. Little by little, locations stop being mere spaces and begin becoming powerful triggers for who you are in them. Think about how differently you behave in different places. You don't usually walk into a courtroom laughing loudly. You don't enter a library expecting a party. You don't step onto a basketball court and suddenly decide it's the perfect place for a nap. Nothing about those buildings physically forces your behavior. Yet each one carries an invisible set of expectations. Over time, your brain learns that certain places belong to certain actions. Eventually, the location itself becomes a reminder. James Clear explains that habits gradually become associated not with a single cue, but with the entire context surrounding them. In other words, the context itself becomes a trigger. This is one of the brain's most remarkable abilities. It doesn't simply remember actions. It remembers relationships. A desk becomes connected with work. A dining table becomes connected with eating. A couch becomes connected with watching television. A bedroom becomes connected with sleeping. The objects may remain exactly the same, but your relationship with them quietly evolves through repetition. Think about visiting your childhood home after many years away. The moment you walk to the front door, old memories often return without effort. A familiar smell, the sound of the stairs, the way sunlight falls through a particular window. Suddenly, experiences you hadn't thought about for years feel surprisingly vivid. The place itself unlocks them. Memory researchers have long observed that context plays a powerful role in recall. The environment where information is learned often becomes linked to the information itself. The same principle applies to habits. Repeated often enough, places begin storing behavioral memories. James Clear emphasizes that our habits become attached to locations. We mentally assign routines to the spaces where they repeatedly occur, creating lasting associations between places and behaviors. This explains why changing a habit can sometimes feel unexpectedly difficult. Imagine trying to stop checking your phone while sitting in the exact chair where you spent years scrolling through social media. The chair hasn't changed, but your brain has. That space has accumulated thousands of repetitions, each one quietly strengthening the connection. Now imagine taking the same phone to a place you've never used before. A quiet park, a reading room, a different corner of your home. The old behavioral script is suddenly much weaker. Your surroundings are no longer whispering the same familiar instructions. James Clear points out that building a new habit is often easier in a new environment because you're no longer surrounded by the old cues that automatically trigger previous behaviors. Athletes understand this principle instinctively. Warm-up happens in one place. Competition happens in another. Recovery happens somewhere else. Each environment prepares the mind for a different mode of performance. The same pattern appears throughout everyday life. Coffee shops often encourage conversation. Libraries encourage concentration. Parks encourage movement. Places shape expectations. Expectations shape behavior. This is why simply changing locations can sometimes unlock fresh thinking. Have you ever noticed how ideas arrive during a walk? Or while traveling somewhere unfamiliar? Or when working from a different cafe than usual? Part of the reason is that novelty interrupts automatic patterns. The brain stops running yesterday's routine and begins paying closer attention to the present. New surroundings create new possibilities. Old cues lose some of their power. New associations become easier to build. James Clear suggests that when possible, creating a new habit in a new environment helps avoid competing with established cues, allowing the new routine to develop with less resistance. This changes the way we think about self-control. Perhaps success isn't always about resisting temptation. Perhaps it's about spending less time where temptation has become deeply rooted. Because every place carries a history. Every room remembers what usually happens there. Every repeated action leaves behind an invisible expectation for the next one. The encouraging news is that these expectations are not permanent. They can be rewritten, one repetition at a time, one new routine at a time, one new relationship with a familiar place at a time. And when you begin deliberately assigning purpose to the spaces around you, something remarkable happens. Your home stops being just a collection of rooms. It becomes a collection of environments, each quietly helping a different version of you come to life. Your home is teaching you something every single day. The question is, what is it teaching? Most of us think of a home as a place to live, a collection of rooms filled with furniture, memories, and everyday necessities. But your brain experiences it very differently. It doesn't simply see rooms. It sees patterns. The chair where you always check your phone. The corner where you usually worry. The couch where television automatically turns into hours of scrolling. The desk where work begins the moment you sit down. None of these habits are written into the furniture. They're written into your repeated experiences. James Clear explains that we mentally assign habits to the locations where they occur. Over time, each space develops a relationship with certain routines until the environment itself begins encouraging those behaviors. Imagine walking into a theater moments before the curtain rises. The lights dim. The audience grows quiet. Without anyone giving instructions, everyone understands the purpose of the room. Now imagine if that same theater also functioned as a basketball court, a grocery store, a classroom, and a restaurant, all at the same time. The signals would compete with one another. People wouldn't know how to behave. Confusion would replace clarity. Our personal spaces can create the same kind of confusion. Modern life encourages us to do everything everywhere. We answer emails in bed, watch movies where we eat dinner, scroll social media at our work desk, attend meetings from the couch, exercise beside the television. The boundaries between activities slowly disappear. Eventually, the brain stops knowing which mode it's supposed to enter. James Clear warns that when we mix contexts, we also begin mixing habits. The behaviors associated with one activity start competing with those of another, and the easier or more rewarding habit often wins. Think of a Swiss Army knife. Its versatility is impressive. One tool performs many functions, but no single blade is as specialized as a dedicated instrument. Our environments often become Swiss Army knives. One chair becomes the office, the dining room, the entertainment center, the place to relax, the place to worry. Everything happens there. And because everything happens there, nothing has a clear identity. The brain thrives on consistency. It loves predictable relationships. When one place always serves one purpose, your mind begins preparing for that purpose before you've consciously decided to act. Sit at your reading chair. Your attention naturally quiets. Walk into your office. Your focus begins to sharpen. Lie down in a bedroom used only for sleep. Your body starts anticipating rest. James Clear summarizes this idea with a simple principle: one space, one use. When possible, assigning a primary purpose to each environment strengthens the association between the place and the behavior you want to perform there. Of course, life isn't always spacious. Many people work, relax, eat, and sleep within a single room. But even then, the brain responds to subtle boundaries. A particular chair can become the reading chair. One side of a table can become the workspace. A specific lamp can signal evening reflection instead of late-night work. Tiny distinctions create powerful psychological shifts. Architects have long understood that people don't merely occupy spaces. They respond to them. A cathedral inspires reverence through soaring ceilings. A cozy cafe encourages conversation through warm lighting and close seating. A laboratory communicates precision through order and organization. The design changes the experience. Your personal environment can do the same. It doesn't have to be perfect. It simply has to be intentional. James Clear notes that even when space is limited, creating separate activity zones or assigning different devices to different purposes helps each context become associated with a specific mode of thinking and behavior. This is why stable habits rarely grow in chaotic environments. Not because chaos makes success impossible, but because inconsistency forces the brain to keep asking, what am I supposed to do here? Every time that question appears, attention is divided, energy is spent, momentum weakens. Clarity removes that question. The room already answers it. The environment quietly says, this is where you write. This is where you exercise. This is where you rest. Over time, those silent messages become part of your identity. You stop relying on motivation to switch between different versions of yourself. The place itself begins making the transition easier. James Clear concludes that habits flourish in stable, predictable environments where everything has a place and a purpose. When the environment remains consistent, the desired behavior becomes increasingly automatic. Perhaps that is the deeper lesson hidden inside this chapter. Lasting change doesn't always begin by changing yourself. Sometimes it begins by changing the spaces that quietly shape you every day. Because every environment is telling a story. Every room is rehearsing a routine. Every visible cue is casting a vote for the person you'll become. And once you've learned to design the world around you, you'll discover that building better habits is no longer about fighting yourself. It's about creating a life where the right choice quietly feels like the natural one. Now, we come to Chapter 7, The Secret to Self-Control. It explains why self-control is often overrated, how environments sustain or eliminate bad habits, why cues trigger cravings long after habits are formed, and introduces the inversion of the first law, make it invisible. The chapter also concludes the first law section before transitioning into the second law, which is make it attractive. Imagine two people standing in the exact same room. On the table between them sits a plate of freshly baked cookies. One person reaches for a cookie almost immediately. The other barely notices they're there. If you asked most people to explain the difference, the answer would probably sound familiar. One has more self-control. We've been taught this idea for most of our lives. The disciplined succeed because they resist temptation. The undisciplined fail because they give in. Willpower becomes the hero of every success story. Self-control becomes the invisible line separating the people who achieve their goals from those who don't. It's a simple explanation, comforting even because if discipline is all that matters, then success appears to be entirely within our control. We just need to try harder, be stronger, say no more often. But what if that story is incomplete? What if the strongest force shaping your behavior isn't hidden inside your mind, but all around you? History occasionally reveals truths so surprising that they force us to rethink everything we believed before. One such moment came during one of the most difficult periods in modern American history, the Vietnam War. Far from home, surrounded by relentless stress, thousands of young soldiers faced dangers that extended beyond the battlefield. As the war continued, officials uncovered a disturbing pattern. A significant number of American service members had become addicted to heroin while serving overseas. The scale of the problem shocked policymakers and led to a major effort to study addiction among returning soldiers. At the time, the public expected the worst. The common belief was straightforward. Heroin addiction was considered permanent. Once someone became addicted, there was little hope of returning to a normal life. Many fear that thousands of addicted soldiers would return home carrying that struggle with them forever. Researchers prepared to track what happened after the war. What they discovered challenged one of the most deeply held assumptions about human behavior. When most of those soldiers returned to the United States, something remarkable happened. The The vast majority did not continue using heroin. Many abandoned the habit almost immediately after leaving Vietnam. Researchers found that only a small percentage became addicted again after returning home, a result that sharply contradicted prevailing beliefs about addiction at the time. How could something considered almost impossible happen on such a massive scale? The answer wasn't hidden inside the soldiers themselves. It was hidden inside the world they had left behind. In Vietnam, heroin had become woven into daily life. The stress of war never seemed to end. The people around them often shared the same behavior. The routines were different. The surroundings were different. The cues were everywhere. Returning home meant more than changing countries. It meant stepping into an entirely different environment. The familiar triggers disappeared. The routines changed. The people changed. And when the environment changed, the habit often disappeared with it. James Clear uses this research to illustrate a powerful principle. Dramatic changes in environment can dramatically reduce the behaviors that those environments had been supporting. This finding carried a much deeper message than addiction alone. It challenged the belief that bad habits exist simply because people are weak. For generations, society has often treated unhealthy behaviors as personal failures. If someone struggled with smoking, they lacked discipline. If they overate, they lacked willpower. If they procrastinated, they simply weren't trying hard enough. The explanation always pointed inward, rarely outward. Yet the evidence suggested something different. Behavior does not exist in isolation. It grows inside a context. Every action is influenced by the people around us, the objects within reach, the places we visit, the routines we repeat, and the countless invisible signals surrounding us every day. James Clear argues that what often appears to be exceptional self-control is actually the result of living in environments that require less constant resistance. Think about a river flowing through a landscape. Water doesn't choose the easiest path because it's lazy. It follows the path the landscape makes available. If the terrain changes, the river changes too. Human behavior is surprisingly similar. Our actions often follow the paths our environments quietly create. That doesn't mean choice disappears. It means choice is constantly being shaped long before we become aware of it. Perhaps the people we admire for their discipline are not endlessly fighting temptation. Perhaps they've simply built lives where temptation appears less often, where healthier choices require less effort, where the environment quietly supports the person they want to become. If that's true, then self-control may not be the beginning of lasting change. It may be the backup plan, because before your habits become a question of willpower, they almost always begin as a question of environment, and understanding that changes everything. Because once you see how powerfully your surroundings shape your behavior, a much deeper question begins to emerge. If changing the environment can weaken even the strongest habits, what exactly happens inside the brain that allows old behaviors to survive for years, waiting for the right moment to return? Changing your behavior is one thing. Erasing it is something else entirely. Have you ever found yourself doing something you thought you left behind years ago? Maybe you caught yourself reaching for your phone the moment you felt bored. Maybe a familiar smell instantly transported you back to childhood. Maybe you heard an old song and remembered every lyric, even though you hadn't heard it in decades. Memory has a strange way of waiting quietly in the background. It doesn't disappear simply because time passes. Sometimes it only needs a right signal to come rushing back. Habits work much the same way. Many people imagine breaking a habit as deleting a file from a computer. Once it's gone forever. But the brain doesn't usually work like that. It prefers to build rather than erase. Every repeated action strengthens a network of connections. Each repetition tells the brain, remember this. It might be useful again. Over time, those connections become increasingly efficient. The behavior requires less thought, less effort, less conscious decision-making. Eventually, it begins to feel automatic. James Clear explains that once a habit has been encoded in the brain, it remains ready to be activated whenever the right situation appears again. Imagine walking through a forest. The first time, every step requires effort. Branches block your way. Tall grass slows your progress. There is no obvious route. But if you walk the same path every day, the vegetation gradually gives way. A trail begins to form. Soon, anyone can follow it with little effort. Your brain builds habits in much the same way. Each repetition clears the path a little more. Stopping the behavior doesn't instantly restore the forest. The trail remains. It may become overgrown with time, but it still exists. And under the right conditions, it can be found again. James Clear illustrates this with the story of Patty Olwell, who had quit smoking for years. After getting back on a horse for the first time in decades, a setting she had once associated with smoking, she suddenly experienced a powerful craving again. The habit had disappeared from her daily life, but the cue remained stored in memory. What makes this so fascinating is that the craving wasn't caused by nicotine. It wasn't caused by withdrawal. It wasn't even caused by conscious thought. It was caused by context. The brain had quietly connected one experience with another. Horseback riding, smoking. One became linked to the other through repetition. Years later, the connection still existed, waiting patiently beneath awareness. This helps explain why certain places feel strangely powerful, why walking into an old classroom can awaken forgotten emotions, why returning to a neighborhood brings back memories you didn't know you still had, why one particular cafe suddenly reminds you of someone you haven't seen in years. The environment doesn't simply surround your memories. It helps unlock them. The same is true for habits. Your surroundings often function like invisible keys. They open behavioral patterns that have been stored for years. James Clear argues that environmental cues become deeply connected to habits, allowing old behaviors to reappear when those familiar cues return. This realization changes the way we think about relapse. People often believe that returning to an old habit means all previous progress has been lost. But that's rarely what happened. More often, an old pathway was simply reactivated. The brain recognized a familiar situation and automatically retrieved a familiar response. That doesn't mean change is impossible. It means change requires understanding what actually triggers behavior. Because the cue often appears before the conscious decision, long before you tell yourself, I want a cigarette, or I'll just check my phone for a minute. Your brain has already recognized something familiar, a location, a sound, a smell, a particular emotional state. And within fractions of a second, the old pattern begins waking up. This process is so fast that it often feels like the desire appeared out of nowhere, but it didn't. The cue came first. The craving followed. James Clear notes that habits lie dormant rather than disappearing completely. Once the relevant cues return, the urge to perform the behavior can return as well. This is why relying on memory alone can be so exhausting. You promise yourself you'll avoid distractions. Then you sit at the same desk where you spent hundreds of hours browsing social media. You promise yourself you'll eat differently. Then you walk into the same kitchen, arranged exactly as it was before. You promise yourself you'll sleep earlier. Then you climb into the same bed where you've watched videos until midnight for years. Without realizing it, you're asking your brain to ignore thousands of previous repetitions. That's a difficult battle, not because you're weak, but because your surroundings are constantly reminding your brain of who you've been. The encouraging truth is that those reminders don't have to control you forever. If environments can awaken old habits, they can also help build new ones. And once you understand how cues quietly create desire, you begin to notice something even more surprising. Sometimes the craving doesn't come from the habit itself. Sometimes it begins the instant your brain simply notices the cue. Every habit begins long before the action. It begins with a moment so small, most people never notice it. A glance, a sound, a familiar place, a feeling. Something enters your awareness, and almost instantly, desire follows. Not because you consciously chose it, but because your brain has learned to connect the two. Imagine walking through a shopping mall without intending to buy anything. Then you pass a bakery. Within seconds, the smell of fresh bread fills the air. Suddenly you're hungry. Nothing changed about your body's nutritional needs. The smell didn't create hunger from nothing. It awakened it. The cue came first. The craving followed. This happens constantly throughout your day. A notification lights up your phone. You feel compelled to check it. You hear the familiar sound of an incoming message. Your attention shifts before you've even decided to move. You walk past a refrigerator. Without thinking, you open the door. Not because you're starving, because your brain recognized a familiar opportunity. James Clear explains this phenomenon as cue-induced wanting. External cues trigger the desire to repeat a behavior, often before we're consciously aware of what's happening. Once we notice a cue, we begin to want what we repeatedly associated with it. This process can occur automatically and extremely quickly. The remarkable thing is that the cue itself is often neutral. A chair isn't addictive. A phone isn't addictive. A kitchen isn't addictive. A particular street isn't addictive. Meaning is created through repetition. Your brain constantly asks, what usually happens here? Every repeated experience strengthens the answer. Eventually, the environment no longer feels like a collection of objects. It becomes a network of predictions. See this, expect that, enter here, do this, feel this, reach for that. Without realizing it, your world becomes filled with invisible instructions. This is why bad habits can feel so mysterious. People often say, the craving came out of nowhere, but it almost never does. There was usually a trigger. Perhaps it was stress after work, a certain time of day, a familiar room, a difficult conversation, or simply seeing something that had become linked with relief. By the time the craving reaches your awareness, the chain reaction has already begun. James Clear notes that once a cue is noticed, it can activate the brain's reward system and create desire even before conscious awareness fully catches up. This helps explain why bad habits often feed themselves. Imagine someone finishing a difficult day. They feel anxious. To escape the discomfort, they eat highly processed food. For a few moments, the feeling softens, but afterward comes regret. The regret creates more stress. The stress creates another craving, and the cycle begins again. Or consider someone who feels lonely. They open social media, hoping for connection. Minutes turn into hours. Instead of feeling refreshed, they feel more isolated. To escape that feeling, they scroll even more. The habit promises relief, but often strengthens the very emotion it was trying to escape. James Clear describes bad habits as self-reinforcing cycles. They often produce the very feelings they attempt to numb, creating downward spirals in which the behavior continually fuels itself. This is one reason guilt can become such an ineffective strategy for change. When people are shamed for unhealthy behavior, stress increases, and stress itself can become another cue. Someone trying to quit smoking feels anxious, which reminds the brain of cigarettes. Someone embarrassed about overeating experiences emotional discomfort, which reminds the brain of food. The very attempt to eliminate the behavior accidentally strengthens the conditions that trigger it. James Clear points out that certain behavior change techniques can backfire because they unintentionally activate the cues and emotions connected to the unwanted habit. Understanding this changes an important assumption. The problem isn't always the craving. The problem is the cue that quietly awakened it. If the cue never appears, the craving often never reaches full strength. It's like striking a match. Once the flame is started, putting out requires effort, but preventing the match from being struck in the first place requires almost none. That is why lasting change rarely begins by fighting stronger battles against temptation. It begins much earlier, at the moment before temptation has a chance to grow. Because every craving has an origin, every habit has a trigger. And once you learn to recognize those invisible beginnings, you discover something surprisingly liberating. Perhaps the strongest form of self-control isn't resisting temptation after it appears. Perhaps it's learning how to keep temptation from appearing at all. What if the strongest people aren't the ones who resist temptation, but the ones who rarely have to? It's a strange idea, almost backwards. We tend to admire people who seem capable of saying no. The person who ignores the dessert menu, the student who studies for hours without checking their phone, the athlete who never misses a workout. From the outside, it looks as though they're winning an endless battle against temptation. But appearances can be deceptive. Imagine two hikers crossing a mountain. One spends the entire journey climbing over fallen trees, pushing through thick bushes and struggling across rocky ground. The other follows a well-maintained trail. Who reaches the summit with more energy? The answer has very little to do with determination. It has everything to do with the path they were given. Human behavior works in much the same way. Some people don't seem more disciplined because they're constantly resisting distractions. They seem more disciplined because they've quietly removed many of the distractions before the battle ever begins. James Clear explains that research on people with high self-control reveals something surprising. They are not dramatically different from everyone else. Instead, they tend to organize their lives, so they spend less time in situations that constantly tempt them. This changes the way we think about willpower. Willpower is often treated like an unlimited resource, as if the strongest person is simply the one who can keep saying no again and again and again. But every decision carries a cost. Every moment of resistance demands attention, mental energy, emotional effort. Eventually, even the strongest mind begins to tire. Psychologists sometimes describe this as decision fatigue. The more choices you must actively manage, the harder it becomes to consistently choose well. Your brain is constantly solving problems. Answer this message. Ignore that notification. Finish this task. Resist that craving. Stay focused. Each decision may seem small. Together, they create an invisible weight. Now imagine removing half of those decisions before the day even begins. The notifications never appear. The snacks aren't within reach. The television isn't already on. The phone stays in another room. Suddenly, discipline isn't working harder. It's simply working less. James Clear argues that the goal is not to become someone with extraordinary self-control, but to build an environment where extraordinary self-control is rarely necessary. Think about professional kitchens. Sharp knives are carefully stored. Ingredients are organized. Every tool has a designated place. This isn't because chefs lack discipline. It's because a well-designed environment reduces mistakes and unnecessary effort. Pilots rely on checklists. Surgeons prepare operating rooms before procedures begin. Elite performers in nearly every field understand the same principle. Preparation removes friction. Preparation reduces error. Preparation protects performance. The same philosophy applies to everyday habits. If your workspace contains only the tools needed for your current task, focus comes more naturally. If your bedroom encourages rest instead of endless entertainment, sleep becomes easier. If your exercise clothes are already waiting by the door, movement asks for less effort. Success begins long before the moment of action. It begins in the quiet decisions that shape the environment. James Clear emphasizes that self-control is most effective when it prevents exposure to temptation rather than relying on resisting it repeatedly. This also explains why so many people misunderstand failure. They believe giving in once means they weren't strong enough, but perhaps they were simply asking too much of themselves. Imagine placing a bowl of candy directly in front of someone every hour of every day, then judging them for eventually taking a piece. The real question isn't, why did they finally give in? It's, why was the temptation always there? Environment quietly changes the difficulty of every decision. It determines whether the better choice feels effortless or exhausting, whether the healthier option is the default or the exception, whether focus is protected or constantly interrupted. James Clear writes that self-control works well in the short term, but it is not a dependable long-term strategy. Over time, people tend to become products of the environments they repeatedly live in. This doesn't mean willpower has no value. There will always be moments that demand courage, moments that require restraint, moments when discipline carries you through. But those moments should be the exception, not the foundation of your entire life. Because relying on self-control every minute of every day is like trying to hold back a river with your hands. Eventually, exhaustion wins. There's a far wiser strategy. Instead of fighting temptation every time it appears, ask why it keeps appearing in the first place. Because the greatest victory over temptation often happens long before temptation arrives. And once you understand that, you stop asking how to become stronger than every distraction. You begin asking a much more powerful question. What if the distraction never had the chance to reach you at all? Imagine trying to extinguish a fire while someone keeps adding new pieces of wood. No matter how determined you are, the flames continue returning, not because you're failing, because the source of the fire remains untouched. Many of us approach bad habits the same way. We wait until temptation appears. Then we try to fight it. We argue with ourselves, promise ourselves, blame ourselves. We believe the battle begins the moment we feel the craving. But by then, the process has already started. The cue has been noticed. The desire has awakened. The habit is already moving. James Clear argues that resisting temptation after it appears is an unreliable strategy because habits remain stored in the brain and are easily reactivated by familiar cues. What if the better strategy isn't becoming stronger, but becoming less exposed? Imagine living beside a busy highway. At first, every passing car demands your attention. The noise feels impossible to ignore. Months later, you barely notice it. The brain constantly adapts to what surrounds it. But adaptation works in another direction as well. When something disappears from your environment, your brain gradually stops expecting it. If the cue never arrives, the craving often never has the opportunity to grow. This is the hidden power of absence, not dramatic resistance. Quiet prevention. James Clear calls this the inversion of the first law of behavior change. Instead of making a cue obvious, make it invisible. One of the most practical ways to weaken a bad habit is to reduce exposure to the cue that starts it. Think about how many decisions in your life begin with seeing something. You notice your phone, so you pick it up. You see the television remote, so you turn it on. You walk past the pantry, so you grab a snack. The object itself isn't forcing your behavior. It's simply making the behavior easier to remember. Remove the reminder, and the habit often loses much of its momentum. This is why seemingly small changes can produce surprisingly large results. A phone left in another room creates fewer interruptions. An unnecessary app removed from the home screen becomes easier to forget. A television moved out of the bedroom no longer competes with sleep. A game console packed away after use quietly increases the effort required to play. James Clear provides practical examples of reducing exposure to cues, including moving a phone out of reach, unfollowing accounts that trigger envy, removing a television from the bedroom, avoiding product reviews that fuel unnecessary spending, and putting game consoles away after use. Notice what these examples have in common. None of them depend on becoming a different person. They don't require extraordinary motivation. They don't demand perfect discipline. They simply reshape the environment. Instead of asking, "Can I resist this?" they ask, "Why should I keep putting it in front of myself?" It's a subtle shift, but it changes everything. Because every cue you remove is one less decision your future self has to make. Every temptation you never encounter is one battle you'll never have to fight. This doesn't mean you'll never experience cravings again. The brain remembers. Old pathways don't simply disappear. A familiar place, a stressful day, an unexpected reminder, any of these can briefly awaken an old habit. James Clear emphasizes that habits are difficult to erase completely. Once formed, they are unlikely to be forgotten, which is why change in environment is more dependable than relying on constant resistance. That realization isn't discouraging, it's empowering, because it means lasting change doesn't depend on winning every internal battle. It depends on making those battles less frequent, less intense, less necessary. The strongest habits are rarely defeated through force. They slowly weaken when they're no longer being fed. No cue, no reminder, no automatic beginning. And without a beginning, many habits quietly fade into the background. Perhaps that's the real secret behind self-control. Not possessing endless willpower, but creating a life where willpower is needed less and less. Because the people who appear the most disciplined often aren't fighting harder than everyone else. They've simply learned to make the wrong choice less visible and the right choice easier to find. With that, the first great principle of behavior change is complete. You have learned how awareness reveals hidden routines, how clear cues give birth to new habits, how environments quietly shape behavior, and how removing the wrong cues can dissolve old patterns before they have a chance to grow. But removing obstacles is only half of the story. If the first law teaches you how to notice and control the signals around you, the next question becomes even more important. Once the right habit is visible, how do you make yourself genuinely want to do it? Now, let's revise Law 1 of atomic habits, which is make it obvious, meaning making a behavior obvious through a simple imagination. Imagine you're planting a garden. A gardener doesn't stand over every seed, shouting at it to grow. He doesn't rely on motivation. He doesn't argue with the weather. Instead, he prepares the ground. He places each seed where it can receive sunlight. He removes the weeds that would steal its water. He clears away the rocks that block its roots. Day after day, the garden begins to flourish, not because the plants tried harder, but because the environment quietly made growth possible. Your habits work the same way. Good habits are like seeds. They need to be easy to see, easy to reach, easy to remember. Every visible cue is a ray of sunlight helping them grow. Bad habits are like weeds. If you keep watering them, they'll spread. If you keep seeing the cues that trigger them, they'll keep returning. The smartest gardener doesn't spend every day pulling weeds after they've taken over. He prevents them from growing in the first place. He removes the conditions they need to survive. That's the entire first law of behavior change. Design your environment so the good habits are impossible to miss and the bad habits quietly disappear from view, because lasting change doesn't begin with forcing yourself to grow. It begins with creating the kind of garden where growth becomes a natural outcome. And with that, Law 1 came to end in Law 2, make it attractive, begins with Chapter 8, How to Make a Habit Irresistible, which introduces the second law of behavior change and explains how attraction, dopamine, anticipation, supernormal stimuli, and temptation bundling increase the likelihood that a behavior becomes habitual. Have you ever wondered why some things seem to pull you toward them almost against your will? Why it's so difficult to ignore the smell of fresh bread drifting from a bakery, or the glowing notification on your phone, or the bright packaging lining the shelves of a supermarket? Most of us believe we're making conscious decisions. We tell ourselves, I chose this. I wanted this. I couldn't resist. But what if the feeling of attraction begins long before choice? What if your brain was designed to notice certain things, even before you have time to think about them? Nature has been solving the problem of survival for millions of years. Every living creature faces the same challenge. How do you know what deserves your attention? How do you decide what to chase, what to protect, what to avoid? The answer isn't endless calculation. It's instinct. Deep inside every animal is a collection of invisible rules that quietly guide behavior, rules that operate without words, without reasoning, without debate. One remarkable discovery revealed just how powerful those hidden rules can be. In the 1940s, Dutch biologist Nico Tinbergen conducted a series of experiments on herring gulls. Newly hatched chicks instinctively pecked at a small red spot on their mother's beak because it signaled food. Tinbergen wanted to know something fascinating. Were the chicks recognizing their mother, or were they responding to something much simpler? So he created artificial beaks. No feathers, no body, no living bird at all, just simple cardboard shapes. Logic suggested the chicks would ignore them. Instead, the opposite happened. As long as the fake beak displayed the familiar red marking, the chicks pecked at it just as eagerly as they would their real mother. Then Tinbergen made an even stranger discovery. When he exaggerated the red markings, making them larger and brighter, the chicks responded even more enthusiastically. The imitation became more attractive than reality itself. Rather than rejecting the obvious fake, the chicks preferred the exaggerated version because it amplified the signal their brains had evolved to recognize. The same pattern appeared elsewhere in nature. Tinbergen observed gray-lag geese that instinctively rolled stray eggs back into their nests. But when researchers placed objects like oversized balls nearby, the geese often worked even harder to retrieve them. The larger the object, the stronger the response. Their brains weren't measuring whether the object truly belonged. They were responding to a simple rule that had served them well for generations. Round object, protect it, bring it home. The exaggerated version activated the instinct even more powerfully than the real thing. Scientists call these exaggerated triggers supernormal stimuli. They're ordinary signals, turned up to extraordinary levels. something brighter, sweeter, larger, more colorful, more intense. The brain doesn't simply notice them. It becomes captivated by them. Timbergen's work showed that exaggerated versions of naturally meaningful cues can produce stronger responses than the original cues themselves. Now here's the surprising part. Humans aren't separate from this story. We're part of it. Our instincts were shaped over hundreds of thousands of years in environments very different from the ones we live in today. For most of human history, sweet foods were rare. Fat-rich meals were difficult to find. High-calorie rewards required enormous effort. When our ancestors discovered them, their brains responded with excitement. That excitement increased the chances of survival. Those instincts helped our species endure. But evolution moves slowly. The world changes much faster. The instincts that once protected us now encounter an environment filled with exaggerated rewards. James Clear explains that humans remain highly responsive to these amplified cues. Modern products often exaggerate qualities our brains naturally value, making them especially attractive and habit-forming. This reveals something important about habits. Before behavior becomes automatic, it must first become attractive. Nothing captures your attention without first convincing your brain that it's worth noticing. Every habit begins with a promise of pleasure, comfort, relief, connection, excitement. Whether that promise is real or only appears to be often matters less than we imagine, because your brain evolved to pursue what feels rewarding, not necessarily what is best. And once you understand that, a much bigger question begins to emerge. If our instincts were designed for a world that no longer exists, then what happens when the modern world learns how to exploit those instincts every single day? Imagine taking someone from 10,000 years ago and placing them inside a modern supermarket. They would walk through endless aisles filled with brightly colored packages, shelves overflowing with food, every product carefully designed to look more delicious than the last. To them, it would feel less like a grocery store and more like discovering paradise. Their instincts would tell them the same thing ours still do today. Don't let this opportunity pass. The difference is that for them, those opportunities almost never existed. For us, they exist everywhere. This is one of the greatest paradoxes of modern life. Our world has changed faster than our brains have. Evolution shaped us for scarcity. We now live in abundance. The systems that once protected our survival now encounter rewards they were never designed to handle. James Clear explains that humans evolved to highly value salt, sugar, and fat because these nutrients were scarce for our ancestors. Although food has become abundant, our brains continue to crave these rewards as though they were still rare. Think of a compass. For centuries, it reliably pointed travelers toward the right direction. But imagine placing a powerful magnet beside it. Suddenly, the compass hasn't become broken. It's responding exactly as it was designed to. The environment has changed. Our brains are remarkably similar. The instincts that once guided us toward survival are now surrounded by countless artificial magnets, competing for our attention. The problem isn't that your brain is malfunctioning. The problem is that the signals around you become stronger than anything nature ever intended. This is why modern products rarely resemble their natural origins. An apple doesn't arrive glowing under bright lights inside carefully designed packaging. A potato growing underground doesn't naturally become a perfectly salted, endlessly crunchy chip. Nature offers nourishment. Industry offers enhancement. James Clear describes how food scientists deliberately engineer products to become more attractive by optimizing flavor, texture, crunch, fizz, and mouthfeel. Every detail is refined to make people want another bite. Consider the experience of eating fresh fruit. The sweetness is gentle. The texture remains consistent. Eventually, your body begins telling you, that's enough. Now compare that with highly processed food. Crunch gives way to creaminess. Salt meets sweetness. Softness meets crispness. Every bite feels just different enough to keep your attention alive. The experience never settles into predictability. Instead, it keeps surprising the brain. James Clear explains that processed foods often combine multiple contrasting sensations, such as crunchy and creamy, to create what food scientists call dynamic contrast, keeping the eating experience interesting and encouraging people to continue. The same strategy appears far beyond food. Walk through any shopping district. Store windows display idealized versions of beauty. Streaming platforms recommend another episode before you finish the current one. Social media delivers endless streams of novelty. Every notification, every animation, every carefully chosen color, every sound, every recommendation competes for one thing: your attention, not because attention itself has value, but because attention is often the first step toward habit. James Clear argues that modern society is filled with exaggerated versions of naturally rewarding experiences. These supernormal stimuli amplify qualities our brains already find attractive, encouraging behaviors such as excessive eating, shopping, social media use, and other repetitive habits. Think about the difference between reading one handwritten letter and receiving 50 notifications in an hour, or sharing one meaningful conversation, compared with hundreds of tiny digital interactions every day. Our ancestors searched for meaningful rewards. Modern technology often concentrates those same rewards into faster, brighter, more frequent experiences. The result is a world where ordinary pleasures sometimes struggle to compete. A quiet walk feels slower than scrolling. Cooking dinner feels less exciting than ordering food with a tap. Reading a book asks for patience. A short video asks for almost none. The attraction isn't accidental. It's carefully built. James Clear notes that rewards continue becoming more concentrated over time. Modern experiences often provide more intense stimulation than the environments humans originally evolved to navigate, making them especially difficult to resist. This realization isn't a reason to fear the modern world. It's a reason to understand it. Because once you recognize that attraction can be engineered, you stop blaming yourself every time something captures your attention. You begin asking a different question. Why does this feel so irresistible? And the answer usually isn't weakness. It's design. Someone has spent years learning how to make that experience more appealing to your brain. But this raises an even deeper mystery. What exactly happens inside the mind between seeing something attractive and feeling the sudden urge to act? The answer lies inside one of the brain's most powerful chemical messengers, a tiny molecule that quietly fuels nearly every habit you'll ever build. Have you ever noticed that sometimes the anticipation feels better than the reward itself? The excitement before vacation, the countdown to a birthday, the final minutes before your favorite team takes the field, the moment just before opening a long-awaited package. For a brief time, the future feels almost irresistible. Then the moment arrives, and somehow, the excitement fades faster than you expected. This isn't a flaw in your character. It's one of the most fascinating features of the human brain. We've been taught to believe that our actions are driven by pleasure, that we work because we enjoy success, exercise because we enjoy fitness, study because we enjoy learning. But if that were entirely true, many good habits would be effortless. The reality is far more interesting. Your brain is often motivated less by the reward itself and more by the possibility of the reward. James Clear introduces dopamine as one of the brain's key neurotransmitters involved in craving, motivation, learning, and habit formation, explaining that understanding is essential to understanding why habits become attractive. In the 1950s, researchers began exploring what happened when dopamine activity inside the brain changed. The results were astonishing. When dopamine signaling was severely disrupted in laboratory animals, they didn't simply become less happy. They stopped wanting anything at all. They showed little interest in eating, little interest in drinking, little interest in seeking rewards. The ability to experience pleasure wasn't completely gone, but the desire to pursue it had almost disappeared. James Clear describes experiments showing that when dopamine release was blocked, animals no longer felt motivated to seek food, water, or other rewards. The loss wasn't pleasure itself. It was a desire that normally drives action. Now imagine the opposite. Suppose every small action you performed triggered an unusually powerful feeling of expectation. Researchers observed that when dopamine activity became exceptionally strong, animals repeated simple behaviors over and over again, pursuing the expected reward with extraordinary persistence. These experiments revealed something profound. Desire is movement. Without desire, very little happens. Every invention, every journey, every conversation, every achievement begins because something inside us whispers, "Go." Dopamine is one of the chemical messengers helping deliver that signal. It doesn't force behavior. It prepares the brain to pursue what it believes will be rewarding. Think of it like the engine in a car. An engine doesn't decide the destination. It simply provides the energy to move. Your values choose the direction. Your environment provides the road. But dopamine supplies much of the motivation that gets the journey started. James Clear emphasizes that habits operate through a dopamine-driven feedback loop. Behaviors that become highly habitual are consistently associated with increases in dopamine, strengthening the motivation to repeat them. This explains something almost everyone has experienced. You unlock your phone without any particular reason. You open the refrigerator, even though you ate recently. You refresh your email, knowing nothing important is likely to have changed. What you're often chasing isn't the reward itself. It's the possibility that this time, something interesting might happen. Maybe there's a message. Maybe there's good news. Maybe there's something exciting waiting. The uncertainty itself becomes attractive because the brain loves possibility. James Clear explains that dopamine rises not only when rewards are experienced, but also when they are expected. As anticipation grows, so does motivation to act. Imagine standing beside a wrapped gift. Before you open it, anything feels possible. Your imagination fills in the unknown. The mystery creates excitement. Once the wrapping paper comes off, the uncertainty disappears. The anticipation ends. That's why looking forward to something can sometimes feel even more exciting than finally having it. Your brain is constantly predicting the future. As soon as it believes something rewarding might happen, it begins preparing you to move toward it. This is why habits rarely begin with action. They begin with expectation. A cue appears. Your brain predicts a reward. Motivation rises. Then behavior follows. James Clear describes a sequence as a dopamine-driven loop in which recognizing a cue triggers anticipation, which in turn increases a desire to act. This changes the way we think about motivation. Motivation isn't simply something you either possess or don't. It is constantly being shaped by what your brain expects. If a habit looks dull, motivation shrinks. If it feels exciting, motivation grows. The expectation changes the effort you're willing to invest. And that leads to one of the most surprising discoveries in behavioral science. The thing driving your habits isn't usually pleasure. It's anticipation. Because long before you enjoy a reward, your brain has already fallen in love with the possibility of receiving it. Imagine a child waiting for Christmas morning. For weeks, their imagination fills every unopened gift with endless possibilities. Every wrapped box could contain something amazing. The excitement grows a little more each day. Then Christmas finally arrives. The presents are opened. The mystery disappears. The joy is real, but somehow it doesn't last as long as the anticipation. Most of us have lived this experience. Planning a vacation sometimes feels more exciting than the vacation itself. Waiting for your favorite movie can be more thrilling than watching it. Thinking about success often feels more energizing than finally achieving it. Why? Because the brain isn't simply built to enjoy rewards. It's built to chase them. James Clear explains that dopamine rises not only when we receive a reward, but when we expect one. The anticipation of pleasure creates motivation long before the reward itself arrives. Think of a hunter following footprints through fresh snow. The excitement isn't only in catching the animal. It's in the possibility. Every track suggests you're getting closer. Every sign fuels another step. Without that expectation, the hunt would stop before it ever began. The human brain works remarkably similarly. It constantly predicts what might happen next. Every time it believes something valuable is within reach, it prepares your body to move. This is why a simple notification can interrupt your concentration. You don't know what it says. You don't know whether it matters. But your brain has already imagined possibility. Maybe it's good news. Maybe it's someone important. Maybe it's an opportunity. The expectation becomes irresistible. James Clear describes this distinction as the difference between wanting and liking. Wanting is driven by anticipation and motivates behavior, while liking is the pleasure experienced after the reward arrives. Imagine standing outside a movie theater. The lights dim, the audience settles into their seats. The opening music begins. In those first moments, anything feels possible. Your imagination races ahead. Once the story unfolds, the unknown gradually becomes known. The anticipation fades because curiosity has been answered. This pattern repeats throughout life. The first bite is usually the most exciting. The first chapter is often the hardest to put down. The first few moments of falling in love feel almost magical. Novelty creates anticipation, and anticipation creates desire. That desire is often what keeps us moving. James Clear explains that after a habit is learned, the brain begins releasing dopamine when it recognizes a cue, not when the reward finally arrives. The cue itself becomes exciting because it predicts what comes next. This helps explain why habits become so powerful. A runner doesn't only enjoy finishing a workout. Eventually, lacing up their shoes begins to feel satisfying. A musician doesn't only enjoy performing. Opening the instrument case can become exciting. A reader doesn't only enjoy finishing a novel. Seeing the bookmark waiting where they left off creates its own quiet anticipation. The cue slowly inherits the reward. The beginning becomes attractive because the brain has learned what usually follows. Over time, you stop reacting only to the outcome. You begin responding to the promise of the outcome. This is one of the brain's greatest efficiencies. It doesn't wait for certainty. It acts on prediction. That prediction is often enough to get behavior started. James Clear emphasizes that habits become easier to repeat because the expectation of a rewarding experience begins motivating action before the reward is received. This realization changes the meaning of motivation. We often wait until we feel motivated before taking action. But motivation isn't always something that appears on its own. It grows from expectation. The more attractive the future appears, the more willing you become to move toward it, which means the real question isn't, how do I force myself to act? It's, how can I make the beginning of this habit feel more rewarding? Because once the brain starts looking forward to the habit, consistency becomes much easier. And that leads to one of the most practical discoveries in behavior change. If anticipation drives action, then perhaps the smartest strategy isn't relying on discipline alone. Perhaps it's learning how to deliberately connect difficult habits with things you already love. Imagine a child who refuses to eat vegetables. No matter how many times they're told, they're good for you, nothing changes. Then one day, the vegetables are served alongside their favorite meal. Without much resistance, they eat them. The vegetables didn't become different. The child didn't suddenly become more disciplined. The experience became more attractive. This simple idea reveals something profound about human behavior. We rarely move toward what is merely good for us. We move toward what feels rewarding. And when something enjoyable is connected to something difficult, the difficult thing begins borrowing some of the excitement. James Clear introduces this strategy as temptation bundling, pairing a habit you need to do with an activity you already want to do, making the overall experience more attractive. Think about how rivers are formed. A tiny stream rarely creates its own path through solid rock. Instead, it follows existing valleys. The landscape already provides an easier route. Our motivation behaves much the same way. If a new habit has to create excitement entirely on its own, it often struggles. But if it flows alongside something your brain already enjoys, the journey becomes much easier. Instead of forcing motivation to appear, you borrow it. One remarkable example came from an engineering student in Ireland. He loved watching Netflix. He also wanted to exercise more. Rather than trying to force himself to choose one over the other, he connected them. He programmed his exercise bike, so Netflix would only play while he was pedaling. If he slowed down, the show stopped. If he kept cycling, the entertainment continued. Exercise was no longer competing with pleasure. It became the gateway to it. James Clear shares this example to demonstrate temptation bundling in action, linking an enjoyable activity with a beneficial one, so that the desired habit becomes more appealing. Businesses have understood this principle for decades. Rarely do they sell only a product. They sell an experience. A coffee shop doesn't simply offer coffee. It offers comfort, music, warm lighting, conversation. A movie theater doesn't only sell a film. It sells anticipation, popcorn, shared excitement. The atmosphere itself becomes part of the reward. James Clear describes how television networks deliberately pair popular shows with relaxing rituals, encouraging viewers to associate the entire experience with comfort and enjoyment. Over time, the cue itself became more attractive because of everything connected to it. The human brain is constantly creating associations. Hear a particular song often enough during summer vacations, and years later, that melody still feels like sunshine. Smell fresh cinnamon every holiday season. And a single scent can bring back memories from decades ago. Experiences become linked together. The brain doesn't store isolated moments. It builds networks. Temptation bundling uses this natural tendency to your advantage. Instead of waiting for yourself to love the habit, you connect it to something you already love. Eventually, the two begin feeling like one experience. James Clear explains that people are naturally more likely to repeat behaviors when they can do something enjoyable at the same time. This approach is rooted in the Premack principle, which states that more desirable behaviors can reinforce less desirable ones. Imagine someone who enjoys listening to their favorite podcast. Instead of listening anywhere, they decide to hear new episodes only while walking. At first, the walk feels like the price of admission, but after enough repetitions, the brain starts connecting movement with enjoyment. One cue begins predicting two rewards. The habit slowly transforms, not because walking became easier, but because it became more desirable. This changes an important assumption about discipline. People often believe they must learn to enjoy difficult habits. Sometimes, they simply need to redesign the experience, to stop asking, "How can I force myself to do this?" and start asking, "What already brings me joy and how can I connect it to the habit I want to build?" Because attraction is rarely fixed. It can be designed. And when you deliberately make a habit more appealing, something remarkable happens. The battle against procrastination grows quieter. The habit begins calling you, instead of you constantly chasing the habit. And that brings us to the deeper principle hidden beneath everything you've learned. The most consistent behaviors aren't always the easiest. They're the ones your brain genuinely looks forward to repeating. And here we come to Chapter 9, the role of family and friends in shaping your habits, which continues the second law. Make it attractive by explaining how social environments make behaviors appealing. Now, imagine walking into a room where everyone suddenly stands up. No one explains why. No one gives instructions. One by one, every person rises to their feet. How long would it take before you stood up too? Probably not very long. Not because you were forced. Not because you carefully analyzed the situation. But because something inside you quietly whispers, "If everyone else is doing it, maybe I should too." This invisible force has shaped human behavior for far longer than civilization itself. Long before cities, long before governments, long before written language. Our ancestors survived in small tribes. Alone, a human being was vulnerable. Together, the group could hunt, share food, protect children, and defend against danger. Belonging wasn't simply comforting. It was survival. For thousands of generations, the brain learned an important lesson. Acceptance keeps you alive. Rejection can be deadly. James Clear explains that humans evolved with a deep desire to belong because cooperation increased safety, access to resources, and opportunities for survival. As a result, our need for social acceptance continues to shape behavior today. Although the world has changed dramatically, your brain still carries those ancient instincts. Every day, without realizing it, you scan the people around you. You notice how they speak, how they dress, how they spend their time, what they celebrate, what they criticize, what earns admiration, what earns rejection. Most of this happens beneath conscious awareness. You rarely stop to ask, "Why do I think this is normal?" Because normal doesn't usually feel like a decision. It feels like reality. Think about language. As a child, No one handed you a dictionary before you learned to speak. You listened, you copied, you repeated sounds until they became your own. Your first words weren't invented. They were inherited. Habits often develop the same way. Long before we choose them, we absorb them. James Clear writes that we don't choose our earliest habits. We imitate them. Family, friends, schools, communities, and culture all provide invisible rules that quietly guide daily behavior. Now imagine growing up in a home where books are everywhere. Dinner conversations revolve around ideas. Reading before bed is simply what everyone does. Would becoming a reader feel difficult? Probably not. It would simply feel normal. Now picture another home where television is always on. Phones dominate every quiet moment. Books gather dust on forgotten shelves. The difference isn't intelligence. It isn't motivation. It's exposure. The environment quietly teaches what deserves attention. One remarkable family illustrates this idea in extraordinary fashion. In the 1960s, a Hungarian educator named Laszlo Polgar believed that exceptional ability was largely the result of deliberate practice rather than inborn talent. He and his wife raised their 3 daughters in an environment completely centered around chess. Their home overflowed with chess books. Their daily lives revolved around learning the game. Practice wasn't treated like punishment. It became part of ordinary life. Years later, all 3 daughters became world-class chess players. The youngest, Judith Polgar, became one of the strongest chess players in history. What's especially fascinating isn't only their success. It's how they describe the experience. They didn't remember childhood as endless sacrifice. They remembered it as enjoyable. Chess wasn't something they had to force themselves to do. It was simply the world they belonged to. James Clear uses a Polgar family to demonstrate that when a culture consistently rewards a behavior, that behavior becomes naturally attractive. For the sisters, obsession with chess wasn't unusual. It was normal. This reveals a truth that often goes unnoticed. People rarely crave behaviors in isolation. They crave belonging. If a behavior earns acceptance, it becomes appealing. If it creates distance from the people around us, it often feels uncomfortable, even when we know it's the better choice. That's why changing habits can feel surprisingly lonely. You're not only replacing an action, sometimes you're challenging the unwritten rules of the people around you. The strongest habits aren't always the ones that produce the greatest rewards. They're often the ones that strengthen our connection with others. James Clear explains that behaviors become attractive when they help us fit in because everyone wants to belong. Habits praised by our culture naturally become more desirable. This changes the way we think about self-improvement. Success isn't only about personal discipline. It's also about the invisible social currents carrying us every day. Because before you ask, what habit should I build? There may be an even more important question. Whose habits am I already living? Imagine placing 2 tuning forks beside each other. Strike one, and after a moment, the second begins to vibrate as well. No one touched it. No invisible hand moved it. It simply responded to the energy surrounding it. Human beings are remarkably similar. We like to imagine ourselves as completely independent, making our own decisions, choosing our own direction, building our own habits. But every day, the people closest to us quietly shape the rhythms of our lives, not through commands, not through lectures, but through repetition. The behaviors we see most often gradually become behaviors we expect, and eventually, the behaviors we expect become the behaviors we perform. James Clear explains that proximity has a powerful influence on behavior. Just as our physical environment shapes our actions, our social environment quietly shapes our habits through constant exposure. Think back to childhood. Perhaps one of your parents always made the bed before leaving the house. Maybe everyone removed their shoes at the front door. Maybe family dinners happened at exactly the same time every evening. You probably didn't question these routines. You simply absorbed them. They became part of your understanding of how life worked. Later, you may have discovered that other families lived completely differently, yet your own routine still felt normal. Not because they were objectively correct, but because they were familiar. Habits often spread this way. They travel through observation, not instruction. James Clear notes that we naturally copy the way our parent handled conflict, the way our friend behave, and the routines of co-workers and partners, often without realizing it. Have you ever spent enough time with someone that you started using their favorite expressions? Maybe you laughed the way they laughed, adopted their posture, picked up their daily routines. Perhaps you didn't notice until someone else pointed it out. That's because imitation is rarely deliberate. The brain is constantly searching for patterns that help us connect with the people around us. Every repeated interaction becomes another quiet lesson. This is how people like us behave. The closer the relationship, the stronger the influence. James Clear points out that we frequently imitate the people around us without conscious awareness, from speech patterns and body language to everyday habits. Researchers have observed something remarkable about social influence. Habits don't always stay inside one person. They often ripple through entire networks. When one individual changes, those closest to them frequently begin changing as well. James Clear cites research showing that a person's likelihood of becoming obese increased significantly if a close friend became obese. Other studies found that positive changes, such as weight loss, also spread through close relationships. Think of a forest. A single tree rarely determines the direction of the wind, but together, thousands of trees create an environment. They influence light, moisture, temperature, everything growing beneath them. Relationships work much the same way. One friendship may seem small. One co-worker may seem insignificant. One family member may appear to have little impact, but together, they create the climate where your habits either flourish or struggle to survive. This is why changing your environment often means changing your relationships as well. Not necessarily abandoning people, but intentionally spending more time with those already living the life you're trying to build. Imagine learning to play the piano. Would progress come faster practicing alone, or practicing every day in a room filled with skilled musicians? The answer feels obvious. Not because their talent magically transfers to you, but because excellence becomes ordinary. What once seemed exceptional slowly starts feeling expected. James Clear argues that one of the most effective ways to build better habits is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the normal behavior. When you regularly see others living the way you hope to live, your own habits begin to feel more achievable. The effect becomes even stronger when you already feel that you belong. Shared interests, shared values, shared identity. These create bridges between who you are and who you're becoming. James Clear explains that joining a group where you already share something in common makes behavior change easier because the new habits feel like something people like you naturally do. Belonging transforms personal change into a shared identity. This may be one of the most overlooked truths about transformation. Success is rarely a solo performance. It's often a natural result of standing in the right crowd long enough, because eventually you stop asking, "Can I become this kind of person?" You begin realizing people like us already do. And once the desired belong takes hold, something even more powerful begins to happen. You don't just imitate the people closest to you. You start following the crowd itself. Imagine you're walking through an unfamiliar city. You reach an intersection and hesitate. There are no signs, no map, no clear indication of which direction is correct. Then you notice dozens of people moving down one particular street. Without thinking very much, you begin walking after them. Not because you know they're right, but because when we're uncertain, following the crowd feels safer than standing alone. This instinct has guided human beings for thousands of years. In many situations, it's incredibly useful. If everyone in the village suddenly starts running, you probably shouldn't stop to ask why. If experienced hunters all avoid a certain valley, it's wise to pay attention. Our ancestors survived because they learned to trust collective behavior when information was limited. James Clear explains that whenever we're unsure how to act, we naturally look to the group for guidance. Watching what everyone else is doing has long been an efficient shortcut for making decisions. Most of the time, this strategy serves us well. You read restaurant reviews before choosing where to eat. You check customer ratings before buying product. You notice which lines are longest at a busy market. The assumption is simple. If many people have already made the same choice, Perhaps they know something you don't. The crowd becomes a kind of silent teacher. But every shortcut has a hidden cost. Sometimes, the crowd isn't leading because it's right. It's leading because everyone is following everyone else. One of the most famous demonstrations of this idea came from psychologist Solomon Asch. Participants entered a room believing they were taking part in a simple vision test. They were shown lines of different lengths and asked to identify which ones matched. The answers were obvious. At least, they seemed obvious. What the participants didn't know was that everyone else in the room had been instructed to give the same incorrect answer. One by one, each person confidently chose the wrong line. Then it became the participants' turn. James Clear recounts Asch's conformity experiments, in which participants were surrounded by people intentionally giving incorrect answers to simple visual questions. Imagine sitting in that chair. You know the answer. Your eyes tell you one thing. The room tells you another. A strange tension begins to grow. Did I miss something? Am I the only one seeing this? Suddenly, certainty starts to feel uncomfortable, not because the evidence changed, but because isolation did. As the number of people agreeing with the wrong answer increased, more participants abandoned their own judgment. By the end of the experiments, nearly 3 out of every 4 people had conformed to the group at least once, even when the group was clearly wrong. James Clear explains that conformity increased as more people agreed on the incorrect answer. Eventually, nearly 75% of participants went along with the group despite knowing the answer was false. This reveals something remarkable about the human mind. We don't only seek truth, we seek belonging. Being accepted by the group often feels emotionally safer than being correct alone. Think about fashion, music, language, even the way people celebrate holidays. Many of these behaviors aren't chosen because they're objectively better. They're chosen because they're shared. Every culture develops invisible agreements about what is normal. Once enough people repeat the same behavior, questioning it becomes difficult. James Clear explains that the normal behavior of the tribe often overpowers the desired behavior of the individual. Most days, people would rather be wrong with the crowd than right by themselves. Picture a school of fish swimming through the ocean. One fish changes direction. The others instantly follow, not because they've analyzed the situation, but because staying together offers protection. Human societies operate through similar patterns. We constantly adjust ourselves, sometimes so subtly that we barely notice it's happening. The opinions we express, the clothes we wear, the ambitions we pursue, the habits we repeat, they're often shaped by a quiet question running beneath consciousness. What do people like me usually do? This doesn't mean individuality disappears. It means individuality grows inside a social world. Every choice is influenced by the invisible expectations surrounding it. That's why changing a habit can feel surprisingly difficult. Sometimes, you're not fighting the habit itself. You're pushing against the gravity of an entire culture. James Clear notes that changing your habits becomes unattractive when it separates you from the tribe, but becomes highly attractive when it helps you fit in with the people around you, which leads to an even deeper question. If the crowd shapes what feels normal, who shapes the crowd? Because beyond family, beyond friends, beyond majority, there is another group whose influence reaches even further. The people we admire, the people we envy, the people we dream of becoming. Imagine entering a room where everyone is dressed differently. Some people blend into the crowd. Others capture your attention the moment they walk in, not because they're louder, not because they're stronger, but because something about them quietly signals. People listen to this person. Without realizing it, your brain begins paying closer attention. Throughout history, status has always carried information. A skill hunter was more likely to feed the tribe. A respected elder possessed knowledge that others lacked. A successful leader could provide protection during uncertain times. Following people with experience often increased the chances of survival. Over thousands of years, the human mind learned another shortcut. Watch the people who succeed. James Clear explains that humans naturally pursue power, prestige, and status because those qualities have historically been associated with greater resources, security, and opportunity. That instinct is still alive today. Only the symbols have changed. Instead of tribal leaders, we notice entrepreneurs, athletes, artists, scientists, influencers, executives, people whose achievements seem to represent the life we hope to build. We don't simply admire their success. We begin studying their behavior. What time do they wake up? What books do they read? How do they exercise? How do they think? What routines made them successful? Sometimes, without noticing, we begin copying pieces of their lives. James Clear notes that we imitate people we admire because we desire the success they represent. Many of our daily habits are borrowed from those we view as effective or accomplished. Think about a young musician. Before writing original songs, they often learn by playing someone else's music, not because imitation is a final destination, but because it provides a starting point. Every craft begins by observing those who came before. Habits spread the same way. Success leaves patterns, and people naturally become curious about those patterns. This isn't only about achievement. It's also about recognition. Imagine receiving sincere praise after completing a difficult project. The work itself feels rewarding, but something else happens too. Your brain quietly connects that behavior with approval. The next time, you're a little more willing to repeat it. Recognition becomes fuel. James Clear explains that behaviors earning respect, admiration, and praise naturally become more attractive because people are motivated to seek social approval and higher status. Now consider the opposite. Have you ever avoided doing something, not because it was wrong, but because you worried what others might think? Maybe you stayed silent instead of asking a question. Maybe you delayed trying something new because you feared looking inexperienced. Maybe you chose familiarity over growth, simply to avoid embarrassment. The desire for approval doesn't only pull us towards certain habits. It quietly pushes us away from others. Every society has invisible rewards and invisible penalties. We often organize our lives around both. This helps explain why trends spread so quickly, why certain careers suddenly become desirable, why new technologies gain momentum, why fashions change, why ideas move across entire generations. People don't simply imitate behaviors. They imitate what those behaviors appear to represent: respect, achievement, belonging, importance. James Clear points out that if a behavior can earn us approval, respect, or praise, we naturally find it more attractive. At the same time, we avoid behaviors that might lower our social standing. The story of the Polgar sisters reveals this principle beautifully. Their remarkable dedication to chess wasn't sustained by discipline alone. Every part of their environment reinforced the value of the game. Their parents celebrated improvement. The chess community rewarded achievement. Each milestone created another reason to continue. Over time, the habit became inseparable from identity. James Clear concludes that the Polgar sisters maintained their extraordinary commitment because the culture surrounding them consistently valued and rewarded their efforts, making the behavior continually attractive. This may be one of the quietest forces shaping your future. Every day, you are surrounded by examples. Some invite you to become healthier. Others encourage comfort. Some inspire curiosity. Others reward distraction. The question is rarely, am I influenced? The real question is, who is influencing me? Because admiration is powerful. It can quietly reshape your habits, your standards, even your identity. And when you begin to understand how family, friends, communities, and role models all shape what feels attractive, a larger picture starts to emerge. The habits that last the longest are rarely built through willpower alone. They're built inside environments where the right behaviors feel like they naturally belong. Imagine planting the same seed in two different forests. In one, towering trees block out the sunlight. The soil is dry. Very little grows. In the other, the canopy lets in just enough light. The ground is rich with nutrients. Everything around the seed encourages growth. The seed hasn't changed. Only its surroundings have. People often think of habits as deeply personal, something built through determination alone. But after everything we've explored, a different truth begins to emerge. The habits that survive are usually the ones supported by the people around us, not because those people force us, but because they quietly shape what feels natural. James Clear concludes that culture determines which behaviors feel attractive. We naturally adopt habits that are praised and approved by the people around us because we have a deep desire to belong. Think back over your own life. Many of the things you now consider normal probably didn't begin as conscious choices. The music you enjoy, the way you celebrate holidays, the words you use, the goals you chase, even your daily routines. Each was influenced, at least in part, by the people who surrounded you. The remarkable thing is that this influence never really ends. Even as adults, we're still learning from one another. Every workplace creates its own habits. Every friendship develops its own rituals. Every family passes down invisible expectations. Every community teaches its members what deserves admiration. Over time, those repeated messages become part of identity. James Clear explains that we imitate three groups in particular: those closest to us, the larger group we belong to, and the people we admire for their status or success. Together, these influences shape which behaviors feel attractive enough to repeat. Imagine trying to row a boat against a powerful current. Every stroke requires enormous effort. Progress is slow. Now imagine turning the boat and allowing the current to carry you. You're still rowing, but suddenly the water begins helping instead of resisting. This is what happens when your environment supports the habits you're trying to build. Discipline still matters. Action still matters. But instead of constantly fighting your surroundings begin working with you. James Clear emphasizes that one of the most effective ways to build better habits is to join a culture where your desired behavior is already the normal behavior, and where you already share something meaningful with the group. This doesn't mean surrounding yourself only with extraordinary people. It means surrounding yourself with people whose everyday choices quietly reinforce the future you want. If curiosity is normal, learning becomes easier. If kindness is normal, generosity spreads. If health is normal, exercise no longer feels unusual. The goal isn't perfection, it's alignment, because every culture carries an invisible definition of what people like us do, and eventually, you begin living up to that definition. That's why lasting change is rarely built in isolation. A shared identity is often stronger than individual motivation. When you stop thinking, "I'm trying to build this habit," and begin thinking, "This is simply what people like us do," the habit becomes woven into who you are. James Clear explains that belonging transforms personal change into a shared identity. Friendship and community help embed that identity, making habits more likely to endure over time. This may be the deepest lesson hidden inside the second law. Attraction isn't created only by pleasure. It's created by belonging. The behaviors we repeat most consistently are often the ones that connect us to something larger than ourselves. A family, a team, a profession, a community, a purpose. When those connections are strong, consistency becomes less about forcing yourself and more about expressing who you already believe you are, because identity is contagious. Spend enough time among readers, and books begin to feel like home. Spend enough time among builders, and creating starts to feel natural. Spend enough time among people who live with intention, and one day, without realizing exactly when it happened, you'll discover that the habits you once struggled to maintain have quietly become part of your character. And with that, the second law reveals its full meaning. The easiest habits to sustain are not always the most rewarding in the beginning. They're the ones your mind finds attractive, your environment continually reinforces, and your community quietly reminds you to live every single day. This is Chapter 10, How to Find and Fix the Causes of Your Bad Habits, which concludes the second law by introducing some inversion. Make it unattractive. Imagine you're walking through a desert. In the distance, you see what looks like water shimmering across the sand. Your pace quickens. Your body fills with hope. The closer you get, the more convinced you become that relief is only a few steps away. But when you finally arrive, there is nothing there, only dry ground. The water never existed, yet your brain reacted as though it did. Many of the habits that quietly control our lives work in exactly the same way, not because they truly satisfy us, but because we've learned to believe they will. Every craving begins with a promise. This will make you feel better. This will calm you down. This will help you escape. This is what you need right now. The strange part is that we rarely stop to question whether the promise is actually true. Instead, we keep chasing the mirage. James Clear opens this chapter with a story about conversations with smokers in Turkey, and the idea is in Alan Carr's easy way to stop smoking. Carr's central insight wasn't simply telling people to quit. It was helping them realize that cigarettes weren't providing the benefits they believed they were. Think about how often people describe bad habits. Someone says, "I need a cigarette to relax." Another insists, "I need my phone to unwind." Someone else believes, "I deserve junk food after a stressful day." Listen carefully. None of these statements are really describing the habit. They're describing the story attached to the habit. The object itself isn't attractive. The meaning is, a cigarette is just dried tobacco. A social media app is only lines of computer code. A sugary snack is simply food. Yet each becomes incredibly powerful once the mind begins associating it with comfort, freedom, relief, or reward. The habit isn't pulling you toward it. The belief is. This is one of the most overlooked features of human behavior. We don't experience reality directly. We experience our interpretation of reality. Two people can look at exactly the same object and feel completely different emotions. One sees possibility. Another sees danger. One feels temptation. Another feels indifference. The difference isn't the object. It's the meaning the mind has assigned to it. For thousands of years, the human brain has relied on shortcuts. Instead of evaluating every situation from scratch, it stores emotional memories. This helped before. Avoid this. Try that again. These mental associations allow us to move through life quickly. Most of the time, they're incredibly useful. You don't have to relearn that fire is hot every morning. You don't need to rediscover how to ride a bicycle every week. The brain builds predictions and then quietly lets those predictions guide your actions. But the same system that protects you can also trap you. Sometimes a prediction survives long after it stops matching reality. A person may continue reaching for alcohol to reduce stress, even though it eventually creates more stress. Someone may endlessly scroll through social media searching for connection while feeling increasingly lonely afterward. Another person may keep procrastinating because avoiding discomfort feels good for a few minutes, even though it creates far greater anxiety tomorrow. The behavior continues, not because it truly solved the problem, but because the brain still believes it will. That's what makes bad habits so persuasive. They don't announce themselves as harmful. They disguise themselves as solutions. James Clear explains that Alan Carr's approach works by changing the meaning attached to smoking. Once people stop believing cigarettes provide genuine benefits, the attraction begins to disappear. The second law can also be inverted. Instead of making good habits attractive, you make bad habits unattractive. Think about a movie you've watched more than once. The first time, a suspenseful scene might make your heart race. The second time, the tension fades. Not because the scene changed, but because your prediction changed. You already know what happens next. Expectation shapes emotion. Emotion shapes behavior. And behavior shapes habit. The same process quietly unfolds in everyday life. Every repeated experience teaches your brain what to expect. Every expectation changes what feels desirable, which means one of the most powerful ways to break a bad habit isn't by fighting the behavior itself. It's by changing the story your brain tells about it. Because once the illusion disappears, the craving begins to lose its grip. And to understand why that happens, you first have to understand what you're really craving in the first place. Imagine walking through a forest on a cold evening. You spot a cabin glowing softly in the distance. Light spills through the windows. Smoke rises from the chimney. Immediately, you begin walking toward it. Why? Not because you're attracted to the cabin itself. You're attracted to what the cabin represents. Warmth, safety, relief. The building is simply the symbol. The feeling is the destination. Human habits work the same way. We often believe we're chasing the object, the coffee, the phone, the cigarette, the promotion, the dessert. But beneath every visible habit lies something far less obvious, a deeper need. James Clear explains that every behavior has two layers, the surface craving we notice and the deeper motive driving it. We may think we crave a specific habit, but underneath it is a more fundamental human desire. Consider how often people say, "I need coffee." Do they really crave roasted beans? Not exactly. Perhaps they're seeking alertness, energy, readiness for the day. Someone who spends hours refreshing social media may believe they're searching for entertainment, but often they're searching for connection, recognition, the reassuring feeling that they matter. Another person works late every night. On the surface, it looks like ambition. Beneath it, there may be a longing for security, respect, or the quiet satisfaction of feeling valuable. The habit changes. The motive remains remarkably consistent. This is one of the fascinating patterns of human behavior. Across thousands of years, technology has transformed. Cultures have evolved. Civilizations have risen and fallen. Yet the deepest motivations inside the human mind have barely changed. We still seek food, safety, belonging, love, certainty, status, freedom from discomfort. The tools change. The desires endure. James Clear identifies several fundamental motives beneath our habits, including conserving energy, obtaining food and water, finding love, connecting with others, gaining social acceptance, reducing uncertainty, and achieving status. Imagine handing a smartphone to someone living 2,000 years ago. The device would seem magical, but the behaviors it encourages, seeking approval, communicating with others, reducing boredom, learning new information, competing for attention. None of those are new. The technology is modern. The psychology is ancient. James Clear points out that today's habits are modern-day solutions to ancient desires. The underlying motivations remain the same even as the behaviors evolve. This explains something many people misunderstand about bad habits. They're rarely irrational. In fact, most begin as perfectly reasonable attempts to solve real problems. Stress, loneliness, uncertainty, fear, fatigue. The trouble starts when the solution becomes automatic. Think of someone who bites their nails. The nails aren't the goal. The habit may have started as a way to release nervous energy. Or someone who constantly checks email. They're not really craving another message. They're craving certainty. The reassuring feeling that nothing important has been missed. Another person reaches for sugary food late at night. Not because sugar itself is meaningful, but because their brain has learned to associate sweetness with comfort after exhausting days. The behavior is visible. The motive stays hidden. James Clear explains that our current habits are simply the methods we've learned to solve recurring problems. Once we associate behavior with meeting a particular need, we return to it repeatedly. Nature offers a useful comparison. Rivers don't flow because they're attached to particular rocks. They flow because they're searching for the easiest path downhill. If one route becomes blocked, the water doesn't stop moving. It simply finds another channel. Human motivation behaves much the same way. The deeper desire keeps flowing. Only the habit changes. This realization is surprisingly liberating. If a bad habit isn't the real goal, then removing that habit doesn't eliminate the underlying need. The need still exists. It simply waits for another solution. That's why trying to eliminate a habit through sheer resistance often feels exhausting. You're attempting to silence the symptom while leaving the motive untouched. Real change begins somewhere deeper, not by asking, "How do I stop doing this?" but by asking, "What is this behavior trying to give me?" Because once you discover the real need, you can begin searching for healthier ways to satisfy it. And that raises an even more intriguing question. If our habits are only solutions, how does the brain decide which solution to choose in the first place? Imagine picking up your phone because you felt it vibrate. You unlock the screen, only to realize there wasn't notification at all. The vibration never happened. Yet for a brief moment, your brain was completely convinced. Why? Because the mind isn't simply reacting to the world. It's constantly predicting it. Long before you become aware of making a decision, your brain has already begun preparing one. Every sound, every smell, Every familiar place, every routine, triggers a quiet question deep inside your nervous system. What usually happens next? James Clear explains that habits are built on associations. Each time we encounter a familiar cue, the brain instantly predicts what action should follow based on previous experience. Think about crossing a busy street. You don't consciously calculate the speed of every approaching car. Your brain performs thousands of tiny predictions almost instantly. It notices movement, measures distance, anticipates danger, then quietly tells you, wait, or go. The same invisible process guides almost every habit you perform. When you smell fresh coffee, your brain predicts energy. When you hear the familiar chime of a message, it predicts novelty. When you walk into your kitchen late at night, it predicts comfort. Notice something important. The cue itself has no power. The prediction does. James Clear points out that every action is preceded by prediction. We perceive a cue, compare it with past experiences, and unconsciously determine the response that seems most appropriate. Imagine two hikers standing at the edge of the same narrow bridge. One crosses confidently. The other freezes. The bridge hasn't changed. The weather hasn't changed. The distance hasn't changed. Only the prediction has. One brain expects safety. The other expects danger. Behavior follows expectation. This explains why two people can experience the exact same situation and respond in completely different ways. James Clear gives a simple example. Two people can look at the same cigarette. One immediately feels tempted. The other feels disgust. The cue is identical. The prediction is not. This principle reaches far beyond bad habits. Imagine hearing your favorite song. Within seconds, your mood begins to change. Not because the sound itself contains happiness, but because your brain has linked that melody to memories. Perhaps a road trip, a celebration, someone you loved. The music becomes a shortcut to an emotional prediction. Our minds are constantly building these shortcuts. A classroom can become associated with curiosity, a gym with confidence, a hospital with anxiety, a particular perfume with nostalgia, a ringtone with excitement. None of these feelings live inside the objects themselves. They live inside the associations we've built over time. This is one of the brain's greatest strengths. Without prediction, life will be painfully slow. Every decision would require conscious thought. Every familiar situation would feel completely new. Instead, the mind compresses experience into patterns. Patterns become expectations. Expectations become habits. James Clear explains that life feels reactive, but it is actually predictive. Throughout the day, the brain continuously guesses what will happen next based on what has worked before. But prediction alone isn't enough. The brain still needs a signal that says, this matters. That's where emotion enters the story. Every prediction creates a feeling. Sometimes excitement, sometimes anxiety, sometimes curiosity, sometimes relief. Those feelings become the language through which the brain communicates. They tell you whether to move towards something or away from it. James Clear explains that cravings are experienced as feelings. Emotions transform the brain's predictions into signals that guide behavior, helping us decide whether to stay in our current state or change it. Think about standing outside on a cold winter morning. The air touches your skin. For a moment, nothing happens. Then your brain compares what it senses with what it wants. Warmth. Suddenly, you reach for a jacket. The action isn't caused by the temperature alone. It's caused by the gap between your current state and your desired state. That gap is where every craving is born. James Clear describes a craving as a feeling that something is missing, the desire to move from your current condition toward a preferred one. This changes the way we think about habits. You aren't simply reacting to the present. You're constantly acting on your brain's expectations about the future. And if expectations create cravings, then perhaps the most powerful way to change a habit isn't changing the cue at all. It's changing what your mind expects the cue will bring. Imagine you're wearing a backpack with a single pebble inside. At first, you barely notice it. As the hours pass, the weight becomes more obvious, not because the pebble has changed, but because your awareness has. Now imagine taking the backpack off. The relief feels immediate. It almost feels like you've gained something. But you haven't. You've simply returned to where you started. Many habits create this exact illusion. They convince you they're providing relief, when they're often just removing the discomfort they helped create in the first place. James Clear explains that a craving is a feeling that something is missing, the desire to move from your current state to a preferred one. The habit appears attractive because it promises to close that gap. Think about someone who constantly checks their phone. The notification arrives. They feel a brief burst of satisfaction. A few minutes later, the urge returns. The phone didn't create lasting peace. It simply interrupted the discomfort for a moment. The cycle begins again. Or imagine someone pacing before an important presentation. Their heart beats faster. Their breathing becomes shallow. Their palms begin to sweat. One person thinks, something is wrong with me. Another thinks, my body is preparing me to perform. The physical sensations are almost identical. The experience is completely different. The difference isn't found in the body. It's found in the interpretation. James Clear argues that our behavior depends less on objective reality than on how we interpret it. The same cue can produce entirely different habits depending on the prediction and meaning we assign to it. This is one of the brain's most remarkable abilities. Feelings are not simply reactions. They're signals. Your nervous system is constantly asking, should I move toward this? Should I avoid it? Every emotion helps answer that question. Fear pulls you away. Curiosity pulls you closer. Relief tells you the prediction was correct. Regret encourages a different choice next time. Without these emotional signals, decision-making becomes almost impossible. James Clear notes that neuroscientists have found emotions are essential for making decisions. Feelings help us mark experiences as desirable, undesirable, or neutral, giving us direction for future behavior. Picture a compass. The compass doesn't move the traveler. It simply points. Emotions work much the same way. They don't force behavior. They guide it. The trouble begins when the compass has been calibrated incorrectly. Suppose you've spent years believing that stress can only be relieved with junk food. Eventually, every stressful moment points toward the refrigerator, not because food solved the stress, but because your brain learned to expect that it would. Or perhaps you've learned that boredom should always be filled with endless scrolling. The moment silence appears, your hand reaches for your phone before you're even aware of making a decision. The cue isn't controlling you. The expectation is. James Clear explains that when a habit repeatedly satisfies an underlying motive, the brain learns to predict that behavior as a solution. Over time, the craving returns whenever the familiar cue appears. This explains why breaking bad habits often feels harder than simply saying no. You're not only resisting an action, you're challenging a prediction your brain has trusted for years. Imagine watching the same magic trick over and over. The first time, it feels impossible. The illusion captures your attention. But once someone shows you how the trick works, the amazement begins to fade. The magician hasn't changed. Your interpretation has. Bad habits lose their grip in much the same way. The more clearly you see what they're actually giving you and what they're quietly taking away, the weaker the illusion becomes. Because attraction doesn't live inside the habit itself. It lives inside the meaning you've attached to it. And if meaning can be learned, it can also be rewritten, which leads to one of the most practical discoveries in behavior change. If you can change the story your mind tells about a habit, you can change how strongly you're drawn toward it. Imagine watching an old home movie. At first, you only see the people, the conversations, the familiar faces. Then someone points out something you never noticed before. A quiet expression, a nervous glance, a detail hidden in the background. Suddenly, you're watching the exact same film, but you're seeing a completely different story. Nothing in the footage changed, only the meaning you attached to it. This is how lasting behavior change often begins, not by forcing yourself to become stronger, but by learning to see your habits differently. James Clear explains that the key to breaking bad habits is not simply resisting them, but changing the associations that make them attractive in the first place. The inversion of the second law is simple. Make the habit unattractive. Think about the words people use every day. I have to wake up early. I have to exercise. I have to save money. I have to meditate. Each sentence quietly frames a habit as an obligation, a burden, something taking freedom away. Now imagine replacing just one phrase. I get to wake up early. I get to train my body. I get to invest in my future. I get to spend a few quiet minutes with my own thoughts. The actions haven't changed. The schedule hasn't changed. The effort hasn't changed. Only the interpretation has. Yet, that small shift can completely alter how the brain anticipates the experience. James Clear explains that replacing have to with get to transforms the way we perceive difficult habits, shifting them from burdens into opportunities. This may sound almost too simple. Can changing a sentence really change a habit? On its own, probably not. But words shape attention, and attention shapes expectation. If your mind repeatedly notices the cost of behavior, the habit becomes heavier. If it repeatedly notices the benefit, the same behavior begins to feel lighter. Consider exercise. Many people think about sore muscles, sweat, fatigue, discomfort. Their brain predicts suffering before they even begin. Now imagine focusing on something else. A stronger heart, more energy, greater mobility, the ability to play with your children years from now. The workout hasn't changed, but a prediction has. And when prediction changes, motivation often follows. James Clear uses examples such as exercise, saving money, meditation, and pre-performance nerves to show how highlighting benefits instead of burdens changes the emotional meaning attached to a habit. The same principle works in reverse. Bad habits survive because the brain exaggerates their rewards and quietly ignores their costs. A cigarette promises relief. It rarely advertises dependence. Mindless scrolling promises connection. It rarely reminds you the hours that quietly disappear. Impulse spending promises excitement. It rarely mentions tomorrow's financial stress. The brain naturally focuses on what feels immediate. Changing a habit means teaching it to notice a different part of the picture. Like adjusting the lens of a camera, you begin seeing what was always there. Over time, the attraction starts to fade. James Clear explains that habits become attractive when we associate them with positive feelings, and they become unattractive when we deliberately associate them with their negative consequences instead. There's another powerful tool the brain quietly responds to. Ritual. Think about professional athletes before competition. Many repeat the same sequence every time. The same stretches, the same breathing, the same movements. To an observer, these routines may look unnecessary, but over countless repetitions, the brain begins linking those actions with focus, confidence, readiness. Eventually, the ritual itself becomes a signal, not because it's magical, because the association has been learned. James Clear explains that by consistently pairing something enjoyable with a desired mental state or difficult activity, you can create a motivation ritual. Over time, the cue alone begins to trigger the emotional state you want. This reveals something hopeful about the human mind. If habits are learned, their meanings can also be learned. And if meanings can be learned, they can be replaced. Every unhealthy habit is built upon a prediction. Every healthy habit can be strengthened by a new prediction. Little by little, the old story loses its influence. A new one takes its place. Because, in the end, the battle isn't between you and your habits. It's between two different interpretations of the same reality. The one that whispers, "This will make your life better," and the one that finally sees the truth. Once your mind no longer believes the illusion, the habit stops feeling like a reward. And that's the moment real freedom begins. With that, the second law reaches its conclusion. The habits that shape your life are not simply the ones that are available. They're the ones your brain has learned to find attractive or unattractive. Change that meaning, and you begin changing the direction of your life itself. And with that, Law 3, Make It Easy, comes in, and this is Chapter 11, Walk Slowly, but never backward, which introduces a third law of behavior change. There's a sculptor standing before a massive block of marble. Every morning, he arrives at the workshop carrying another book about sculpture. He studies the greatest artists in history. He watches demonstrations. He sketches ideas. He buys better tools. He organizes his workspace. Weeks pass. Months pass. The marble remains untouched. Now imagine another sculptor. He knows less. His first attempts are awkward. The proportions are wrong. The surface is rough. Mistakes appear everywhere. But every day, he picks up the chisel. By the end of the year, one sculptor possesses perfect knowledge. The other possesses skill. The difference wasn't talent. It wasn't intelligence. It wasn't motivation. It was a simple willingness to begin before feeling ready. James Clear opens this chapter with the story of photography professor Jerry Yulesman. One group of students was graded on quantity, producing many photos throughout the semester. The other was graded only on producing one nearly perfect image. Surprisingly, the students' focus on quantity created the best photographs because constant practice improved their skills, while perfection-focused groups spent too much time thinking instead of creating. This challenges one of our deepest assumptions. Most people believe excellence comes from finding the perfect method, the perfect workout, the perfect business idea, the perfect writing routine, the perfect investment strategy, the perfect time to begin. But reality often moves in the opposite direction. Mastery rarely appears before action. It grows because of action. Think about learning to swim. You could spend years studying water, reading books about buoyancy, watching Olympic races, learning every technical detail of each stroke. None of that would teach your body how to float. Eventually, you have to enter the water. Life is filled with moments like this. There's a quiet difference between preparing to act and actually acting at first glance. The two seem almost identical. Both require effort. Both consume time. Both create the comforting feeling that you're moving forward. But only one changes reality. James Clear describes this distinction as the difference between motion and action. Motion includes planning, researching, organizing, and learning. These activities are valuable, but they do not produce results on their own. Action is a behavior that actually creates the outcome you want. Imagine someone who wants to become healthier. They compare workout plans, research nutrition, buy expensive equipment, watch fitness videos every evening. Weeks later, nothing about their body has changed. Another person walks outside, runs for 10 minutes, returns the next day, then the next. Their plan may be imperfect, but their life begins changing immediately. Preparation often feels productive because it protects us from something far more uncomfortable, failure, as long as we're still planning. We never have to discover whether we're capable. As long as we're researching, we never have to risk embarrassment. As long as we're improving the plan, we can postpone the possibility that reality won't match our expectations. The human mind is remarkably good at disguising fear as productivity. James Clear explains that people often remain in motion because planning feels safer than acting. Motion creates the illusion of progress while allowing us to avoid criticism, mistakes, and failure. Think about how often you've heard someone say, "I'm almost ready." Sometimes that's true, but sometimes almost ready quietly stretches into months or years. Dreams don't usually disappear because people stop caring. They disappear because preparation quietly becomes permanent. It's an invisible form of procrastination, not lazy enough to feel guilty, not productive enough to create change, just comfortable enough to continue. Nature offers a very different lesson. A young bird doesn't wait until it has mastered flight before leaving the nest. It learns because it jumps. A child doesn't become fluent before speaking. They speak badly, then less badly, until one day conversation feels effortless. Progress isn't born from flawless beginnings. It's born from repeated attempts. This may be one of the greatest misunderstandings about success. People admire the finished performance. They rarely see the thousands of imperfect repetitions hidden underneath it. Every expert was once inexperienced. Every confident performer was once uncertain. Every masterpiece began as something unfinished. James Clear argues that if you want to master a habit, you should focus on repetition rather than perfection. The goal is not to design the perfect habit before you begin, but simply practice it over and over. The first step isn't finding the perfect strategy. It isn't eliminating every mistake. It isn't waiting for confidence. It's showing up often enough for learning to begin. Because the moment you stop measuring progress by preparation and start measuring it by repetition, something remarkable starts happening. Your brain begins changing in ways you can't yet see. Now imagine walking through a dense forest where no path exists. The first time, every step is difficult. Branches block your way. Tall grass slows your progress. You have to decide where to place every foot. Then you return the next day. And the next. Weeks later, a narrow trail begins to appear. Months later, the path is obvious. Walking no longer requires constant thought. The forest didn't become easier. You simply create a route through it. Your brain learns in much the same way. Every action you repeat leaves behind a tiny trace. Invisible at first, almost impossible to notice. But with enough repetition, those traces become pathways. And those pathways eventually become habits. James Clear explains that habit formation is the process by which a behavior becomes increasingly automatic through repetition. Every repetition strengthens the brain's ability to perform the behavior more efficiently. This is one of the most extraordinary features of a human mind. It isn't designed merely to remember. It's designed to adapt. Every experience teaches it something. Every repeated behavior sends the same quiet message. This matters. Keep this pathway. We'll probably need it again. Neuroscientists describe this process as strengthening the connections between brain cells. Each repetition makes communication faster, smoother, more efficient, like a road that becomes easier to travel every time another vehicle passes over it. James Clear introduces a concept of long-term potentiation and Hebb's law. Repeated patterns of activity strengthen the connections between neurons. As the saying goes, neurons that fire together wire together. Think about learning to drive. At first, everything demands your attention. The mirrors, the pedals, the speedometer, the steering wheel. Even holding a conversation feels impossible. Then something remarkable happens. Weeks later, your hands begin making tiny adjustments without conscious thought. Your eyes naturally scan the road. You anticipate situations before they happen. What once required enormous concentration now feels ordinary. The road hasn't changed. Your brain has. This ability isn't limited to driving. It's happening everywhere. Every language you learn, every instrument you practice, every sport you repeat, every skill you patiently revisit. The brain is constantly remodeling itself around whatever you repeatedly ask it to do. James Clear points out that repetition produces physical changes in the brain. As behaviors are practiced over and over, the neural circuits supporting them become stronger and more efficient. Scientists have observed this transformation in remarkable ways. Professional musicians often develop larger regions of the brain responsible for precise movement. Experienced mathematicians show structural changes in areas linked to calculation and reasoning. Perhaps most fascinating, London taxi drivers, who spend years memorizing thousands of winding streets, develop larger hippocampi, the region deeply involved in spatial memory. Even more surprising, when many drivers retire and stop navigating those routes every day, that region begins shrinking again. The brain doesn't simply build. It continually reshapes itself according to how it's used. James Clear cites research showing measurable brain changes in musicians, mathematicians, and London taxi drivers, illustrating that repeated use strengthens specific regions of the brain, while unused abilities gradually diminish. Nature offers countless examples of this principle. A river doesn't carve a canyon overnight. Each drop of water seems insignificant, yet over years, the landscape itself changes. Not because of one dramatic event, because of endless repetition. Habits reshape the brain the same way. No single workout transforms your body. No single page makes you an expert. No single conversation builds lasting confidence. But repeated enough, small actions quietly become part of who you are. This is why consistency often appears so unimpressive in the moment. The changes are microscopic. One repetition rarely feels meaningful. 2 repetitions seem almost identical. Even 10 can feel insignificant. Yet beneath the surface, something is accumulating. Your brain is becoming slightly more efficient, slightly more familiar, slightly less resistant. Every repetition is another vote for a particular version of yourself. James Clear emphasizes that simply getting your repetitions in is one of the most important steps in encoding a new habit. Practice, not theory, is what changes a brain. This helps explain why so many people underestimate progress. They expect transformation to feel dramatic. Instead, it feels ordinary. A repetition here, another there, nothing spectacular, until one day, the behavior that once demanded effort begins happening almost on its own. Without realizing it, you've crossed an invisible threshold. The habit is no longer something you're forcing yourself to do. It's becoming something your brain has learned to expect. And that quiet transition, from conscious effort to unconscious routine, is where habits begin to reveal their greatest power. Imagine learning to tie your shoes for the very first time. You watch someone else's hands carefully. Cross the laces. Pull one loop. Wrap the other lace around. Pull again. Every movement demands your attention. If someone interrupted you halfway through, you'd probably have to start over. Now think about tying your shoes today. You don't recite the steps. You don't consciously think about your fingers. In fact, you could carry on a conversation while doing it. The task didn't become simpler. You became different. Somewhere along the way, what once required effort quietly became automatic. This is one of the most remarkable abilities of the human brain. Its goal isn't simply to learn. Its goal is to conserve energy. Every time you repeat the same behavior, the brain asks itself a silent question. Do I really need to pay full attention to this again? If the answer keeps being yes, it continues learning. If the answer becomes no, it begins handing the task over to deeper, more automatic systems. Little by little, conscious effort steps aside. James Clear explains that every habit follows a progression from effortful practice to automatic behavior. As repetition continues, the behavior gradually shifts from requiring conscious attention to being handled almost entirely by the non-conscious mind. Imagine walking into your childhood home after many years. Without thinking, you know exactly where the light switches are. You don't stop to calculate where the hallway begins. Your body already knows. Or picture an experienced pianist. To someone watching, their hands seem to move effortlessly across the keys. But hidden inside that effortless performance are thousands of hours of repetition. The music sounds spontaneous. The automaticity was carefully built. This is the invisible reward of repetition. You're not just becoming better. You're becoming more efficient. The brain is constantly searching for ways to reduce effort. It automates whatever it trusts. And trust is earned through repetition. Nature follows the same principle. Think about a river flowing down a mountainside. At first, the water spreads in every direction. There is no clear route, but with each passing season, the current cuts a deeper channel into the earth. Eventually, almost every drop follows the same path, not because it's forced to, because that path now offers the least resistance. Habits carve similar channels inside the mind. The more often behavior is repeated, the easier it becomes for your brain to travel that route again. James Clear describes this transition as automaticity, the ability to perform a behavior without consciously thinking through every step. This explains why the beginning of any new habit feels disproportionately difficult. The brain hasn't built the pathway yet. Every decision requires attention. Every action consumes energy. It isn't a sign that you're doing something wrong. It's a sign that you're building something new. Many people quit during this stage, not because they're incapable, but because they mistake effort for impossibility. They assume, if this still feels hard, maybe this habit isn't for me. In reality, difficulty is often evidence that the brain is still under construction. Imagine lifting weights for the first time. The movements feel awkward. The muscles shake. Balance feels uncertain. Weeks later, the same exercises begin to feel natural. Not because the weights became lighter, but because your nervous system became more skilled. Progress often feels less like gaining strength and more like wasting less effort. This invisible shift changes everything. The goal of a habit isn't to think about it forever. The goal is to think about it less. Every repetition frees a tiny amount of mental energy. Every automatic behavior creates room for something else. That's why habits are so powerful. They allow the brain to perform today's necessities while paying attention to tomorrow's challenges. James Clear illustrates this process with a habit line, showing that repetition steadily increases automaticity until behavior crosses an invisible threshold where it can be performed with little conscious effort. But this raises an important question. If automaticity comes from repetition, how much repetition is actually enough? Most people think the answer is measured in days. The brain has a very different way of counting. Imagine planting two identical trees. The first is watered once every few weeks. The second receives a little water every single day. Now imagine returning a year later. Most people would ask, how old are the trees? Nature asks a different question. How often were they nourished? Growth has never cared much about calendars. It responds to repetition. Human habits are no different. For decades, one idea spread through books, magazines, and conversations. It takes 21 days to build a habit. The number sounds reassuring, simple, predictable, as if the brain were following a stopwatch. To survive long enough, and one morning you'll wake up transformed. But the brain doesn't learn by counting days. It learns by recognizing patterns. James Clear explains that the real question isn't how long does it take to build a habit, but rather how many repetitions does it take. Habits become automatic because of frequency, not because a certain number of days has passed. Think about learning a new language. One person studies for an hour every day. Another studies for 7 hours once a week. After several months, both have spent roughly the same amount of time learning. Yet their experiences are completely different. The first person's brain encounters a language so often that new patterns begin to feel familiar. The second spends much of each study session trying to remember what was forgotten between lessons. The difference isn't time, it's repetition. Every return strengthens the pathway. Imagine trying to light a campfire. One enormous log won't catch flame on its own. Instead, you begin with tiny pieces of wood, then another, then another. Each small addition strengthens a fire until it becomes capable of sustaining itself. Habits grow the same way. No single repetition seems remarkable, but each one quietly prepares the next. James Clear describes habit formation as a gradual rise in automaticity. With each successful repetition, the behavior becomes a little easier until it eventually crosses a habit line and feels natural. This explains why people often underestimate consistency. Imagine someone reading one page every night. At first, the progress feels invisible. One page hardly seems worth celebrating. But after hundreds of evenings, those pages become books. The books become knowledge. The knowledge quietly reshapes the person, not because one night changed everything, but because the repetitions accumulated. Nature reveals this principle everywhere. A coastline isn't carved by one wave. A canyon isn't formed by one storm. Even mountains slowly change under the influence of countless tiny moments. What appears permanent is often the product of repetition too small to notice in isolation. The same is true inside the brain. Every successful repetition sends another signal. Remember this. We'll probably need this again. Eventually, the behavior stops feeling unfamiliar, not because you've forced yourself to change, but because your brain has accepted the behavior as normal. James Clear emphasizes that our existing habits have been built through hundreds or even thousands of repetitions. New habits require the same process before they become deeply embedded. This changes how we think about progress. Missing one opportunity doesn't erase the pathway. Performing one perfect day doesn't create it. The question is never, how much time has passed? The better question is, how many times have I become the kind of person who does this? Because every repetition is another vote, another layer, another thread woven into identity. Eventually, the brain stops treating the behavior as something new. It becomes the obvious thing to do. And once that happens, something else begins working in your favor. The brain starts looking for the easiest way to repeat the habit again. Because beneath every decision, there's another invisible force guiding behavior. Not motivation, not discipline, but effort itself. Imagine a river flowing down a mountain. It never argues with the landscape. It doesn't force its way uphill. It doesn't search for the hardest route. It simply follows a path requiring the least resistance. Drop after drop, year after year, that effortless choice reshapes the entire landscape. Human behavior follows a surprisingly similar rule. We like to believe every decision is made through logic, that every action reflects careful thought. But much of everyday life is guided by something far simpler: effort. Whenever two paths lead toward the same goal, the brain naturally prefers the one that costs less energy. Not because we're lazy, because efficiency has always been essential for survival. The human brain represents only a small fraction of the body's weight, yet it consumes an extraordinary amount of energy. For thousands of generations, our ancestors benefited from conserving that energy whenever possible, walking instead of running, sheltering instead of wandering, finding simpler solutions to recurring problems. Efficiency wasn't weakness, it was survival. James Clear concludes this chapter by introducing the third law of behavior change: make it easy. The purpose of repetition is to make behaviors increasingly automatic, reducing the effort required to perform them. Think about water again. Place a stone in its path, and the river quietly flows around it. Remove the obstacle, and the current immediately becomes stronger. Behavior works the same way. A tiny inconvenience can stop an action completely. A tiny convenience can make it happen almost without thinking. Imagine placing a bowl of fresh fruit on the kitchen table, or leaving it hidden inside the back of the refrigerator. The fruit hasn't changed, only the effort required to reach it. Now imagine your phone resting beside your pillow every night. Compare with charging it across the room. Again, the object is identical. The distance is small, yet the behavior often changes dramatically. Small amount of friction creates surprisingly large differences. This is one of the quietest forces shaping everyday life. Most people assume consistency depends primarily on motivation, but motivation rises and falls. Energy changes. Willpower fluctuates. Ease remains. When a behavior becomes simple enough, you need far less motivation to begin. Think about opening a heavy door. If someone oils the hinges, the door suddenly feels lighter. The destination hasn't changed. The effort has. Habits grow stronger in exactly this way. You don't always need more determination. Sometimes, you simply need less resistance. This explains why small habits can become incredibly powerful. Reading one page, doing one push-up, writing one sentence, walking for 5 minutes. None of these actions seem impressive on their own, yet each lowers the barrier between intention and action. Once movement begins, continuing often becomes easier than stopping. The hardest part of many habits isn't doing them, it's starting them. Nature understands this principle perfectly. Seeds don't become forests overnight. They begin with the smallest possible movement, roots extending into the soil, tiny leaves reaching towards sunlight. Simple actions repeated until complexity becomes possible. Human growth follows the same pattern. Mastery rarely begins with enormous effort. It begins with making the next step easy enough to repeat tomorrow. James Clear emphasizes that habit formation depends on repetition. The more frequently a behavior is performed, the more automatic it becomes. And making a habit easy increases the likelihood that those repetitions will happen. This completely changes the way we think about discipline. Success isn't always built by becoming tougher. Sometimes it's built by becoming smarter, by designing life. So the right choice requires less effort than the wrong one, because every day, your brain is quietly asking a simple question: which path costs the least? The answer to that question often determines which habit survives, and that realization opens a door to one of the most practical discoveries in the entire book. If effort shapes behavior, then changing your environment can quietly change your life without requiring more willpower at all. Imagine standing at the bottom of a mountain. The summit disappears into the clouds. Looking up, the climb feels impossible. Every instinct tells you to wait, to prepare a little more, to become stronger first. But an experienced climber rarely stares at the peak. Their attention stays on something much smaller. The next step, then the next, then another, hours later, without ever trying to conquer the entire mountain at once. They find themselves standing at the top. Habits work in much the same way. People often imagine lasting change as a dramatic transformation, a complete reinvention, a sudden burst of discipline that permanently changes who they are. But the brain doesn't operate through dramatic moments. It operates through repeated experiences. Everything you've seen so far points toward the same conclusion. Action matters more than planning. Repetition matters more than perfection. Frequency matters more than time. And every repetition gradually reduces the effort required to continue. These aren't separate ideas. They're different pieces of the same process. James Clear brings them together in a single principle. If you want a behavior to become automatic, you must make it easy enough to repeat. Repetition creates automaticity, and reducing effort makes repetition more likely. This changes a question most people ask. Instead of asking, how can I become more disciplined? A more useful question is, how can I make the next repetition almost impossible to avoid? The difference seems small, but it changes everything. Imagine trying to push a heavy boulder across rough ground. Every movement demands enormous effort. Now imagine placing that same boulder on a gentle slope. Suddenly, gravity begins helping instead of resisting. The destination hasn't changed. The force required has. Your environment, your routines, and your decisions create similar slopes every day. Some make good habits feel like pushing uphill. Others quietly allow them to roll forward on their own. Nature constantly favors systems that conserve energy. Roots grow through cracks instead of solid rock. Birds migrate using favorable winds. Water follows gravity. Life doesn't succeed by choosing unnecessary difficulty. It succeeds by making efficient use of available energy. Human behavior reflects that same design. This is why people who appear remarkably consistent are often relying on something deeper than willpower. They've reduced the friction surrounding the behaviors that matter. Beginning no longer feels like a major event. It's simply the obvious next step. A writer opens a notebook already waiting on the desk. A runner finds their shoes beside the front door. A musician sits beside an instrument that's always within reach. From the outside, these actions seem almost effortless. But what looks like discipline is often thoughtful design. The beginning has become so easy that skipping feels stranger than starting. James Clear argues that the real purpose of the third law is not to make habits effortless immediately, but to make them easy enough that repetition can continue. Every successful repetition strengthens a behavior until consistency requires less conscious effort. This is where many people misunderstand change. They believe successful people simply want it more, that they possess unusual determination. But determination is an unreliable resource. Some mornings it's abundant. Other mornings it's nowhere to be found. Systems don't depend on how you feel. They quietly carry you forward even when motivation fades. A bridge doesn't ask the river for permission before supporting each crossing. It simply exists. Strong habits eventually function the same way. They become part of the structure of everyday life. No debate, no negotiation, no daily decision to begin again. Just another repetition, another quiet step, another vote for the person you're becoming. And that's the deeper promise hidden inside the third law. The goal was never to make success feel extraordinary. It was to make the right action feel ordinary. Because when a habit becomes the easiest thing to do, consistency stops feeling like a battle. It starts feeling like your natural direction. And from here, the journey becomes even more practical. The question is no longer whether easy habits matter. The question becomes how to design a life where the easiest choice is also the one that moves you forward. With that, the chapter 11 ends and chapter 12 begins. The law of least effort, which begins the practical application of the third law, make it easy. Now there are two ancient travelers standing before a mountain. One path climbs straight over the rocky peak. The other winds gently through a valley. Both eventually lead to the same destination. One demands constant effort. The other conserves energy. For thousands of years, choosing the easier path wasn't laziness. It was survival. Every unnecessary step burned calories that might never be replaced. Every ounce of wasted energy could mean the difference between making a home or not making a home at all. Long before humans built cities, long before money, long before technology, nature had already established one of its oldest rules. Life favors efficiency. A river doesn't climb hills. It follows gravity. Roots don't push through solid stone if a tiny crack already exists. Migrating birds don't flap harder than necessary. They ride favorable winds across entire oceans. Again and again, the natural world reveals the same quiet principle. Whenever two paths produce the same result, life tends to choose the one that costs less. James Clear introduces this idea through what he calls the law of least effort. When faced with similar options, people naturally gravitate toward the one requiring the least amount of work. At first, that idea can sound disappointing. People like to imagine they're driven purely by ambition, by discipline, by carefully reasoned decisions. But everyday life tells a different story. Imagine arriving home after a long day. You plan to cook a healthy dinner. The ingredients are in the refrigerator. The recipe waits on the counter. But next to your apartment is a restaurant serving hot food within minutes. Suddenly, the decision feels different. Not because your goals changed, because the amount of effort changed. Or imagine opening your laptop to work on an important project. Before you've written a single sentence, a notification appears. One click leads to another. Minutes become an hour. It wasn't necessarily a lack of commitment. It was simply the easier path. Our lives are filled with these invisible crossroads. Most of them pass unnoticed. Yet together, they quietly determine the direction of our future. James Clear argues that human behavior is guided less by what we say we want and more by what is easiest to do in the moment. Energy is precious, and the brain is wired to conserve it whenever possible. This doesn't mean human beings avoid difficult things. Parents raise children. Entrepreneurs build companies. Scientists spend decades solving impossible questions. Athletes endure years of demanding training. Clearly, we're capable of extraordinary effort. The real question isn't whether humans can work hard. It's when people willingly invest enormous effort, when the purpose feels meaningful. But on ordinary days, between moments of inspiration, the brain quietly returns to its default setting, efficiency. Imagine carrying two identical backpacks. One weighs 5 pounds. The other weighs 50. If both contain exactly what you need, which one would you choose? No one calls that decision laziness. It's common sense. Your brain applies that same logic to thousands of decisions every day. Without asking permission, it constantly evaluates invisible costs. How much energy will this require? How complicated is this? Is there an easier alternative? The answers shape your behavior long before conscious thought catches up. James Clear explains that every action requires energy, and the more energy behavior demands, the less likely it is to occur consistently. Easier actions naturally happen more often because they require less effort to begin. This helps explain one of the greatest misconceptions about discipline. People often believe successful individuals simply possess stronger willpower. But if willpower were the entire answer, everyone would consistently make the best decisions while feeling exhausted. Reality doesn't work that way. Some mornings, you wake up energized. Other mornings, even simple tasks feel unusually difficult. Your goals remain identical. Your character hasn't changed overnight. Only the available energy has. The brain notices that difference immediately, and it adjusts. This is why relying on motivation alone is such an unstable strategy. Motivation rises. Motivation falls. Life interrupts. Stress accumulates. Unexpected problems appear. But the search for efficiency never disappears. It quietly influences every choice beneath the surface. James Clear notes that making a behavior easy is not about avoiding meaningful work forever. It's about lowering the effort required to start behaviors that produce valuable long-term outcomes. Once you understand this, human behavior begins to look very different. People don't always fail because they lack desire. Often, they're simply facing too much friction, and that invisible resistance may be shaping far more of your life than you realize. Imagine pushing a shopping cart across a parking lot. At first, the wheels glide smoothly. Then one will catches on a small crack in the pavement. The obstacle is tiny, barely noticeable. But suddenly, the cart requires more effort. Now imagine dozens of tiny cracks, each one insignificant on its own. Together, they transform an easy walk into an exhausting one. Life works much the same way. The The biggest obstacles to change are rarely dramatic. Most of them are almost invisible. A drawer that's too cluttered, a notebook hidden in a cabinet, running shoes buried in the closet, a phone resting within arm's reach. None of these things seem important, yet they quietly influence hundreds of decisions every week. The brain notices every obstacle, even when you don't. James Clear explains that every habit contains a certain amount of friction, the effort standing between you and the outcome you want. The more difficult behavior is to begin, the less likely you are to repeat it consistently. Think about pouring water through a garden hose. If the hose is straight, water flows effortlessly. Now, place a sharp bend in the middle. The water doesn't stop completely. It simply struggles. You could solve the problem by forcing more pressure through the hose. Or you could remove the bend. Both approaches move water. Only one wastes enormous energy. Human behavior follows the same principle. Many people spend years trying to force themselves through habits that are surrounded by unnecessary resistance. More motivation, more discipline, more self-control. But sometimes, the real problem isn't the amount of effort you're producing. It's the amount of resistance you're fighting. James Clear compares this to trying to force water through a bent hose. Rather than continually increasing motivation, it's often more effective to remove the friction that makes a behavior difficult in the first place. Consider two people who both want to read before bed. The first keeps a book on the nightstand. The second stores books in a box somewhere upstairs. Neither person values reading more than the other. Neither is more intelligent. Neither possesses greater discipline. But one habit begins with reaching an arm. The other begins with climbing stairs. That tiny difference repeats itself night after night. Or imagine someone who wants to eat healthier. Fresh vegetables sit hidden in the bottom drawer of the refrigerator. Meanwhile, snacks are sitting on the kitchen counter. Every time hunger appears, one choice asks for almost nothing. The other quietly demands several extra steps. The decision feels personal. In reality, part of it was designed by the environment long before hunger arrived. This is the hidden nature of friction. It doesn't eliminate your freedom. It simply tilts your decisions. Small barriers rarely stop behavior entirely. They simply make it slightly less likely. And when that tiny disadvantage repeats hundreds of times, it becomes a completely different life. James Clear argues that we often believe motivation is the key to habit change, when in reality convenience plays a much larger role. Making good habits easier dramatically increases the chances that they will happen. Nature reveals the same pattern. A seed doesn't grow because it tries harder than another seed. It grows where sunlight, water, and soil make growth possible. Even the strongest tree depends on the conditions surrounding it. Human behavior is no different. Talent matters. Motivation matters. Character matters. But environment quietly shapes whether those qualities have the opportunity to appear. This explains why some routines feel surprisingly effortless in certain places and nearly impossible somewhere else. The behavior didn't change. The resistance did. Most people respond to difficulty by questioning themselves. Why am I so inconsistent? Why can't I stay disciplined? Sometimes, those aren't the most useful questions. A better question might be, what is making this habit harder than it needs to be? Because every unnecessary obstacle drains a little more energy. Every extra decision creates another opportunity to quit. Every small inconvenience becomes another silent vote against consistency. James Clear emphasizes that the goal of the third law isn't to avoid meaningful work forever. It's to make the behaviors that create long-term rewards easier to perform in the present moment. Once you begin noticing friction, you see it everywhere. In your home, your workplace, your routines, your technology, your daily decisions. And once you see it, you discover something even more powerful. Sometimes the fastest way to change your behavior isn't changing yourself at all. It's changing the world immediately around you. Imagine trying to ride a bicycle with the brakes slightly engaged. The wheels still turn. You can still move forward. But every pedal stroke feels heavier than it should. Your legs tire more quickly. The journey feels longer. Eventually, you begin wondering if you become weaker. In reality, the problem was never your strength. It was a resistance you couldn't see. Much of life feels exactly like this. When people struggle to build better habits, their first instinct is almost always the same. Try harder, wake up earlier, become more disciplined, force more motivation, push through. Sometimes that works for a while, but effort has limits. The harder you push against unnecessary resistance, the faster you exhaust yourself. James Clear illustrates this idea with the image of a bent garden hose. You can force more water through by increasing pressure, but it's far more effective to remove the bend that's restricting the flow in the first place. Think about walking through a building filled with locked doors. You can spend all day forcing each one open. Or you can simply find a hallway where every door is already unlocked. Both routes reach the destination. Only one preserves your energy. Nature rarely succeeds through force alone. A vine doesn't break through concrete. It finds the smallest opening. Water doesn't defeat a mountain through power. It patiently follows every available crack. Over time, the easier path reshapes the harder one. Life consistently rewards efficiency. Human behavior is built on the same foundation. This explains why some people appear unbelievably consistent. From the outside, it looks like discipline. Behind the scenes, their lives often contain fewer obstacles. The healthy meal is already prepared. The workout clothes are already waiting. The notebook is already open. Beginning requires almost no effort. James Clear argues that instead of relying on ever-increasing motivation, we should reduce the friction surrounding good habits. The easier behavior is to start, the more likely it is to happen repeatedly. This principle extends far beyond personal habits. Look closely at the world around you. Almost every successful invention shares the same hidden purpose. Reduce effort. Elevators replace stairs for tall buildings. Remote controls replace standing up. Streaming replaced driving to the video store. Contactless payments replace counting cash. Technology often advances not by making impossible things possible, but by making ordinary things easier. James Clear points to the philosophy of lean production, where Japanese manufacturers systematically removed wasted motion and unnecessary effort from their production systems. By eliminating friction, they achieved greater efficiency and more reliable results. The same principle quietly shapes the companies you interact with every day. Ordering food now takes seconds. Finding transportation requires a few taps. Messages arrive instantly. Every successful service asks the same question: how can we remove one more step? Each small improvement feels insignificant. Together, they completely change behavior. People rarely use the easiest option because it's the best. They use it because it's the easiest. James Clear explains that many of the world's most successful products remove small point of friction by simplifying choices, reducing steps, and making desired actions almost effortless. Now imagine applying that same thinking to your own life, not by becoming more disciplined, but by becoming an architect. Instead of asking, how can I force myself to exercise? You ask, what makes starting difficult? Instead of asking, why can't I focus? You ask, what keeps interrupting my attention? The questions seem similar. They're actually worlds apart. One blames the person. The other studies the system. This shift changes everything. Because once you stop treating every struggle as a personal weakness, you begin noticing the invisible design of your surroundings. And you realize something remarkable. The environment has been shaping your habits all along. The only question is whether it's working for you or against you. Imagine walking into two different kitchens. In the first, a bowl of fresh fruit sits on the counter. A water bottle waits beside the sink. Healthy ingredients are already prepared. Nothing asks for your attention. The right choice simply happens to be the easiest one. Now imagine the second kitchen. Cookies sit within reach. Soda fills the refrigerator door. Healthy food is hidden behind leftovers and unopened containers. Again, no one tells you what to eat. No one forces your decision. Yet, somehow, the decision feels different. The room hasn't spoken a single word. Still, it has already influenced your behavior. Most people think of the environment as the background of life, the place where decisions happen. In reality, it is often one of the biggest reasons those decisions happen at all. Every room quietly offers suggestions. Every object invites certain actions while discouraging others. Without realizing it, you are constantly responding to invisible instructions built into your surroundings. James Clear explains that one of the most effective ways to reduce friction is through environment design. Rather than depending on motivation, place good habits along the path of your normal routine, so they become easier to perform. Think about a city. A well-designed sidewalk encourages people to walk. A bike lane invites cycling. A staircase placed directly in front of you is more likely to be used than one hidden behind a heavy door. The architecture doesn't eliminate choice. It gently shapes it. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as choice architecture, the idea that the way options are arranged influences the decisions people make. We often believe we're acting from pure intention, but small features of our surroundings can quietly steer our behavior before we're even aware of making a choice. Nature offers the same lesson. A vine grows towards sunlight, not because it consciously plans its direction, but because the environment constantly provides signals about where growth is easiest. A seed planted in fertile soil doesn't need more determination than one scattered onto bare rock. The conditions themselves make growth more likely. Human habits respond in much the same way. Imagine wanting to practice the guitar. If the instrument is packed away in a closet, every practice session begins with several small decisions. Find the case, carry it out, open it, tune the strings. Each step seems insignificant. Together, they become enough resistance to postpone today's practice until tomorrow. Now imagine the same guitar resting on a stand beside your desk. Visible, ready, waiting. Nothing about your musical ability has changed. Only the distance between intention and action. James Clear argues that habits become easier when they fit naturally into the flow of your daily life. The less a behavior requires you to go out of your way, the more likely you are to repeat it. This principle appears far beyond our homes. Factories, hospitals, airports, professional kitchens. The highest performing systems rarely depend on extraordinary people. They depend on environments designed to reduce unnecessary effort. James Clear describes how Japanese manufacturers transform production by relentlessly eliminating wasted motion. Instead of asking workers to work harder, they redesigned workspaces so tools were always within easy reach. Removing small inefficiencies produced dramatic improvements in reliability and performance. The same idea now shapes many of the products you use every day. Ordering food requires fewer taps than it once did. Streaming a movie is easier than driving to rent one. Messages travel instantly instead of waiting days in the mail. Successful companies understand something fundamental about human behavior. People naturally move toward convenience. James Clear notes that many successful products remove tiny points of friction by simplifying actions, reducing choices, and eliminating unnecessary steps. The easier an action becomes, the more often people perform it. What if your life worked the same way? What if every object around you quietly encouraged the person you want to become? Imagine opening your laptop, and the document you plan to write is already waiting. Imagine waking up, and your walking shoes are already beside the bed. Imagine reaching for a snack, and the easiest thing to grab is also the healthiest. None of these changes require becoming more motivated. They simply remove one more excuse, one more delay, one more tiny decision. Over time, those invisible reductions in effort begin accumulating. Not because you become a different person overnight, but because you stopped asking yourself to fight your surroundings every single day. And once your environment begins working with you instead of against you, you'll discover something even more powerful. The smallest preparation you make today can quietly determine the choices you'll make tomorrow. Imagine walking into a room before an important meeting. The table is clean. The chairs are arranged. A notebook rests beside a pen. The screen is already on. Everything seems ordinary, yet, without realizing it, you've already been encouraged toward a specific behavior. Sit down, focus, begin. Now imagine walking into a different room. Clothes are scattered across the chair. Your phone lights up with notifications. The notebook is buried beneath unopened mail. The television is still playing in the background. Nothing prevents you from working, but everything asks you to do something else first. The difference between these rooms isn't dramatic. It's measured in tiny details. And yet, tiny details have an extraordinary influence over repeated behavior. James Clear introduces this idea through a strategy he calls priming the environment. By preparing a space for an intended purpose before you need it, you reduce the effort required to take the next desired action. Most people think habits begin with decisions. In reality, many habits begin much earlier. They begin with preparation. A chef sharpens knives before the restaurant opens. A pilot completes a checklist before takeoff. An orchestra tunes every instrument before the first note is played. From the outside, these actions seem unimportant, but they quietly remove obstacles before they have a chance to appear. Nature follows the same pattern. As winter approaches, squirrels gather food long before hunger becomes urgent. Trees store energy before the cold arrives. Even migrating birds prepare for journeys weeks before leaving. Preparation isn't separate from success. Preparation makes success possible. Human behavior works the same way. Imagine waking up intending to exercise. If your shoes are already beside the bed, your clothes are folded neatly, and your water bottle is filled, beginning feels almost automatic. Now imagine searching for socks, looking for your headphones, wondering where your gym bag disappeared. Each interruption seems insignificant. Together, they create enough resistance for tomorrow to become next week. James Clear explains that organizing your environment for future use makes the next action easier. The goal isn't simply to clean or organize. It's to prepare your surroundings so good behaviors require less effort when the moment arrives. This principle works just as powerfully in the opposite direction. Imagine placing your television remote inside a drawer across the room, deleting social media apps from your phone, leaving your phone in another room while you work. None of these actions eliminate temptation. They simply make distractions slightly less convenient. And sometimes, slightly less convenient is enough. James Clear argues that increasing friction around bad habits can dramatically reduce how often they occur. Even adding a few extra seconds or steps can interrupt automatic behavior and make mindless repetition less likely. Think about a castle. Its walls weren't built because every visitor was dangerous. They were built because even small barriers changed behavior. Some people turned back, others reconsidered. The obstacle didn't have to be impossible. It simply had to interrupt momentum. Bad habits often rely on that same momentum. One tap becomes 10 minutes. 10 minutes becomes an hour. One unnecessary purchase becomes another. One glance at a notification becomes an evening lost. Automatic behaviors depend on smooth pathways. Introduce even a little friction, and the pathway begins to weaken. This is why the smallest environmental changes often produce surprisingly large results. Not because they transform your personality, but because they interrupt unconscious routines before they gain speed. James Clear shares examples such as unplugging a television, removing batteries from a remote, or keeping a phone in another room. These small increases in friction make unwanted behaviors less automatic, while allowing desired behaviors to become easier by comparison. This completely changes how we think about self-control. Instead of asking yourself to make hundreds of perfect decisions every day, you make a handful of smart decisions ahead of time. Those decisions quietly shape all the ones that follow, because every environment is constantly asking a question: what behavior is easiest here? And over weeks, months, years, your answer to that question becomes something much bigger than a habit. It becomes a lifestyle, which leads to one final realization. The most powerful habit changes don't begin with extraordinary effort. They begin with designing a world where becoming your future self feels like the most natural thing in the room. Imagine two boats resting on the shore. The first is tied to a powerful motor. The second has no engine at all. At sunrise, both begin crossing the same lake. The first boat fights strong waves with sheer force. The second drifts effortlessly with a steady current. Hours later, both may arrive at the opposite shore, but one consumed far less energy getting there. When people think about success, they often picture the first boat: more determination, more discipline, more effort, more sacrifice. Yet throughout this chapter, another possibility has quietly emerged. What if lasting change isn't about becoming stronger? What if it's about building a current that carries you in the right direction? That is the deeper meaning of the third law, not making life easy, making the right actions easier. James Clear concludes that human behavior naturally follows the path of least effort. Instead of fighting this tendency, we should design our lives so that the behaviors with long-term benefits are also the easiest ones to perform. This is a subtle distinction. Easy is often mistaken for effortless, but they are not the same thing. Writing a book isn't easy. Becoming physically healthy isn't easy. Building a meaningful career isn't easy. Raising a family isn't easy. The destination still asks something of you. The third law simply removes the unnecessary struggle between you and the first step. Imagine climbing a staircase. If every step is covered with loose rocks, the climb becomes dangerous before your strength is ever tested. Clear the rocks away, and you're still climbing. You're simply no longer wasting energy on obstacles that never needed to be there. This is how intelligent systems work. They don't eliminate meaningful effort. They eliminate meaningless effort. Nature follows the same principle. A tree spends its energy growing toward the light, not fighting the soil that surrounds it. A river doesn't waste itself pushing against every obstacle. It gradually shapes a course where movement becomes easier over time. Life doesn't become successful by resisting every force around it. It becomes successful by working with them. James Clear encourages designing environments where doing the right thing becomes a path of least resistance. Reducing friction for good habits and increasing friction for bad ones allows your surroundings to support, rather than oppose, the behaviors you want. This changes how you see discipline. Discipline is valuable, but discipline was never meant to carry every decision for the rest of your life. Think about brushing your teeth. You probably don't negotiate with yourself every morning. You don't hold an internal debate. You simply do it, not because you're exceptionally disciplined, because the behavior has become part of the structure of your day. The environment reminds you. The routine supports you. The friction is almost non-existent. Now imagine applying that same simplicity to reading, exercise, writing, learning, saving money, deep work. Instead of relying on bursts of motivation, you quietly build a world that keeps pointing you in the right direction. The remarkable thing is that these changes are rarely dramatic. A book left on the pillow, running shoes beside the door, healthy food prepared before hunger arrives, a phone left outside the room, a desk clear before tomorrow begins. Each action seems almost too small to matter, yet together they reshape the decisions you'll make without thinking. James Clear summarizes a chapter with 4 practical ideas. People naturally choose the option requiring the least effort. Good habits should be made as easy as possible. Friction should be reduced for desirable behaviors and increased for undesirable ones. An environment should be prepared in advance for future actions. This is how lasting change usually happens, not through one extraordinary decision, but through hundreds of ordinary ones that become easier every day. Eventually, your surroundings stop feeling like random places. They become quiet partners in your growth. Every room begins encouraging a different version of you. Every object carries a small suggestion. Every routine gently nudges tomorrow in a better direction than yesterday. And before long, you're no longer asking yourself to become someone new each morning. You're simply living inside a life that makes becoming that person feel natural. Because the greatest systems are almost invisible. They don't force you forward. They quietly remove everything that was holding you back. And once your environment begins doing part of the work, the next step isn't finding more motivation. It's discovering how even the smallest action can become almost impossible to avoid. And here we come to Chapter 13, How to Stop Procrastinating by Using the 2-Minute Rule. A day rarely falls apart all at once. It happens one choice at a time. You wake up and reach for your phone. 5 minutes becomes 20. Breakfast becomes something quick instead of something nourishing. The workout gets pushed to the evening. By evening, you're too tired. Nothing about the day felt dramatic. There wasn't a single moment where you consciously decided, today, I'll make poor choices. And yet, somehow, the outcome was already taking shape long before you noticed it. This is one of the strangest truths about human behavior. The biggest turning points in your life often disguise themselves as ordinary moments. Not the day you get promoted. Not the day you cross a marathon finish line. Not the day you finally reach a goal you've chased for years. Those are visible milestones. The real turning points happen much earlier, when no one is watching. James Clear explains that many habits occur during what he calls decisive moments, small choices that determine the direction of the actions that follow. A habit may last only a few seconds, but it can shape your behavior for the next several minutes or even hours. Think about an airplane leaving the runway. For the first few seconds, a 1-degree adjustment seems meaningless. No passenger notices. The destination still appears the same, but after hundreds of miles, that tiny shift determines an entirely different place to land. Human behavior follows a remarkably similar pattern. Most days don't change because of one life-changing decision. They change because of the direction established by the first few actions. Open a book, and reading the next page feels natural. Open a social media app, and suddenly half an hour disappears without resistance. The first action doesn't just consume time. It creates momentum. Psychologists have long observed that once people begin a behavior, they're more likely to continue in a way that's consistent with what they've already started. The mind prefers continuity over constant switching, making the first step disproportionately powerful. That's why habits are so deceptive. People imagine them as the destination. In reality, they're the entrance. James Clear compares habits to the entrance ramp of a highway. Once you merge onto a particular road, continuing in that direction becomes easier than turning around, and the first choice limits many of the choices that follow. Look closely at your own day. Before lunch, you've already made dozens of decisions. Some were deliberate, most were automatic. Which chair you sat in, which app you opened, whether you walked or drove, whether you cooked or ordered food. Each decision quietly narrowed the possibilities available to the next version of yourself. It's like walking through a forest filled with branching paths. Every fork looks small when you're standing in front of it. Only later do you realize each path led to an entirely different destination. This explains why changing your life often feels more difficult than it should. People spend enormous energy trying to control the final outcome while ignoring the tiny crossroads that determine whether that outcome ever becomes possible. James Clear illustrates this with everyday examples. Choosing to cook or order takeout, ride a bike or drive, begin studying or pick up a game controller. These decisive moments set the trajectory for everything that follows. The encouraging part is that this works both ways. A productive day rarely begins with extraordinary motivation. It begins with one small decision that makes the next decision easier. One action, one direction, one quiet moment that almost nobody notices. Because the future doesn't usually arrive all at once. It arrives disguised as the next choice you make. And understanding that raises an even more interesting question. If such tiny decisions have so much power, why is taking the very first step often the hardest part of all? Procrastination has a terrible reputation. People treat it like laziness, a lack of ambition, a failure of discipline. But if that were true, it would be difficult to explain why hardworking people procrastinate just as often. Doctors delay writing books they've dreamed about for years. Entrepreneurs postpone launching ideas they genuinely believe in. Students who desperately want good grades still wait until the last minute. Even artists sometimes avoid the work they love most. The issue isn't that they don't care. Often, they care so much that the task begins to feel enormous. The human brain has an interesting habit. When it looks at a challenge, it doesn't always see the first action. It sees the entire journey. Someone says they want to get in shape. Their mind pictures months of workouts. Someone decides to learn a language. They imagine thousands of unfamiliar words. Someone wants to write a novel. Instead of seeing the first paragraph, they see hundreds of empty pages waiting to be filled. No wonder beginning feels overwhelming. James Clear points out that even when people know they should start small, excitement often causes them to start too big. We naturally focus on the end result instead of the smallest possible beginning. This is one of the mind's greatest illusions. It quietly transforms simple actions into intimidating projects. A single workout becomes getting fit. Reading one page becomes finishing a book. Opening a blank document becomes writing something extraordinary. The destination grows so large that the doorway almost disappears. Mountain climbers understand something most of us forget. No one reaches the summit in a single leap. Every expedition begins with a single step away from the base camp. Not because that first step is impressive, but because without it, the mountain remains impossible forever. Progress has a starting point. The trouble is that our brains rarely celebrate beginnings. They celebrate finishes, diplomas, medals, promotions, completed projects. Very little attention is given to the quiet moment when someone simply starts. Yet almost every remarkable achievement is built upon thousands of beginnings that nobody else ever saw. James Clear explains that the beginning of a habit should not feel like a challenge. The actions that come later may require real effort, but the first moments should be almost effortless. Consider how a train begins moving. The greatest amount of energy isn't required halfway through the journey. It's needed at the very beginning. Breaking inertia is always the hardest part. Once the wheels are turning, keeping them moving requires far less effort. Human behavior follows a surprisingly similar pattern. Starting creates motion. Motion creates momentum. Momentum makes continuation feel natural. But when you never begin, your mind remains trapped inside possibility. That's why procrastination often feels exhausting even when you've done nothing. You're carrying the weight of unfinished intentions. Every postponed task continues occupying mental space. Every delayed decision whispers in the background, "I still have to do that." Over time, those whispers become noise. And eventually, even opening the door feels heavier than the work waiting behind it. The solution isn't to become more courageous. It isn't to wait for inspiration. It isn't even to lower your standards. The solution is much simpler. You stop asking yourself to finish. You teach yourself to begin. Because once the first step becomes small enough, something remarkable starts to happen. The task that once felt impossible begins to lose its power. And that's where one of the simplest yet most effective ideas in behavior change enters the story: the 2-minute rule. Success has a strange habit of hiding inside very ordinary actions. Not finishing the workout, putting on the shoes, not reading an entire chapter, opening the book, not writing 1,000 words, typing the first sentence. These moments seem too small to matter. Most people ignore them because they don't look like progress. But that's exactly where progress begins. James Clear introduces a simple principle called the 2-minute rule. Whenever you begin a new habit, the first version should take less than 2 minutes. The goal is to shrink the starting point until beginning feels almost impossible to avoid. At first, the idea almost sounds ridiculous. How could reading one page possibly change your life? How could tying your running shoes make you healthier? How could opening your notebook make you smarter? Individually, those actions change almost nothing. Repeated consistently, they change everything. Because the greatest obstacle to growth is rarely the work itself. It's the resistance you feel before the work begins. Behavioral scientists sometimes describe this as activation energy. Every action has a cost. Some require only a gentle push. Others feel like trying to move a parked truck with your bare hands. The larger the activation energy, the more likely your brain is to postpone the task. The 2-minute rule doesn't eliminate that resistance. It quietly lowers it. Instead of asking your mind to write an essay, you ask it to write one sentence. Instead of committing to an hour at the gym, you commit to walking to the front door. The destination stays exactly the same. Only the doorway becomes smaller. James Clear shows how almost any habit can be reduced to a 2-minute version. Reading becomes reading one page. Yoga becomes laying out the mat. Study becomes opening your notes, and running becomes putting on your shoes. Watch a rocket launch. For the first few moments, nearly all of its fuel is spent escaping gravity. Once it's moving, the physics change. The same force that once held it down becomes far less significant. Human behavior works in remarkably similar ways. Beginning is expensive. Continuing is surprisingly affordable. That's why so many people discover something unexpected. They sit down intending to read one page, then read 20, They promise themselves 5 minutes of work. An hour disappears. Not because they suddenly became more motivated, because motion creates its own momentum. Once you're already engaged in a task, stopping often requires more effort than continuing. The hardest part was never the work. It was crossing the invisible line between not doing and doing. James Clear describes these tiny beginnings as gateway habits, small actions that naturally lead into larger behaviors. The purpose isn't to accomplish everything in 2 minutes. It's to make starting so easy that the next step becomes the obvious one. There's another reason this rule is so powerful. It protects you from one of the biggest mistakes people make when trying to change. They confuse ambition with consistency. They believe success belongs to the person who makes the biggest promise. In reality, it usually belongs to the person who keeps the smallest promise every single day. A tiny beginning repeated hundreds of times will always outperform a perfect beginning that never happens. Because habits aren't built the moment you achieve something remarkable. They're built the moment showing up becomes normal. And that realization changes the goal completely. The challenge is no longer finishing the habit. The challenge is becoming the kind of person who never misses the opportunity to begin. Perfection is one of the most convincing excuses ever invented. It sounds responsible. It sounds ambitious. It even sounds productive. I'll start when I have more time. I'll begin once I have the perfect plan. Next Monday will be better. The strange part is that these thoughts don't feel like procrastination. They feel like preparation. But preparation can quietly become a place where dreams go to wait. For days, months, sometimes years. The desire to do something well often prevents us from doing it at all. James Clear makes an unexpected point. The purpose of a small habit isn't to accomplish something impressive. It's to establish the habit itself. Before behavior can be improved, it first has to exist. This is where most people misunderstand growth. They judge progress by intensity. The brain judges progress by repetition. Think about learning to write. No child begins by creating a masterpiece. First comes holding the pencil, then drawing shaky lines, then uneven letters. No one criticizes those first attempts because everyone understands the goal isn't excellence. The goal is familiarity. Repetition comes first. Refinement comes later. And yet, as adults, we often forget this lesson. We expect our first attempt to resemble our 100th. When it doesn't, we assume we're not capable. In reality, we're simply asking for mastery before we've earned consistency. James Clear summarizes this idea in a memorable way. Standardize before you optimize. Build the routine first. Improve it afterward. This pattern appears everywhere. Musicians don't begin by performing on stage. Pilots don't start by flying through storms. Surgeons don't perform their first operation without years of repetition. Every expert was once someone practicing movements that looked almost insignificant. The difference is that they didn't measure those early actions by results. They measured them by whether they showed up again tomorrow. That's a completely different way of thinking. Instead of asking, was today amazing? The better question becomes, did I keep the promise? Because every time you repeat a behavior, you're teaching your brain something far more valuable than the skill itself. You're teaching it that this is simply what you do. James Clear explains that the first 2 minutes of habit eventually become a ritual, the automatic beginning of a much larger routine. The more consistent that opening ritual becomes, the easier it is to enter the focused work that follows. That's why elite performers often appear unusually consistent. They don't spend their energy debating whether to begin. The beginning has already become automatic. One small action triggers the next. The next leads to another. Before long, they're fully engaged, not because they force themselves into deep focus, but because they build a doorway they could walk through every day. And that's the hidden purpose of the 2-minute rule. It isn't trying to make you successful in 2 minutes. It's trying to make starting so ordinary that stopping becomes the unusual choice. Because once showing up becomes part of your identity, the size of the habit no longer matters. Growth has already begun. There's a moment every athlete knows. The warm-up is over. Your breathing settles. Your body stops resisting. Without realizing it, you've crossed an invisible line. What felt difficult 5 minutes ago now feels completely natural. Nothing around you has changed. The only thing that changed was that you started. This is one of the most overlooked principles of human behavior. Action creates a state that thinking alone never can. People often believe motivation comes first, then action. But in everyday life, the opposite is surprisingly common. You act, and motivation catches up. James Clear explains that the 2-minute rule isn't meant to trick you into doing more. If necessary, you can stop after 2 minutes. The real purpose is to make beginning so easy that the habit becomes something you consistently show up for. Consider a massive flywheel. At first, pushing it feels almost pointless. The wheel barely moves. Every shove seems swallowed by its own weight. Then something changes. The wheel begins to turn. Not quickly, not dramatically, just enough. With each rotation, the next push requires a little less effort. Eventually, the wheel carries part of its own momentum. Habits work in much the same way. The first repetition always feels the heaviest. The 10th feels familiar. The 100th feels like part of who you are. That's why consistency often looks effortless from the outside. People see the motion. They don't see the countless small beginnings that created it. James Clear shares the story of a reader who committed to going to gym every day but stayed for only a few minutes. After weeks of simply showing up, extending the workout became the natural next step because the difficult part, building a routine, had already been accomplished. This challenges one of our deepest assumptions. We tend to measure progress by intensity. How hard did I work? How much did I accomplish? How many hours did I spend? But lasting change is often measured by something far simpler. Did you return? Because every time you come back, the behavior becomes a little more familiar, a little less intimidating, a little more automatic. Think about learning to swim. The goal isn't to cross an ocean on the first day. It's to stop fearing the water. Once the fear begins to fade, distance becomes a problem you can solve. Habits follow the same pattern. The first victory isn't mastering the skill. It's removing the resistance that kept you from practicing it. James Clear gives another example with journaling. Rather than writing as much as possible, he describes keeping a habit below the point where it feels like a burden, making it easier to return the next day. This explains why people who build remarkable lives rarely chase heroic days. They chase repeatable days. Days they can recreate tomorrow, and the day after that, because a habit isn't strengthened by what you do once. It's strengthened by what you can continue doing when excitement disappears. The real breakthrough isn't discovering how to work harder. It's discovering a pace that allows you to keep moving. Once that happens, progress stops feeling like a battle. It begins to feel like momentum. And when momentum becomes part of your life, something even more powerful starts to change. You're no longer just repeating an action. You're slowly becoming the kind of person for whom that action feels completely natural. There comes a point when a habit stops feeling like something you have to remember. It starts feeling like something that would be strange to ignore. Think about brushing your teeth. You probably don't celebrate doing it. You don't negotiate with yourself every morning. You don't wait until you're inspired. You simply do it. Somewhere along the way, the behavior stopped being a task. It became part of who you are. That's the destination every lasting habit is trying to reach. Not perfection, identity. James Clear explains that the purpose of tiny habits isn't just to complete a small action. Every repetition reinforces the type of person you believe yourself to be. Showing up consistently is a vote for your future identity. This changes the meaning of success. Most people think success is found at the finish line, but identity is built long before the finish line ever appears. A person doesn't become a writer after publishing a book. They become a writer the moment they stop finding reasons not to write. Someone doesn't become healthy after losing 50 pounds. They become healthy when taking care of their body becomes part of their normal day. The achievement simply reveals an identity that has been quietly growing for months or even years. That's why the smallest actions deserve more respect than they usually receive. One page doesn't make you knowledgeable. One workout doesn't transform your body. One conversation doesn't create a great relationship. Yet every one of those actions leaves behind a tiny piece of evidence. Evidence that says, this is the kind of person I am becoming. The brain pays attention to evidence, not intentions. It doesn't care how badly you wanted to exercise. It notices that you exercised. It doesn't reward the promise. It learns from the pattern. James Clear argues that the focus should shift away from the end goal and toward becoming the type of person who simply shows up. The habit matters because it reinforces identity every time it is repeated. Look across history, and you'll find the same pattern. Great musicians became musicians by practicing before anyone applauded. Scientists became scientists by remaining curious long before they made discoveries. Inventors spent years building an identity around solving problems before the world called them innovators. The title always came later. The identity came first. Perhaps that's why so many people become discouraged. They expect visible results before invisible change. But nature rarely works that way. A tree spends years strengthening its roots before anyone notices how tall it has become. The roots aren't exciting. They're simply essential. Habits work the same way. The routines you repeat today are building a foundation your future self will eventually stand on. And that's why the 2-minute rule is far more profound than it first appears. It was never about saving time. It was never about lowering your standards. It was about removing every excuse that keeps you from becoming the person you want to be. Because transformation doesn't begin when your life looks different. It begins when your actions tell a different story. And once that story starts repeating itself, your identity slowly follows. The remarkable part is that none of this requires extraordinary talent. It begins with an ordinary decision made consistently enough that one day it no longer feels like a decision at all. History tends to remember the finish, the gold medal, the best-selling book, the thriving business, the breakthrough discovery. What history rarely records are the thousands of ordinary beginnings that came before them. No audience applauds a writer for opening a blank document. No one celebrates the athlete for tying their shoes. No headlines appear because someone sat down to practice for 5 minutes. Yet those quiet moments are where every extraordinary outcome begins. We admire the visible success. Life is transformed by the invisible routine. James Clear argues that nearly any ambitious goal can be reduced to a simple action that takes only a couple of minutes. Big changes are built by repeatedly mastering the smallest version of the behavior before expanding it over time. This idea runs against almost everything modern culture teaches. We're encouraged to think bigger, move faster, accomplish more. But nature follows a different rhythm. An oak tree doesn't appear fully grown after a single season. A river doesn't carve a canyon in one afternoon. Complex systems are built through countless small events that, on their own, seem almost meaningless. Human habits obey the same law. The first repetition feels insignificant. The 100th feels familiar. The 1,000th becomes part of your character. Looking back, it can seem as though transformation happened overnight. In reality, it happened quietly, one beginning at a time. That's why the first 2 minutes deserve so much attention. They're not important because they produce immediate results. They're important because they determine whether the next 2 minutes ever happen. Every lasting habit has a doorway. Reading begins by opening a book. Fitness begins by changing your clothes. Learning begins by sitting down. The doorway is small, but every destination depends on walking through it. James Clear describes this gradual progression as habit shaping. Rather than attempting the full behavior immediately, you master one small stage before moving to the next, allowing consistency to grow alongside difficulty. Perhaps that's the greatest misunderstanding about success. People assume extraordinary lives are built through extraordinary effort. More often, they're built through ordinary actions repeated long enough to become automatic. The person who reads every day didn't wake up loving books. The runner didn't begin with a marathon. The entrepreneur didn't start with a global company. Each of them protected something much smaller, the beginning. Once the beginning became part of their daily rhythm, everything else had somewhere to grow. And that's the quiet promise hidden inside the 2-minute rule. It isn't asking you to lower your ambitions. It's asking you to respect the power of small beginnings. Because the distance between who you are today and who you could become is rarely crossed in one giant leap. It's crossed by taking one step, then another, until starting no longer requires courage. It simply becomes part of your nature. James Clear closes a chapter by emphasizing a simple truth. Habits can influence your behavior long after they are completed. Decisive moments shape the direction of your day. New habits should begin in less than 2 minutes. Rituals make deep work easier, and you must standardize before you optimize. The next stage of the journey builds on that foundation. Starting is no longer the challenge. Now the question becomes something even more interesting. How you make good habits so satisfying that your brain actually wants to repeat them again and again. And with that, we come to the chapter 14, how to make good habits inevitable and bad habits impossible. Most people believe bad habits are defeated in moments of strength. The truth is, they're usually defeated long before temptation ever appears. Consider 2 different evenings. In the first, someone promises themselves they'll avoid junk food. Hours later, they're standing in front of the refrigerator, exhausted after a long day. They open the door, stare for a moment, and begin negotiating with themselves. Just this once. I'll eat better tomorrow. The conversation feels familiar because it's happened hundreds of times before. Now, picture another evening. The same person opens the kitchen cabinet. There's no junk food, no candy, no chips, nothing to argue with. The decision is over before it even begins. The difference wasn't stronger willpower. The difference was that temptation never had a chance to become a debate. This reveals one of the most important ideas in behavior change. The strongest people aren't always the ones who resist temptation best. They're often the ones who encounter it least. James Clear introduces the inversion of the third law. Instead of making good habits easy, make bad habits difficult. The goal is to increase friction so unwanted behaviors become less convenient and therefore less likely to happen. This sounds almost too simple, yet it's exactly how the world around us already works. A bank vault isn't protected because every customer is dishonest. A password doesn't exist because every computer user lacks self-control. The system is designed so that making the wrong choice requires more effort than making the right one. Good design often succeeds where good intentions fail. Human behavior is no different. Every decision is influenced by what is easiest in that moment. If a distraction is one tap away, you'll probably visit it. If it's hidden behind several obstacles, you'll probably think twice. Sometimes, thinking twice is all that's needed. James Clear explains that one of the most effective ways to accomplish this is through a commitment device, a choice made today that limits your options tomorrow. Instead of trusting your future self, you redesign the situation so the better decision becomes the easier one. History offers remarkable examples of this principle. The French author Victor Hugo struggled to finish one of his most important books. Deadlines slipped by. Distractions multiplied. Finally, he made an unusual decision. He removed the option of leaving his home, forcing himself into an environment where writing became the obvious choice. The strategy wasn't about increasing motivation. It was about removing the easiest path toward procrastination. That story illustrates something much deeper than productivity. Freedom isn't always about having more choices. Sometimes it's about eliminating the choices that repeatedly lead you away from the life you want. Airlines lock cockpit doors. Factories install emergency shut-off systems. Construction workers wear safety harnesses. These systems aren't built because people expect failure. They're built because humans are human. We get tired, distracted, emotional, impulsive. Wise systems accept this reality instead of pretending it doesn't exist. James Clear gives practical examples of commitment devices: buying food in smaller portions, blocking access to gambling, paying for a class in advance, or scheduling an important meeting before motivation fades. Each decision increases the cost of backing out later. This changes the way you think about discipline. Instead of asking, will I be strong enough tomorrow? A better question is, what can I do today that makes tomorrow easier? Because your future self doesn't need another lecture. Your future self needs a better environment. One where the wrong decision requires more effort than the right one. One where procrastination isn't impossible, just inconvenient enough to lose its grip. And once you begin designing your life that way, you discover something even more powerful than resisting temptation. You can build a life where the best choices begin happening almost automatically. Every city has invisible systems. Traffic lights decide when cars stop. Water pipes deliver clean water without anyone thinking about it. Electricity flows through walls at the flip of a switch. These systems rarely attract attention because they're designed to remove the need for constant decisions. Imagine if every morning you had to negotiate whether water should reach your faucet or whether the power should turn on. Life would become exhausting. The greatest systems aren't impressive because they demand effort. They're impressive because they quietly eliminate it. Your habits work the same way. The more often you rely on making decisions, the more opportunities you create to make the wrong one. Decision fatigue is rarely dramatic. It arrives quietly. One choice becomes 10. 10 become 50. By the end of the day, even simple decisions begin to feel heavier than they should. This is why discipline often seems to disappear at night. It's not because your goals changed. It's because your mental energy has been spent. James Clear argues that the most reliable solution isn't stronger self-control. It's automation. Instead of repeatedly deciding to do the right thing, create systems that make the right behavior happen on its own. History offers a remarkable example. In the 19th century, business owner John Henry Patterson struggled with a problem that seemed impossible to solve. Money kept disappearing from his store. He could have hired more supervisors, installed stricter rules, or watched every employee himself. Instead, he adopted a new invention that automatically secured every transaction. The opportunity to steal almost vanished, not because people suddenly became more honest, but because the system made dishonest behavior far more difficult. The lesson reaches far beyond business. Human behavior often changes faster when the environment changes than when people do. If saving money happens automatically, you don't have to remember to transfer it every month. If healthy groceries arrive before you're hungry, you don't have to battle cravings at the store. If distracting apps disappear from your phone, you don't have to resist opening them dozens of times each day. James Clear explains that one-time decisions, like enrolling in automatic savings, removing distractions, improving your sleep environment, or using technology to support productive behavior, continue paying dividends long after the original effort has been made. This is one of the highest forms of leverage. A single decision, repeated by a system, again and again and again. Nature follows a similar pattern. Your heart doesn't ask permission before every beat. Your lungs don't wait for motivation before taking another breath. The body survives because its most important processes have been automated. The mind benefits from the same principle. The fewer unnecessary decisions you must make, the more attention remains to the decisions that truly matter. But automation has another side. The same technology that helps you build better habits can just as easily strengthen the habits you're trying to escape. James Clear points out that modern technology removes friction from nearly everything. Videos play automatically. Social media never seems to end. Food arrives with a tap, and convenience allows even the smallest impulse to become immediate action. That's why convenience is never neutral. It always serves something, either your long-term goals or your short-term impulses. The question isn't whether your environment is shaping your behavior. It already is. The real question is, who designed the system? You or someone else? James Clear describes experimenting with removing access to his own social media during the work week. Once the habit became difficult instead of effortless, he discovered that meaningful work required far less willpower than he had imagined. Perhaps that's the greatest secret hidden inside automation. Its purpose isn't to replace discipline. Its purpose is to make discipline unnecessary as often as possible. Because when your environment quietly carries you toward better decisions, success stops depending on how motivated you feel today. It becomes a natural result of the life you've already designed. And that realization brings us to the final lesson, the third law, a simple philosophy that ties every principle together into one complete system for lasting change. Imagine two people standing at the edge of the same mountain. Both want to reach the summit. Both are equally intelligent. Both are equally motivated. But one spends every step climbing loose rocks, thick brush, and steep cliffs. The other follows a well-built trail. Hours later, they arrive at very different places, not because one wanted success more, but because one path demanded less unnecessary effort. That is the quiet philosophy behind the third law. Success is rarely determined by how hard you're willing to fight. It's often determined by how intelligently you've designed the path ahead. Throughout this journey, one principle has appeared again and again. Human beings naturally move toward the path of least resistance. This isn't a flaw. It's how the brain conserves energy. For thousands of years, efficiency increased the chances of survival. Today, that same instinct still guides countless decisions, often without our awareness. The question has never been whether you'll follow the easiest path. The question is, which path have you made easiest? Everything you've learned about the third law answers that single question. You reduce friction between yourself and the habits that improve your life. You prepared your environment so the right choice required less effort. You learn that decisive moments often matter more than dramatic ones, because a single small action can determine the direction of everything that follows. You discover that lasting change begins with the 2-minute rule, where showing up matters more than performing perfectly. You learn to standardize before trying to optimize, allowing consistency to become stronger than intensity. You remove temptation by increasing friction around bad habits instead of relying on willpower. And finally, you discover that commitment devices, one-time decisions, and automation can transform good choices from occasional victories into everyday defaults. Notice how every lesson points toward the same destination. None of them ask you to become mentally tougher. None of them demand endless discipline. None of them require you to wake up every morning overflowing with motivation. Instead, they quietly reshape the world around you until the right action becomes a natural one. That's the real power of systems. A goal asks, can I succeed? A system asks, how can success become the most likely outcome? Those are very different questions. Goals depend on moments. Systems shape years. And habits are the machinery that keeps those systems running. Think about the most reliable things in your life. The sun rises every morning. The seasons change without asking permission. Your heartbeat continues while your mind is focused elsewhere. Nature doesn't rely on inspiration. It relies on patterns. Your life becomes remarkably stable when your habits begin operating with the same quiet consistency. James Clear concludes the third law with 5 practical principles. Increase friction for bad habits. Use commitment devices to guide future behavior. Automate important routines whenever possible. Invest in one-time decisions that continue paying off over time, and let technology reinforce, not replace, the behaviors you value most. Perhaps that's the greatest transformation of all. You stop asking yourself every day whether you'll make the right choice. You've already answered that question, not with determination, but with design. Because lasting change doesn't happen when you become stronger than every temptation. It happens when temptation no longer has easy access to your attention. When healthy choices require less effort than unhealthy ones. When productive actions become your default. When consistency feels ordinary. At that point, discipline begins to fade into the background. Not because you've abandoned it, but because you no longer need to call on it as often. That is a complete lesson of the third law. Make the behaviors that build your future easier to begin. Make the behaviors that steal your future harder to repeat. Shape your environment before your environment shapes you. Reduce friction where growth belongs. Increase friction where regret begins. And remember, extraordinary lives are rarely built by extraordinary effort alone. They're built by ordinary choices that become so easy, you hardly notice yourself making them anymore. With that foundation in place, one final question remains. Even when a habit is obvious, attractive, and easy, what makes you want to come back tomorrow? The answer begins with the 4th law. Make it satisfying. And with that, we arrive at chapter 15, the cardinal rule of behavior change. So, 2 people decide to change their lives. Both wake up early. Both buy new notebooks. Both promise themselves that this time will be different. For the first few days, they follow through. They exercise. They eat better. They stay focused. Then something begins to change. One person continues. The other slowly drifts back to old routines. The difference isn't intelligence. It isn't discipline. And it isn't desire. It's something far quieter. One person's new habits felt rewarding. The other's felt like endless sacrifice. That difference determines far more than most people realize. Every habit asks the same question. Was that worth doing? Your brain answers without words. If the experience feels rewarding, it quietly says, remember this. Do it again. If it feels empty, it begins searching for something else. James Clear calls this the fourth law of behavior change. Make it satisfying. We naturally repeat behaviors that leave us with a positive experience because satisfaction teaches the brain that an action is worth remembering. This principle appears everywhere in nature. A child touches a warm fire once. Pain delivers an immediate lesson. The behavior rarely needs to be repeated. A bird discovers a tree full of fruit. The reward arrives instantly. Soon, that tree becomes part of its regular path. Life has always relied on feedback. Pleasure encourages repetition. Pain encourages avoidance. Long before humans invented books about habits, the brain had already learned through consequences. History offers a remarkable example of this idea. In the late 1990s, public health researcher Stephen Luby traveled Karachi, where disease spread rapidly through crowded neighborhoods with poor sanitation. Everyone understood that washing hands was important, yet many people failed to do it consistently. Knowledge wasn't the problem. Consistency was. Then something surprisingly simple happened. Instead of asking people to try harder, researchers changed the experience itself. Families received a soap that produced rich lather and a pleasant scent. The act of washing hands suddenly became enjoyable. It wasn't merely a health recommendation anymore. It became an experience people liked repeating. The results were extraordinary. Illness declined dramatically, and years after the study ended, most households were still practicing regular hand washing. The habit had survived because the experience itself had become satisfying. That story reveals something profound about human behavior. Information alone rarely changes lives. If knowledge were enough, everyone would exercise. Everyone would save money. Everyone would sleep well. Everyone would stop procrastinating after hearing one good lecture. But knowing and repeating are two different things. A behavior survives only when the brain decides it's worth repeating. James Clear explains this through what he calls the cardinal rule of behavior change. What is rewarded is repeated. What is punished is avoided. Positive emotions strengthen habits, while negative emotions weaken them. Think about some of the world's most successful products. Mint toothpaste doesn't clean your teeth better because it tastes minty. Chewing gum didn't become a global habit simply because people needed something to chew. Those products became part of daily life because they added something people could feel immediately. A fresh taste, a clean sensation, a small moment of pleasure. That immediate satisfaction encouraged people to come back again and again. The lesson reaches far beyond soap or toothpaste. Every habit leaves behind a feeling. That feeling becomes a vote. One vote isn't enough to shape your future, but thousands of tiny votes quietly decide the person you become. This also explains why so many good habits struggle to survive. Their greatest rewards often arrive much later. The effort comes first. The payoff comes afterward. And your brain has never been particularly good at waiting. To understand why, you have to travel back to the world your brain was originally built to survive. Every morning, your brain faces a choice. Wake up early or stay in bed. Exercise or scroll your phone. Cook a healthy meal or order something fast. Save money or buy something you don't really need. These decisions may feel modern, but the mind making them is anything but. Beneath every smartphone, every office building, every grocery store, lives a brain that was shaped in a world without any of them. For almost all of human history, survival depended on one simple rule. Take the reward while it's available. No one knew where tomorrow's food would come from. No one could guarantee safety after sunset. The future was uncertain. The present was everything. James Clear explains that our ancestors lived in what scientists call an immediate return environment. Their actions produced quick and obvious consequences. So the brain evolved to value immediate rewards far more than distant ones. Imagine standing beside a river thousands of years ago. You spot ripe fruit hanging from a nearby tree. Do you leave it there because an even better meal might appear next week? Of course not. You eat it immediately. That instinct wasn't weakness. It was survival. generation after generation. Natural selection favored brains that acted on opportunities without delay. Those instincts are still alive inside you today. The world changed. Your biology barely did. For hundreds of thousands of years, the human brain remained remarkably similar, while civilization transformed almost overnight. Cities, technology, and modern conveniences appeared in only the tiniest fraction of our evolutionary history. This creates a fascinating paradox. The world asks you to think decades ahead. Your brain keeps asking about the next 5 minutes. Retirement requires patience. Health requires patience. Mastery requires patience. Relationships require patience. Almost every meaningful achievement asks you to sacrifice something today for a reward you cannot yet see. But your nervous system wasn't designed for invisible rewards. It was designed to respond to visible ones. That's why temptation feels so powerful. Not because you're lazy, not because you lack character, but because your brain is responding exactly as it was built to respond. James Clear describes this tendency as time inconsistency. We consistently place greater value on rewards that are available now than on larger rewards waiting in the future. Think about how differently good and bad habits unfold. A workout demands effort immediately. Its reward arrives weeks or months later. Reading a book requires concentration today. Its benefits accumulate slowly over years. Saving money means giving something up now. The freedom it creates may not arrive until decades from today. Bad habits follow the opposite timeline. A sugary dessert feels wonderful in the moment. The health consequences remain hidden. Scrolling social media offers instant entertainment. The lost hours become visible only after they're gone. Skipping today's responsibilities feels comfortable. Tomorrow inherits the stress. James Clear points out that nearly every habit creates two timelines. Good habits often have uncomfortable beginnings but rewarding endings, while bad habits provide immediate pleasure followed by delayed costs. This explains one of the greatest mysteries of human behavior. Why do intelligent people repeatedly make choices they know they'll regret? Because knowledge competes with biology. The future whispers. The present shouts. Every notification, every craving, every impulse promises satisfaction now. Your long-term goals remain silent, waiting patiently somewhere beyond today's decisions. And that's a challenge every meaningful life must eventually confront. Not choosing between good and bad, choosing between now and later. Because the future rarely loses because it's less valuable. It loses because it arrives too late to influence the moment. The question then becomes unavoidable. If your brain naturally chases immediate rewards, how do you convince it to keep repeating habits whose greatest rewards may be months or even years away? Picture two roads stretching into the distance. The first is smooth, comfortable, easy to walk. Every step offers something pleasant right away. The second is rough. The climb is steeper. The reward isn't visible from where you're standing. Most people already know which road leads to a healthier body, a stronger career, greater financial freedom, a more meaningful life. Yet knowing the destination has never guaranteed the journey, because every meaningful decision contains a hidden conflict. Your future self is asking for patience. Your present self is asking for relief. James Clear explains that the consequences of habits unfold on different timelines. Bad habits usually feel rewarding immediately, but harmful later. Good habits often feel uncomfortable now, while delivering their greatest rewards in the future. This is why habits can be so deceptive. The first cigarette doesn't reveal decades of damage. One skipped workout doesn't erase your health. A single night of overspending doesn't create financial hardship. Likewise, one healthy meal doesn't transform your body. One page doesn't make you wiser. One workout doesn't build lasting strength. In the beginning, both good and bad habits seem almost insignificant, but time quietly magnifies every repeated choice. Imagine placing a single drop of water onto a stone. Nothing appears to happen. Another drop, still nothing. 1,000 more. The stone begins to change. Not because any one drop was extraordinary, but because persistence succeeded where intensity never could. Habits shape our lives the same way. Each repetition seems too small to matter, until one day, You realize those tiny moments have become your reality. James Clear observes that people often struggle because a reward for a bad habit arrives immediately, while the consequences are delayed. Good habits reverse this pattern, demanding effort now for benefits that may not appear until much later. This creates a constant tug-of-war inside the mind. One voice says, "Think about who you'll become." The other says, "Think about what feels good right now." Neither voice disappears. The difference is simply which one you choose to strengthen. Behavioral scientists often describe this as a conflict between immediate and delayed gratification, but in everyday life, it feels much more personal. It feels like choosing between comfort and growth, entertainment and progress, relief and purpose. James Clear notes that when we make plans for the future, we're choosing for our future selves. But when the moment of action finally arrives, the present self usually takes control, chasing whatever delivers pleasure right now. That's why motivation alone rarely lasts. You can sincerely promise yourself that tomorrow will be different, and you probably mean it. But tomorrow eventually becomes today. And today's decisions are judged by a brain that still craves immediate rewards. This isn't a character flaw. It's the inheritance of millions of years of evolution. The challenge isn't eliminating that instinct. The challenge is learning how to work with it instead of fighting against it. Because if your brain naturally follows immediate satisfaction, then perhaps lasting habits don't require removing that desire at all. Perhaps they require something far more intelligent, making the right habits feel rewarding now, long before their greatest rewards ever arrive. A farmer plants seeds in the spring. The next morning, the field looks exactly the same. A week later, still nothing. If the farmer judged success only by what was visible, the work would seem pointless. Yet beneath the surface, life is already beginning. Roots are spreading. Cells are dividing. Growth is happening long before the harvest appears. Habits follow the same pattern. The first workout rarely changes your body. The first study session doesn't make you an expert. The first day of saving money doesn't create financial freedom. At the beginning, your effort seems invisible. And that's exactly when most people quit. Not because the habit isn't working, but because it isn't rewarding them yet. James Clear explains that this is why immediate rewards matter. In the early stages of a habit, the long-term benefits haven't arrived. So people need to experience a small feeling of success that tells the brain the effort was worthwhile. Think about learning to ride a bicycle. No child keeps practicing because they dream about riding effortlessly years later. They continue because every small improvement feels exciting. Balancing for 1 extra second, pedaling a little farther, making it to the end of the driveway. Each tiny success becomes fuel for the next attempt. Progress doesn't have to be dramatic. It simply has to be noticeable. The brain isn't asking whether you've transformed your life. It's asking something much simpler. Was that worth repeating? James Clear describes this process as reinforcement, pairing a behavior with an immediate reward, so the brain becomes more likely to repeat it in the future. Just as a cue makes a habit easier to begin, a reward makes it more satisfying to finish. This explains why so many ambitious goals quietly disappear. People expect long-term purpose to overpower short-term discomfort. But purpose often isn't enough on ordinary Tuesday afternoons. When you're tired, busy, distracted, the future feels abstract. Today's discomfort feels real. That's why the ending of a habit matters so much. Psychologists have long observed that people tend to remember how experiences end. A painful medical procedure feels different if the final moments become more comfortable. A difficult journey feels worthwhile if it ends with relief. The closing moments leave a lasting impression. Habits work the same way. If every workout ends with nothing but exhaustion, your brain remembers exhaustion. If every writing session ends with frustration, your brain remembers frustration. But if each habit ends with even the smallest feeling of accomplishment, completion itself becomes rewarding. James Clear emphasizes that the goal is to finish each habit with an immediate sense of success. That feeling acts as a bridge, keeping you engaged while the larger, delayed rewards quietly accumulate in the background. This changes the role of motivation entirely. Motivation gets you started. Reinforcement brings you back. One creates action. The other creates repetition. And repetition, more than intensity, is what eventually changes your life. Because remarkable habits aren't built by extraordinary bursts of determination. They're built by ordinary actions that leave behind one simple message. That felt worthwhile. Once your brain begins believing that, returning tomorrow becomes much easier. The challenge, then, is learning how to create those immediate rewards without distracting yourself from the person you're trying to become. Not all rewards are equal. Some make you feel better for a few minutes. Others quietly change the direction of your life. Imagine someone trying to save money. Each time they're tempted to buy something they don't need, they walk away. Nothing happens. No applause. No visible progress. No feeling that anything was gained. From the brain's perspective, it feels like a loss. You've given something up, but you received nothing in return. That's why so many good habits quietly disappear. The action may be wise. It simply doesn't feel rewarding. James Clear points out that habits built on avoidance can be especially difficult because nothing seems to happen when you resist temptation. The challenge is making that invisible victory visible. Think about a video game. Every completed mission unlocks something. A new level, more experience, a visible sign of progress. The reward isn't always valuable on its own. Its real purpose is to convince you that your effort mattered. The human brain responds in much the same way. Progress that can be seen is progress that's easier to repeat. That's why James Clear suggests creating immediate evidence of success. Instead of focusing on what you didn't buy, focus on what you gained. One couple transformed this idea into something tangible. Whenever they chose to cook at home instead of eating at a restaurant, they transferred the money they saved into a separate account dedicated to a future trip. Each small decision produced an immediate reward. The vacation wasn't just a distant dream anymore. It became something they could watch growing every single week. This reveals an important truth. The brain doesn't simply chase pleasure. It chases evidence. Evidence that today's sacrifice is creating tomorrow's opportunity. Suddenly, skipping an unnecessary purchase no longer feels like deprivation. It feels like building something. The same principle applies far beyond money. A calendar filled with completed workouts. A journal recording every page you've read. A checklist marked one task at a time. Each one tells the brain the same story. Your effort is becoming something real. But there is another detail that's even more important. The reward itself must support the person you're trying to become. James Clear warns that short-term rewards should reinforce your identity rather than compete with it. Rewarding a workout with unhealthy behavior, for example, send conflicting messages about the kind of person you're becoming. Imagine watering a tree while slowly cutting its roots. Both actions happen at the same time. One helps it grow. The other quietly weakens it. Conflicting rewards work the same way. They encourage progress with one hand, while undoing it with the other. The strongest rewards don't pull you away from your goal. They pull you deeper into it. A relaxing evening after consistent work. Time with people you love after honoring your commitments. A peaceful walk after finishing your daily habit. Each reward strengthens the same identity your habit is trying to build. Eventually, the reward stops being the prize at the end. The reward becomes a feeling of living in alignment with the person you're becoming. And when that shift begins, something remarkable happens. You no longer need to convince yourself to keep going, because the habit itself starts becoming one of the most satisfying parts of your day. Think about the people you admire most. The musician who practices every morning. The runner who never seems to miss a workout. The writer who sits down at the same desk every day. From the outside, it can look like they possess extraordinary discipline. But if you could step inside their minds, you would discover something very different. Many of them no longer rely on rewards at all. They continue because stopping would feel stranger than continuing. Somewhere along the journey, the habit stopped being a task. It became part of who they are. That's the destination every lasting habit is moving toward. Not endless motivation, not constant self-control. Identity. James Clear explains that over time, external rewards become less important because intrinsic rewards begin to appear. Better energy, lower stress, improved mood, and the satisfaction of living consistently gradually replace the need for outside encouragement. Imagine learning a new language. At first, Every conversation feels awkward. Every sentence requires effort. Progress is almost invisible. But months later, something unexpected happens. You understand a movie without subtitles. You order food without translating every word in your head. You catch yourself thinking in a language that once felt impossible. The reward is no longer a prize you've given yourself. The reward is becoming someone capable of things you couldn't do before. This is how habits quietly transform. In the beginning, you exercise to lose weight. Eventually, you exercise because your body feels alive when you move. At first, you read because you promise yourself 30 minutes a day. Years later, you read because curiosity has become part of your personality. At first, you save money because you're trying to reach a financial goal. Eventually, you value the peace that comes from knowing your future is more secure. The reward has changed. It's no longer something outside you. It's something you become. James Clear captures this shift with a powerful idea. Incentives can start a habit, but identity sustains it. Immediate rewards help you stay consistent, while your new identity slowly takes shape. Nature offers a beautiful comparison. When a rocket leaves Earth, nearly all of its fuel is burned during the first stage of the launch. The hardest part isn't traveling through space. It's escaping gravity. Habits have their own gravity. In the beginning, every repetition demands energy. Every decision requires intention. Every small victory feels earned. But after enough repetitions, the effort begins to change. Momentum takes over. What once required determination begins to feel natural. Not because the habit became easier, but because you became different. That's why so many people misunderstand long-term success. They believe disciplined people wake up every day overflowing with motivation. In reality, most successful people simply spend less time arguing with themselves. The decision has already been made. The habit has already become part of their identity. James Clear emphasizes that immediate reinforcement is most important at the beginning, while the long-term goal is for the identity itself to become the reward. Once that happens, consistency no longer depends on external incentives. Perhaps that's the greatest lesson of the fourth law. Lasting habits aren't built by chasing rewards forever. They're built by using rewards as a bridge until the behavior becomes part of who you are. Because when your identity begins to change, you no longer ask, "Do I feel like doing it today?" You simply act in a way that feels true to the person you've become. And that is when a habit reaches its highest form, not when it produces extraordinary results, but when it no longer feels like a habit at all. It simply feels like you. And here comes the chapter 16, how to stick with good habits every day. Every great achievement leaves behind a trail, not a trail of dramatic breakthroughs, not a trail of perfect days, but a trail of tiny actions repeated so often that, over time, they become impossible to ignore. Yet here's the strange part. Most of those actions don't feel important while you're doing them. One phone call, one page written, one workout, one healthy meal. Each one seems too small to matter. And because it feels insignificant, your brain begins asking a dangerous question. Why keep going? This is where countless good habits quietly disappear. Not because they're difficult, but because progress is invisible. The human mind struggles to stay committed to something it cannot see. James Clear opens his chapter with the story of a young stockbroker named Trent Dursmid, who transformed an ordinary workday into a visible game. Every morning, he placed 120 paper clips into one jar. After each sales call, he moved one paper clip into another jar. His goal wasn't to obsess over results. It was simply to keep moving paper clips until the first jar was empty. That remarkably simple system helped fuel extraordinary consistency early in his career. At first glance, it almost seems too simple. How could moving paper clips change someone's future? Because the paper clips were never the point. They were proof. Proof that work was happening. Proof that effort was accumulating. Proof that today wasn't slipping away unnoticed. Imagine climbing a mountain hidden inside thick clouds. Every step takes effort, but you can't see the summit. You can't even tell if you're getting closer. After hours of walking, doubt begins to creep in. Am I actually making progress? Now imagine someone leaves small markers along the trail. Every few hundred feet, Another sign appears. You're still climbing the same mountain. The journey hasn't become easier, but suddenly, you have evidence that you're moving forward. Those markers don't reduce the distance. They reduce uncertainty. And uncertainty is often far more exhausting than effort itself. That's exactly what visible progress does for the brain. It replaces doubt with evidence. James Clear explains that visual measures, whether paper clips, marbles, check marks, journals, or progress bars, reinforce behavior because they provide immediate evidence that your effort is producing movement. That small feeling of progress becomes satisfying enough to encourage another repetition. This helps explain why modern life can feel so discouraging. Many of our most important goals produce almost no visible feedback. Learning a language, building a business, improving your health, strengthening a relationship. For weeks, sometimes months, the outside world looks almost identical. Without evidence, the mind starts believing nothing is changing. But reality tells a different story. A tree doesn't become stronger only on the day it grows taller. Its roots have been expanding long before anyone notices. Likewise, your habits are reshaping you long before the results become obvious. The challenge is that your brain isn't patient enough to celebrate invisible roots. It wants something it can recognize today. That's why visible progress matters so much. Not because it changes the outcome, because it changes your willingness to continue. Every check mark, every completed page, every workout logged, every tiny record becomes a quiet conversation with yourself. I showed up again. I'm still moving. This story isn't over. The remarkable thing is that the object itself barely matters. It could be paper clips, a notebook, a calendar, a simple mark on a wall. The brain isn't attached to the tool. It's attached to the feeling that today's effort counted. And once your mind begins seeing proof that progress is real, it starts wanting to create even more of it. The question is no longer whether tracking works. The deeper question is why something so simple can have such a powerful effect on human behavior. Imagine trying to fill a bucket with water, but instead of watching the water level rise, the bucket is completely hidden. You keep pouring, minute after minute, day after day. You hear nothing. You see nothing. Eventually, a question begins to grow louder than your determination. Is any of this actually working? That question has ended more dreams than difficulty ever has. Human beings can tolerate hard work. What we struggle to tolerate is uncertainty. The mind is constantly searching for evidence that today's effort is leading somewhere. Without that evidence, motivation slowly begins to fade. Not because you become less capable, because your brain has stopped receiving feedback. James Clear explains that habit tracking does far more than record behavior. It creates visible cues that remind you to act again, turning yesterday's action into today's trigger. Instead of relying on memory or motivation, the record itself becomes part of the habit loop. Think about walking through fresh snow. The first footprint seems insignificant, so does the second. But after enough steps, a clear path begins to emerge. The trail doesn't just show where you've been. It makes it easier to keep moving forward. Your habits leave the same kind of trail. Every workout logged, every page read, every day marked on a calendar. Each one whispers the same message. You've already come this far. That message is surprisingly powerful because the brain isn't motivated only by rewards. It's motivated by progress. Even small signs of improvement create momentum. James Clear notes that seeing progress naturally increases the desire to continue. Habit tracking becomes attractive because each successful repetition creates another visible win, and those wins encourage the next action. This helps explain why people often lose motivation during long projects. A student studying for months before graduation, an entrepreneur building a business that hasn't turned a profit, someone trying to lose weight when the scale barely changes. The effort is real. The progress simply isn't obvious. When the mind can't detect movement, it begins assuming there isn't any. But visible records change that perception. A notebook filled with completed study sessions, a growing list of finished workouts, a calendar covered with check marks. None of these prove you've reached the destination. They prove something even more important. You're still traveling. And sometimes, that's exactly the reassurance the brain needs. James Clear also points out another benefit of tracking that most people overlook. It keeps you honest. We naturally overestimate how consistent we've been. We remember the days we exercised. We forget the days we didn't. We remember eating healthy. We overlook the late-night snacks. Memory edits the story. Measurement tells it honestly. A single glance at your record replaces assumptions with facts. There's a quiet kind of confidence that grows from this. Not the confidence of believing you're perfect. The confidence of knowing exactly where you stand. Because once you stop guessing, you stop negotiating with yourself. The evidence speaks for itself. Perhaps that's why something as ordinary as a calendar can become so powerful. It transforms invisible effort into something your eyes can recognize. And when progress becomes visible, consistency becomes easier. Soon, those isolated marks stop feeling like individual successes. They begin connecting into something much more compelling. A chain, one that your mind becomes surprisingly determined never to break. A single thread is easy to snap. Tie another to it, then another, before long. What began as something fragile becomes a rope strong enough to carry tremendous weight. Habits grow in much the same way, rarely through one extraordinary effort, almost always through an unbroken series of ordinary ones. Every repetition strengthens the next. Every completed day quietly increases the odds that tomorrow will happen too. The remarkable part is that your brain begins protecting the chain long before it notices the results. James Clear points to one of the most famous examples of this idea. Comedian Jerry Seinfeld reportedly kept himself writing by marking each successful day on a calendar. His goal wasn't to create the perfect joke every day. It was simply to keep the streak alive, to never break the chain. There's something fascinating about this. The calendar doesn't write the jokes. The streak doesn't make anyone more talented. Yet, somehow, those simple marks become incredibly valuable. Why? Because every completed day changes the question your brain asks. Instead of wondering, do I feel motivated today? It begins asking, do I really want to lose everything I've already built? That's a completely different conversation. Imagine carefully stacking one stone every single day. One stone seems insignificant. 2 stones don't look impressive either. But after weeks, months, years, you built something that would have been impossible in a single afternoon. Now imagine someone asks you to knock it all down. You hesitate, not because each stone is precious, but because together they represent your time, your effort, your commitment. Habit streaks work the same way. Every completed day becomes another stone. The longer the chain grows, the more valuable it feels. James Clear explains that habit tracking is powerful because it makes behavior obvious, attractive, and satisfying all at once. The growing streak becomes both a reminder to act and a source of motivation because people naturally want to preserve the progress they've already made. This reveals something important about human psychology. People don't just enjoy making progress. They dislike losing it. Behavioral economists call this loss aversion. The pain of losing something is often stronger than the pleasure of gaining something new. Your habit streak quietly takes advantage of that instinct. Missing one day suddenly feels like risking dozens of successful ones. The chain begins protecting itself. Notice what changes over time. At first, you exercise because you're trying to get healthier. Later, you exercise because you don't want an empty square on your calendar. Eventually, you exercise because skipping feels unlike you. The motivation has evolved. What started as chasing a future goal has become protecting a present identity. James Clear emphasizes that the satisfaction of recording another successful repetition keeps your attention on the process rather than obsessing over distant outcomes. Instead of constantly measuring how far you still have to go, you begin appreciating the fact that you showed up again today. This may seem like a small psychological shift. In reality, it's enormous. Goals are temporary. A streak is alive every single day. Goals ask, have you finished yet? A streak asks, will you continue today? One focuses on an ending. The other focuses on becoming. That's why consistency often outperforms intensity. You don't need every day to be extraordinary. You simply need today's action to connect with yesterday's. One link, then another, because remarkable lives are rarely built in giant leaps. They're built by refusing to let one ordinary day become the day the chain finally breaks. And yet, no matter how committed you are, life has a way of interrupting even the strongest streaks. The real test isn't whether you'll ever miss a day. It's what you choose to do next. Stand at the edge of a forest and watch a tree grow. You won't notice anything. Come back tomorrow. It will look exactly the same. Even after a week, it may seem unchanged. Yet beneath the bark, thousands of tiny changes have already taken place. Cells have divided. Roots have spread deeper. Branches have stretched toward the light. Growth doesn't wait until you can see it. It happens quietly, long before it becomes obvious. Your habits work the same way. The problem is that your brain isn't satisfied by invisible change. It wants proof. It wants something it can experience today. This is why habit tracking is so powerful. It transforms hidden progress into something tangible. A check mark, a journal entry, a completed row on a calendar. None of these change your future by themselves. What they change is how today's effort feels. James Clear explains that tracking becomes satisfying because recording another successful repetition is rewarding in itself. Watching your streak grow keeps your attention on the process and provides immediate evidence that you're becoming the kind of person who consistently shows up. Imagine trying to save for a dream vacation. Every week, you place $20 into a jar. At first, the jar looks almost empty. The amount feels insignificant, but month after month, the pile slowly grows. One day you pick it up. It's heavier than you expected. For the first time, you don't just believe you're saving. You can feel it. The money didn't suddenly become valuable. It was always valuable. The visible evidence simply allowed your brain to recognize what had been happening all along. That's exactly what progress does. It changes effort from an abstract idea into something real. James Clear notes that one of the strongest forms of motivation is the feeling of moving forward. Each recorded success becomes another signal that you're making progress, and those signals encourage you to continue. There's another reason this matters. Most people judge themselves by memory, and memory is unreliable. We remember the workouts we completed. We forget the ones we skipped. We remember eating healthy. We overlook the late-night decisions we'd rather ignore. The story inside our minds constantly edits itself. Tracking doesn't. It simply tells the truth, without judgment, without excuses, without exaggeration. James Clear explains that measurement helps overcome our distorted perception of our own behavior. When the evidence is visible, it becomes much harder to fool ourselves about how consistently we've actually acted. That honesty can be uncomfortable, but it's also freeing. Because once you know exactly where you stand, you no longer waste energy wondering. You stop negotiating with reality. You stop hoping you've done enough. You know, and knowing creates clarity. Clarity creates confidence. Confidence creates consistency. Over time, something unexpected begins to happen. You stop looking at the tracker as a record of what you've done. You begin seeing it as a reflection of who you are becoming. Every mark says, I'm someone who keeps promises. I'm someone who returns. I'm someone who shows up. The streak is no longer just measuring behavior. It's reinforcing identity. And once that identity starts taking root, missing a habit feels different. Not because you've broken a rule, but because you stepped away from the person you're working so hard to become. The question then changes completely. It's no longer how to build a perfect streak. It's how to respond when life inevitably breaks one. No matter how carefully you plan your life, there will come a day when everything falls apart. You wake up sick, a meeting runs late, your child needs you, your flight is delayed. You promise yourself you'll do the habit tomorrow. And for the first time in weeks, the streak ends. For many people, this is where the story changes. Not because they miss one day, because they believe that one mistake erased everything that came before it. The habit wasn't destroyed by the missed workout, or the skipped study session, or the unhealthy meal. It was destroyed by the belief that the streak was no longer worth protecting. James Clear argues that perfection is impossible. Life will interrupt even the strongest routines. So the real skill is learning how to recover instead of expecting you'll never miss. Think about an airplane flying across the ocean. From the ground, it appears to travel in a perfectly straight line. In reality, it spends much of the journey slightly off course. Wind pushes it sideways. Air currents alter its path. The pilot makes countless tiny corrections. The plane reaches its destination not because it never drifted, but because it kept returning. Your habits work the same way. Consistency isn't the absence of mistakes. It's the habit of correcting them. James Clear captures this idea with a simple rule: never miss twice. Missing once is part of life. The real danger begins when one missed day turns into another, allowing a temporary interruption to become a new pattern. This is where the mind often plays its cruelest trick. You skip one workout. Suddenly it feels pointless to exercise the next day. You eat one unhealthy meal. Now the entire week feels ruined. You miss one morning of writing. Soon you convince yourself you'll start again next month. One mistake quietly becomes permission for another, then another, until the exception becomes a routine. James Clear explains that the first mistake is rarely what causes long-term failure. It's the spiral of repeated mistakes that follows. Missing once is an accident. Missing twice is the beginning of a different habit. Imagine dropping a single brick while building a house. You wouldn't demolish the entire structure because one brick slipped from your hands. You would simply pick it up and continue building. Yet, that's exactly what many people do with their habits. They treat one imperfect day as proof they can never succeed. Perfection becomes the standard. Anything less feels like failure. But habits have never required perfection. They require return. Every comeback sends a message that is far more powerful than any flawless streak. This is still who I am. James Clear warns against the all-or-nothing mindset that causes people to abandon a habit simply because they couldn't perform it perfectly. Showing up imperfectly is almost always better than disappearing completely. In fact, some of the most important days are the ones when you do almost nothing. The 5-minute workout, the single page you read before bed, the brief walk around the block, the one sentence you write when inspiration never arrives. Those small actions may not improve your performance very much, but they accomplish something even more valuable. They protect your identity. They remind your brain that this is still what people like you do, because every time you return, no matter how small the effort, you strengthen something deeper than the habit itself. You strengthen the belief that setbacks are temporary, but the person you're becoming is permanent. And once you've learned how to recover from failure, a new challenge begins to emerge. How do you make sure you're measuring the right kind of progress in the first place? Imagine an explorer crossing a vast desert. Every hour, they check the compass. Not because the compass is the destination, but because it helps them move toward it. Now imagine something strange happens. The explorer becomes so obsessed with protecting the compass that they stop looking at the horizon. The tool that was meant to guide the journey quietly becomes the journey itself. The same thing can happen with your habits. Tracking is powerful. Streaks are motivating. Measurements create momentum. But every tool has a hidden danger. If you're not careful, you'll begin chasing the numbers instead of the life those numbers were meant to create. James Clear cautions that measurement is meant to support your habits, not replace their purpose. When a number becomes a target instead of the guide, it can lead you away from what truly matters. Think about someone whose fitness goal becomes nothing more than a number on a scale. Every morning determines whether the day feels successful or disappointing. If the number drops, they celebrate. If it doesn't, they question everything. Yet the scale cannot measure better sleep. It cannot measure stronger bones. It cannot measure greater confidence. It cannot measure the energy to play with your children or the peace that comes from feeling healthy. One number tells only part of the story. But the mind has a habit of treating measurable things as if they're the only things that matter. James Clear introduces an important idea known as Goodhart's Law. When a measure becomes a target, it stops being a useful measure. The moment success is defined only by one metric. People begin optimizing for the number instead of the deeper objective. You can see this pattern almost everywhere. Students study to pass exams. Instead of understanding the material, employees work longer hours. instead of producing meaningful work. Businesses chase quarterly numbers, while quietly weakening long-term trust. The measurement hasn't failed. The focus has shifted. The map has become more important than the destination. That's why habits should never be reduced to statistics alone. A calendar full of check marks is encouraging, but the check marks aren't your health. A reading log is valuable, but the pages aren't your wisdom. A savings account reflects discipline, but the balance isn't your peace of mind. The numbers point towards something greater. They are evidence, not the purpose. James Clear explains that while tracking can make habits satisfying, it's important to remember that measurements are only one source of feedback. Sometimes the most meaningful signs of progress are the ones that can't be easily counted. Perhaps your clothes fit differently. Perhaps you feel calmer under pressure. Perhaps conversations become easier. Perhaps you wake up with more energy than you had 6 months ago. These victories rarely appear on a chart, yet they often matter far more than anything a spreadsheet can record. The greatest transformations in life are often invisible. Character, patience, resilience, confidence, integrity. No tracker can fully capture them. And yet, they are the very qualities your habits have been quietly building all along. This is the beautiful balance. Measure your progress. Celebrate your consistency. Protect your streaks. But never mistake the scoreboard for the game. Because the real purpose of every habit was never to fill a calendar with perfect marks. It was to gradually shape a life that no longer depends on them. The marks on the page may fade. The person they helped create does not. If someone asked you to prove that a mountain was rising, you probably couldn't do it by looking at it for a single day. The change is too small, too gradual, too patient. But return year after year, and the landscape is unmistakably different. Your life changes the same way, not through one extraordinary decision, but through thousands of ordinary ones that quietly accumulate beneath the surface. The challenge has never been making one good choice. The challenge has always been believing that one choice matters. That's why habits are so easy to abandon. Their greatest gift is almost never visible in the moment. James Clear closes this chapter by reminding us that one of the most satisfying feelings in life is the feeling of making progress. Habit tracking provides small moments of immediate satisfaction because each recorded action becomes evidence that you're moving in the right direction. Think about an artist standing before a blank canvas. Each brushstroke seems insignificant by itself. No one would frame the first stroke, or the 10th, or even the 100th, yet remove enough of those tiny moments, and the masterpiece never exists. Progress is always dependent on respecting what appears too small to matter. This is why consistency is so much more powerful than intensity. Intensity creates memorable days. Consistency creates unforgettable lives. Every habit is another vote, another quiet declaration, another piece of evidence that says, "This is who I am becoming." Not because you succeeded once, but because you returned again, and again, and again. James Clear summarizes a chapter with 2 simple ideas that capture this philosophy perfectly. Don't break the chain whenever possible, and if life interrupts you, never miss twice. Progress isn't protected by perfection. It is protected by returning quickly after setbacks. Over time, something remarkable begins to happen. You stop depending on motivation. You stop waiting for the perfect mood. You stop asking whether today's effort will be enough, because you've already seen the answer hundreds of times before. Every mark on the calendar, every completed workout, every page you've read, every healthy choice you recorded, each one whispers the same truth. Small actions are never really small. They are building something your eyes cannot fully measure. Character, trust in yourself, confidence earned through repetition, a life that slowly becomes more intentional than accidental. Eventually, the tracker itself becomes less important. The notebook may close. The calendar may stop filling with check marks. The app may even be deleted. But something far more valuable remains: the identity those habits help create. You no longer exercise because you're protecting a streak. You exercise because that's simply what you do. You no longer read to add another mark to a chart. You read because curiosity has become part of your nature. You no longer choose wisely because someone is watching. You do it because the person you become wouldn't feel at home living any other way. And perhaps that's the deepest lesson hidden inside all of this. The paper clips were never about paper clips. The calendar was never about check marks. The streak was never about numbers. They were all bridges, temporary tools designed to carry you from effort to identity, from discipline to instinct, from hoping you'll change to quietly realizing that you already have. Because lasting transformation is rarely announced by a dramatic moment. More often, it reveals itself in an ordinary morning when you wake up, begin the habit, and only afterward realize you didn't have to convince yourself this time. And with that, we arrive to Chapter 17, how an accountability partner can change everything. Most people don't wake up planning to make bad decisions. No one says, "Today, I'll ignore my goals. I'll waste my time. I'll break promises I made to myself." Quite the opposite. Most people genuinely want to become healthier, more focused, more disciplined, more reliable. Yet somewhere between intention and action, something changes. The person who is determined on Sunday night becomes the same person who keeps postponing Monday morning. Why? Because intentions are quiet, consequences are loud. The human brain pays far more attention to what happens immediately than to what might happen someday. That's why bad habits can survive for years. Their consequences are delayed. The pleasure arrives now. The cost comes later. James Clear introduces this chapter with a striking story from Roger Fisher, a Harvard negotiation expert who spent decades thinking about one of humanity's most dangerous decisions, the use of nuclear weapons. Fisher proposed an unsettling idea. Instead of allowing a president to launch a nuclear strike with a push of a button, the launch code would be implanted beside the heart of a volunteer. To access it, the president would first have to personally take an innocent life. The goal wasn't violence. It was to make the true cost of the decision immediate and impossible to ignore. Whether or not such an idea could ever be accepted, it reveals something profound about human behavior. Distance weakens responsibility. When consequences feel far away, they lose their power to influence today's choices. Imagine placing your hand near a hot stove. You don't need a lecture about temperature. You don't need a motivational speech. The pain teaches you instantly. Your brain learns a lesson before you even have time to think. Immediate consequences shape behavior with extraordinary speed. Delayed consequences rarely do. James Clear explains that the fourth law can also be reversed. Just as satisfying endings encourage behaviors to be repeated, painful endings make behaviors less likely to happen again. Pain is one of the fastest teachers the brain has. This helps explain a mystery that frustrates so many people. Why is it so difficult to stop habits that we know are harmful? Smoking, procrastination, overspending, mindless scrolling. The answer isn't that these habits have no consequences. It's that the consequences arrive too late. A cigarette doesn't immediately reveal damaged lungs. One night of poor sleep doesn't instantly destroy your health. One afternoon of procrastination doesn't end a career. The brain notices the relief, not the future cost. And so the habit quietly repeats itself, again and again, until tomorrow's consequences eventually become today's reality. James Clear points out that if you want to reduce a bad habit, the key is to increase the speed of its consequences. The smaller the gap between an action and its cost, the more quickly behavior begins to change. Think about learning to drive. Touch the brake too late, and the lesson is unforgettable. Ignore a sharp turn, and your attention changes immediately. Fast feedback creates fast learning. Life often works the opposite way. The behaviors that quietly shape your future rarely provide instant feedback. That's why relying on willpower alone is such an exhausting strategy. Willpower asks you to fight temptation with imagination. Behavior changes much more easily when reality does the teaching. Perhaps the problem has never been that your goals are too small or your motivation too weak. Perhaps the real problem is that your bad habits have been getting away with too much for too long. So the question becomes unavoidable. If immediate rewards make good habits easier to repeat, could immediate consequences make bad habits easier to leave behind? Imagine two children touching a thorn bush for the first time. The first child grabs a branch. Pain shoots through their hand. The lesson is immediate. The second child is simply warned. Be careful. Those thorns can hurt. Both receive the same information. Only one received the experience. Days later, who remembers the lesson more clearly? The human brain has always learned fastest through consequences. Long before there were schools, books, or written rules, survival depended on learning from the results of your actions. Touch the fire, feel the burn, remember it forever. Our ancestors didn't survive because they collected the most information. They survived because they quickly connected behavior with outcomes. That ancient learning system is still operating inside you today. James Clear explains that painful experiences become powerful teachers because they create immediate feedback. The faster and more tangible the consequence, the more likely the brain is to change its future behavior. Now compare that to most modern habits. You procrastinate today. Nothing terrible happens. You skip your workout. Life continues. You spend money you shouldn't. Tomorrow still arrives. From your brain's perspective, those actions seem perfectly safe. The consequences haven't disappeared. They've simply been delayed. And delayed feedback is weak feedback. Imagine trying to learn basketball if the scoreboard appeared 6 months after every game. Or imagine driving a car where the steering wheel responded 5 minutes after you turned it. Learning would become almost impossible. The connection between action and result would disappear. That's exactly what happens with many bad habits. The feedback loop is broken. By the time the consequences appear, the behavior that caused them feels distant. The brain struggles to connect the two. James Clear points out that behaviors change when actions produce immediate consequences. Late fees encourage people to pay bills on time. Attendance policies encourage students to show up. Even small immediate costs can dramatically influence behavior because people naturally try to avoid present discomfort. This reveals an uncomfortable truth. Many bad habits aren't powerful because they're enjoyable. They're powerful because they're unpunished. For weeks, months, sometimes years, nothing interrupts them. Every repetition silently teaches the same lesson. This is fine. Keep doing it. There are no consequences until one day the bill finally arrives. The health problem, the financial stress, the broken trust, the lost opportunity. And suddenly the cost feels enormous. But by then, the behavior has already become familiar. The neural pathways have already been strengthened. The habit has become part of daily life. This is why simply telling yourself, "I'll stop tomorrow," rarely works. Tomorrow still offers the same immediate reward, the same delayed consequence. The brain sees no reason to choose differently. James Clear emphasizes that if the goal is to eliminate a bad habit, there cannot be a large gap between behavior and its consequence. Bringing the cost into the present changes the decision before the habit has a chance to repeat itself. Think about how quickly your behavior changes when someone important is watching. You drive a little more carefully. You arrive a little earlier. You keep your promises a little more consistently. Nothing about your character changed overnight. The consequences changed. Suddenly, the cost of failing became immediate. And that's where one of the most powerful forces in human behavior begins to emerge. Not fear of punishment, but the awareness that your actions are no longer invisible. Because the moment another person begins paying attention, your habits stop being a private conversation with yourself. They become a promise someone else can see. Walk through a city late at night. An empty street feels different from a crowded one, not because you become a different person, but because people naturally change when they know someone else is watching. You straighten your posture. You choose your words more carefully. You think twice before breaking a rule. Even subtle observation has a remarkable effect on behavior. It's one of the oldest forces shaping human life. For thousands of years, survival depended on belonging to a group. Being trusted meant protection. Being respected meant opportunity. Being rejected could mean isolation, or worse. Long before laws existed, human behavior was guided by something even stronger: reputation. That ancient instinct still lives inside you. You may believe your habits are private, but your brain has never stopped caring what other people think. James Clear explains that one of the most effective ways to make a bad habit less appealing is to attach an immediate social cost to it. Knowing someone else will see whether you follow through changes the emotional weight of every decision. Imagine carrying a promise inside your own mind. It's easy to renegotiate. I'll start tomorrow. One missed day won't matter. I'll make up for it later. The conversation stays private. No one challenges it. No one even knows it happened. Now imagine making that exact same promise to someone you deeply respect. Suddenly, the decision feels different. The action hasn't changed. The audience has. And with that audience comes accountability, the possibility of disappointment, the possibility of losing trust, the possibility of becoming someone whose words no longer match their actions. Those consequences arrive immediately, not months from now, not years from now, today. That's why accountability is so powerful. It shortens the distance between behavior and consequence. James Clear introduces the idea of an accountability partner, someone who knows the commitment you've made and can observe whether you honor it. Their presence creates an immediate cost to breaking your promise, even before any long-term consequences appear. Think about professional athletes. They don't train entirely alone. Musicians perform for audiences. Pilots follow checklists with crews. Surgeons operate alongside teams. In many of the world's highest-performing environments, responsibility is shared, not because people are weak, because human beings perform differently when commitment becomes visible. There's an important psychological shift that happens here. When no one knows your goal, breaking it feels like changing your mind. When someone else knows, breaking it feels like breaking your word. Those are two very different experiences. One challenges your plans. The other challenges your identity. James Clear points out that we care deeply about how others perceive us. The possibility that someone might see us as unreliable or untrustworthy creates an immediate emotional consequence that can discourage procrastination and strengthen follow-through. This doesn't mean you should live for other people's approval. It means you can wisely use one of the strongest forces already built into human nature: social expectations. For thousands of generations, communities shape behavior long before individuals learn to regulate themselves. That instinct hasn't disappeared. It has simply taken new forms. A friend waiting for you at the gym, a mentor asking how the project is going, a colleague expecting your contribution, a family member who believes in your promise. Each one quietly changes a question inside your mind. Instead of asking, "Can I skip this today?" you begin asking, "What kind of person will I be if I don't show up?" And sometimes that single shift is enough to overcome a temptation that willpower alone never could. But accountability can become even stronger, because there is a difference between telling someone about your goal and creating consequences that make walking away from it genuinely difficult. There's an old saying that character is what you do when no one is watching. It's a beautiful idea, but it misses something important about human nature. For thousands of years, someone was almost always watching. You lived in tribes, worked in groups, raised children in communities. Survival rarely depended on individual strength alone. It depended on trust. The people around you needed to believe your words, needed to believe your actions, needed to believe they could count on you. That instinct never disappeared. It simply followed us into the modern world. Today, you may live alone, work remotely, exercise by yourself, study in silence, but your brain still responds to social approval just as strongly as it did thousands of years ago. James Clear explains that even without a formal habit contract, simply having an accountability partner can dramatically increase follow-through. Knowing that another person is aware of your commitment creates an immediate cost to giving up. Imagine preparing for a morning run. If no one knows about it, the conversation stays inside your head. Maybe I'll skip today. I'll make it up tomorrow. No one argues. No one notices. Now imagine a friend is already waiting at the trail. They're expecting you. They woke up early because of the promise you made. Suddenly, the same decision feels completely different. The weather hasn't changed. Your energy hasn't changed. The distance hasn't changed. Only one thing has. Your choice now affects someone else. That single difference is often enough to tip the balance. This isn't weakness. It's human psychology. Our brains naturally place greater importance on commitments that involve other people, not because we fear judgment alone, but because relationships matter. Trust matters. Reputation matters. James Clear notes that we care deeply about how others see us. The possibility of appearing unreliable, lazy, or untrustworthy creates an immediate emotional consequence, making procrastination and broken promises far less attractive. Think about the moments when you've worked your hardest. A teammate depended on you. A family member believed in you. A mentor expected your best. Very often, you found strength you didn't know you had, not because you suddenly became more disciplined, because your actions have become connected to something larger than yourself. Responsibility has a remarkable way of unlocking consistency. This is why coaches exist, why study groups improve performance, why support groups help people recover, why training partners often succeed where isolated effort fails. The presence of another person quietly changes the environment in which decisions are made. And changing the environment has always been more powerful than trying to overpower temptation. James Clear shares examples of people who intentionally build accountability into their lives, from creative partnerships to automated systems that made failures public. In each case, the common thread was the same. When someone else could see the outcome, following through became far more likely. But there's another lesson hidden beneath all of this. The greatest accountability partner isn't someone who constantly criticizes you. It's someone who reminds you of the person you're trying to become. Someone who doesn't merely ask, "Did you do the habit?" but instead asks, "Are you living according to the promises you made?" That question reaches deeper, because habits have never been only about actions. They've always been about identity. Every promise you keep strengthens a belief that you're someone who can be trusted, not only by others, but by yourself. And when you begin trusting yourself, discipline slowly stops feeling like a battle. It starts feeling like integrity. The final step, then, isn't simply finding people who watch your behavior. It's creating a life where the consequences of your choices become so immediate that your future self no longer has to carry the burden your present self refuses to face. Imagine standing at the edge of two different roads. The first is smooth, comfortable, easy to walk. The second is steeper. It asks for effort, discipline, consistency. At first glance, the easy road seems like freedom. No pressure, no sacrifice, no immediate discomfort. But as the years pass, the roads quietly exchange places. The easy road becomes increasingly difficult. The difficult road becomes increasingly easy. This is a paradox of every habit. The choices that feel easiest today often become the hardest to live with tomorrow. The choices that demand something from you today often create freedom later. That is why accountability is so much more than a productivity tool. It's a way of bringing tomorrow into today. Instead of allowing your future self to absorb the consequences, you choose to experience a small consequence now. A missed workout costs you money. A broken promise costs you embarrassment. A skipped habit requires an uncomfortable conversation. The price is small, but it arrives immediately. And because it arrives immediately, your brain finally pays attention. James Clear concludes that making bad habits immediately unsatisfying is one of the most reliable ways to reduce them, whether through an accountability partner or a habit contract. Bringing the consequence into the present changes how future decisions are made. Notice something remarkable. None of these systems remove your freedom. They protect it. Without structure, every day begins with another negotiation. Should I do it? Maybe later. Just this once. Those conversations consume enormous amounts of mental energy. But when the rules are already clear, when someone else knows your commitment, when the consequence is already waiting, the decision becomes surprisingly simple. You stop depending on motivation. You start relying on design. This has been the hidden message throughout every law of behavior change. Don't depend on memory. Design reminders. Don't depend on excitement. Design attraction. Don't depend on willpower. Design simplicity. And finally, don't depend on endless self-control. Design consequences. Each layer removes a little more friction between the person you are and the person you're becoming. Over time, something unexpected happens. The accountability partner becomes less important. The contract gathers dust in a drawer. The checklist is no longer checked as often, not because the system failed, but because it succeeded. The behavior that once needed external support has become internal. What began as accountability becomes identity. You no longer avoid the habit because someone else might notice. You avoid it because it no longer fits the kind of person you believe yourself to be. That may be the most important transformation of all. Real discipline isn't created the moment someone starts watching. Real discipline is created when being watched teaches you how to watch yourself. Eventually, the external consequence fades, but the internal standard remains. And that is where lasting change lives. Not in fear, not in guilt, not even in rewards, but in the quiet confidence that every choice, no matter how small, is another vote for the person you have decided to become. With that, chapter 17 ends, and we come to chapter 18. The truth about talent, when genes matter and when they don't, which begins the advanced tactics section of Atomic Habits. Imagine gathering every child in the world onto a single playing field. Give them the same coach, the same training schedule, the same equipment, the same number of hours to practice. Then ask them all to become Olympic champions. It sounds fair. Everyone receives the same opportunity. Everyone follows the same system. Everyone works hard. So why don't they all reach the same destination? Because equal effort does not produce equal results. Nature has never worked that way. Walk through a forest. No two trees grow at exactly the same speed. Some stretch toward the sunlight with astonishing ease. Others grow slowly, twisting around rocks, competing for space, adapting to different conditions. Neither tree is broken. They're simply responding to the environment they were given and to the blueprint hidden inside them. Human beings are no different. For much of this journey, you've learned that better systems create better habits. And they do. But now we arrive at a deeper question. If habits are built using the same 4 laws, why do certain habits feel almost effortless for one person, yet exhausting for someone else? Why does one person naturally gravitate toward numbers, another toward music, another toward conversation, another toward movement? The answer isn't simply motivation. It isn't discipline. And it certainly isn't luck alone. Part of the answer has been quietly shaping you since before you took your first breath. Your biology, your temperament, your natural tendencies. James Clear introduces this idea through 2 extraordinary athletes. Michael Phelps, the most decorated Olympic swimmer in history, and Hisham El Guru, one of the greatest middle distance runners the world has ever seen. Both reached the highest level of human performance. Yet they were built for entirely different games. Phelps possessed an unusually long torso, broad wingspan, and body proportions perfectly suited for moving through water. El Guru had the lean frame, long legs, and light body that made him almost perfectly designed for distance running. If they had exchanged sports, neither would likely have become legendary. Not because they lacked discipline, not because they lacked effort, but because excellence depends on more than hard work alone. This challenges one of the most popular beliefs about success. We've been taught that anyone can become anything with enough determination. Determination matters. Persistence matters. Practice matters. But they are only part of the equation. A seed planted in the wrong climate doesn't fail because it refuses to grow. It struggles because it was never meant for that environment. The same principle applies to people. Your greatest potential often isn't discovered by forcing yourself into every opportunity. It's discovered by finding environments where your natural strengths have room to flourish. That doesn't mean your future is already written. It means the playing field matters. And understanding that changes everything. Because before asking how hard you should work, there's an even more important question waiting to be answered. Are you playing the right game? The moment people hear the word genes, many stop listening because they assume the conversation is already over. If success depends on biology, then what hope is there for everyone else? It's an understandable fear. After all, none of us chooses our height, our eye color, our natural metabolism, or the countless biological traits quietly shaping us beneath the surface. It feels as though genetics divide the world into winners and losers before life has even begun. But that's not what biology teaches us. And it's not what this chapter is about. Genes are not instructions that force a single future. They're possibilities, a map of strengths, a collection of tendencies that interact with the world around you. The same characteristic that becomes a tremendous advantage in one environment may become a disadvantage in another. Height can be a gift on the basketball court. The very same height can become an obstacle in gymnastics. Neither environment changes the person. The environment changes the value of the trait. Nature works like this everywhere. A polar bear thrives in the Arctic. Place it in a tropical rainforest, and its greatest strengths become liabilities. A cactus survives where an oak tree cannot. An oak flourishes where a cactus would slowly die. Neither plant is superior. Each is simply matched to a different world. Human abilities follow the same principle. Someone may struggle in one career, yet excel in another, feel average in one classroom, yet extraordinary in a different field. Not because they suddenly became more intelligent, but because they finally found an environment where their natural abilities could be expressed. This is why comparing yourself to someone else's strengths can become so discouraging. You may be measuring yourself in a game that was never designed for your particular abilities. James Clear argues that genes don't determine your destiny. They determine your areas of opportunity. The goal isn't to become good at everything. The goal is to recognize where your natural interests and abilities overlap, because those are the places where habits become easier to repeat and more satisfying to maintain. This idea changes the meaning of hard work. Hard work is still essential, but effort produces the greatest return when it's directed toward the right target. Imagine trying to push a massive boulder uphill. You can certainly become stronger, but if there's another path that naturally slopes downward, the smartest decision isn't always to push harder. Sometimes it's to choose the better path. This isn't about avoiding difficulty. Every meaningful pursuit eventually becomes challenging. It's about avoiding unnecessary resistance. Because the greatest performers rarely spend their lives fighting against who they are. They spend their lives discovering where they can become the most useful. And once they find that place, practice stops feeling like constant survival. It begins to feel like growth. That realization leads to another fascinating question. If your biology quietly influences the opportunities that suit you best, how much of your everyday behavior has been shaped by something you've rarely stopped to notice? Your personality? Think about the people you've known throughout your life. Some walk into a crowded room and immediately start conversations. Others quietly observe before saying a word. Some love planning every detail. Others thrive on spontaneity. Some crave adventure. Others find comfort in routine. We often treat these differences as simple preferences, but they're much deeper than that. Long before you built your first habit, long before you develop your routines, your brain already had certain tendencies, not fixed rules, not unbreakable limits, but subtle patterns that quietly influence how you responded to the world. James Clear explains that our genes operate beneath the surface of every behavior, shaping the personality traits that make certain habits feel more natural for some people than for others. Psychologists often describe personality using 5 broad dimensions. Some people are naturally curious and eager to explore new ideas. Others prefer stability and consistency. Some are highly organized. Others are more flexible and spontaneous. Some gain energy from being around people. Others recharge in solitude. Some are naturally warm and cooperative. Others are more skeptical and analytical, and some are more emotionally sensitive to stress, while others remain calm under pressure. None of these qualities are inherently better. They're simply different starting points. Imagine handing the exact same map to 5 travelers. Each begins from a different location. Even though the destination is identical, the best route for each person will be different. Habits work the same way. The routine that feels exciting to one person may feel exhausting to another. A daily networking event might energize an extrovert. The very same activity could completely drain someone who prefers quiet reflection. A highly structured planner may feel liberated by detailed schedules. Someone more spontaneous might feel trapped by the exact same system. Neither person is doing habits incorrectly. They're responding to different internal wiring. James Clear emphasizes that our habits aren't determined entirely by personality, but our natural preferences undeniably push us towards certain behaviors, while making others require more effort. This explains why copying someone else's routine often ends in frustration. You see their morning schedule, their workout, their reading habit, their productivity system, and assume that repeating the same actions will produce the same results. Sometimes it does, often it doesn't, because you're copying the behavior without sharing the biology and personality that made the behavior sustainable. The goal has never been to become someone else. The goal is to build a version of success that fits the person you already are. That doesn't mean using personality as an excuse. It means using it as information. The strongest systems aren't the ones that ignore your nature. They're the ones that cooperate with it. Because lasting habits aren't built by constantly fighting yourself. They're built by making your natural strengths work in your favor. And once you understand that, a much bigger question appears. If your habits should match your personality, how do you discover the environments where those strengths can truly thrive? One of the biggest mistakes people make is believing that success always looks the same. The same morning routine, the same workout, the same career path, the same study method, the same habits. If someone successful does it, we assume we should do it too. But nature has never created success through copies. It creates success through diversity. Walk into a rainforest. Thousands of species live side by side. Each survives differently. The eagle dominates the sky. The jaguar rules the forest floor. The dolphin masters the ocean. None succeeds by trying to become the others. Each succeeds by becoming more fully what it already is. Human beings often forget this lesson. Instead of asking, what suits me, we ask, what works for everyone else? And that's where frustration begins. James Clear argues that habits become far easier to maintain when they fit your personality. Rather than forcing yourself to build the habits that are popular, you should build the ones that naturally match your interests, preferences, and strengths. Think about exercise. Some people genuinely love lifting heavy weights. Others feel most alive while climbing mountains. Some find peace in long-distance running. Others lose themselves on a bicycle or in a swimming pool. All of them are moving. All of them are becoming healthier, but they're taking completely different paths. The same is true for learning. One person devours history books. Another learns through conversation. Someone else understands ideas by building, experimenting, or creating. The objective isn't to force every mind into the same method. It's to discover the method that keeps curiosity alive. Because enjoyment isn't the opposite of discipline. It's one of the greatest predictors of consistency. The brain repeats what it finds rewarding. When a habit matches your natural interests, showing up stops feeling like an obligation. James Clear reminds us that there's a version of almost every habit that can bring satisfaction. The challenge isn't copying someone else's routine. It's finding a version that genuinely fits you, because enjoyable habits are the ones most likely to last. This doesn't mean avoiding discomfort. Every meaningful skill eventually demands patience. Every path includes setbacks. But there's a profound difference between the pain of growth and the pain of pretending to be someone you're not. One helps you expand. The other slowly drains your energy. The people who remain consistent for years usually aren't those with the strongest willpower. They're the ones whose habits fit naturally into the lives they actually want to live. Their routines don't constantly compete with who they are. They support who they are becoming. And once you stop measuring yourself against someone else's blueprint, a new question emerges. If your greatest strength isn't becoming like everyone else, how do you discover the unique game where your own strengths give you the advantage? Imagine asking a fish to climb a tree, a bird to swim across the ocean, or a cheetah to spend its life digging tunnels underground. No matter how hard they try, failure is almost guaranteed, not because they lack ability, but because they're being judged in the wrong environment. This is one of the most overlooked ideas about success. People often believe they're untalented, when in reality, they're simply competing in the wrong game. James Clear argues that the secret to maximizing your chances of success is choosing the right field of competition. Habits become easier, more enjoyable, and more sustainable when they align with your natural strengths. Think back to school. Some students seem to understand mathematics almost effortlessly. Others could write stories that captivated an entire classroom. Some naturally led group projects. Others quietly solved problems no one else could figure out. Each ability was valuable, but only if the environment gave it room to shine. The same principle follows us into adulthood. A person who struggles in one career may flourish in another. An employee who feels average in one company may become exceptional in a different culture. The difference isn't always intelligence. Sometimes it's fit. Psychologists often call this the person-environment fit. Performance isn't created by talent alone. It's created by the relationship between your abilities and the challenges around you. When those two align, progress feels surprisingly natural. This explains something many people misunderstand about motivation. We assume motivated people simply have more discipline, but often they're working in areas where every hour of effort produces visible progress. Progress itself becomes rewarding. Success fuels confidence. Confidence encourages repetition, and repetition creates mastery. It's a cycle that feeds itself. James Clear describes this as playing a game where the odds are in your favor. The right habits create a virtuous cycle. Because you're naturally suited to the activity, you improve more quickly, enjoy it more, receive better opportunities, and become even more motivated to continue. Of course, finding that game isn't always obvious. Most people don't discover it overnight. Very few children know exactly what they'll spend their lives doing. Instead, they stumble across clues. A subject that never feels boring. A problem they genuinely enjoy solving. A skill that seems to improve faster than expected. Those small signals matter because they often point toward the places where effort produces extraordinary returns. And here's the encouraging part. You don't need to be the most gifted person in the world. You simply need to stop measuring yourself in games designed for someone else. The greatest advantage isn't being universally talented. It's being exceptionally well matched to the challenge in front of you. But discovering that challenge requires something most people aren't willing to do. Before committing to one path, you first have to explore many others. When people look back on the lives of remarkable individuals, the path often appears obvious, as if they always knew exactly where they were going, as if every decision naturally led to the next. But that's only because you're seeing the finished story, not the years of uncertainty that came before it. In reality, very few people discover their life's work on the first attempt. Scientists rarely begin with their greatest discovery. Entrepreneurs rarely build a successful company on their first idea. Artists rarely create their masterpiece the first time they pick up a brush. Progress usually begins with exploration, not certainty. James Clear explains that before committing to a single direction, there should be a period of experimentation, whether it's dating before marriage, exploring different subjects in school, or testing multiple business ideas. The goal is to sample widely before narrowing your focus. Think about how children learn. They don't start life knowing their favorite sport, or instrument, or profession. They climb, draw, run, build, break things, ask endless questions. They're constantly experimenting. Each experience reveals a little more about who they are. Somewhere along the way, curiosity begins turning into preference. Preference becomes interest. Interest becomes skill. And skill, repeated over time, becomes expertise. Adults often lose this mindset. We feel pressure to choose quickly, to have a perfect plan, to know exactly where we're headed before taking the first step. But certainty is usually the result of exploration, not the prerequisite for it. This is why James Clear introduces the idea of the explore-exploit trade-off. In the beginning, your job is to explore. Try different opportunities. Learn different skills. Expose yourself to unfamiliar experiences. Then, when evidence begins pointing towards something that genuinely fits your strengths, that's when you exploit it. You invest more deeply. You refine your abilities. You commit your attention where it produces the greatest return. This balance changes throughout life. When you're young, exploration is incredibly valuable because every new experience teaches you something about yourself. As time passes, commitment becomes more important, not because curiosity disappears, but because mastery requires focus. A river doesn't carve through rock by changing direction every few meters. It shapes the landscape through persistence. Still, even experts continue exploring from time to time. The strongest careers, the greatest inventions, the most meaningful breakthroughs often come from someone willing to step outside their routine just long enough to discover a better path. The mistake isn't choosing the wrong direction once. The mistake is refusing to learn from what each direction teaches you. Because every experiment answers an important question. Not just, can I do this? But, does this feel like a place where I can truly grow? And once you begin recognizing those answers, you'll discover something even more powerful. Sometimes the greatest opportunity isn't finding a game where you can win. It's creating a completely new game that no one else is playing. Most people spend their lives trying to become better than everyone else. They compete for the same jobs, learn the same skills, follow the same paths, fight for the same opportunities. But the more crowded the game becomes, the harder it is to stand out. Nature rarely rewards perfect copies. It rewards adaptation. Look at evolution. When two species compete for exactly the same food, the same territory, and the same resources, eventually, one begins to specialize. One hunts during the day, the other at night. One climbs trees, the other stays on the ground. Instead of fighting over the same space, each creates its own. Human success often works the same way. James Clear explains that if you can't find a game where the odds favor you, create one. Rather than try to outperform everyone at a single skill, combine your unique strengths in a way that few other people can. Think about the people whose work feels unmistakably their own. Rarely are they the absolute best in one isolated ability. More often, they possess an unusual combination of skills. A scientist who communicates like a storyteller, an engineer who understands psychology, a teacher who thinks like an entrepreneur, a designer who also writes. Individually, none of those skills may be extraordinary. Together, they become difficult to replace. This is one of the hidden advantages of being different. When everyone is chasing the same destination, originality becomes a competitive advantage. You no longer need to defeat thousands of people at the exact same game. You've changed the rules. James Clear shares the example of Scott Adams, creator of Dilbert. Adams never claimed to be the world's funniest comedian or the world's greatest artist. His advantage came from combining several abilities, drawing, humor, and business knowledge, into something distinctive that very few people could replicate. This idea removes enormous pressure. You don't have to become the best person alive at one thing. You need to become exceptionally valuable at the intersection of several things. That's where innovation lives. It's also where authenticity lives. Because no one else has lived your exact life. No one has collected your experiences, your interests, your failures, your education, your perspective. Those pieces may seem ordinary on their own. Together, they create something that has never existed before. James Clear also describes how he designed his own field of study by combining multiple disciplines instead of competing directly within just one. By creating a path that matched his interests, learning became more engaging and comparison became less meaningful. The goal isn't to become someone impossible to compete with. The goal is to become someone impossible to replace. Because lasting success rarely belongs to the person who copies the crowd most effectively. It belongs to the person who understands themselves deeply enough to build a path that fits no one else. And once you've found that path, one final lesson remains. Your natural strengths may point you in the right direction, but they can never walk the journey for you. Genes may open the door, yet only consistent effort allows you to step through it. There's a question that quietly follows every conversation about talent. If our biology matters, if personality matters, if some people begin life with advantages others never receive, then what role does effort still play? The answer is everything, because potential has never been the same as performance. A violin resting inside its case doesn't create music. A seed locked inside a drawer never becomes a forest. Possibility means nothing without action. James Clear makes an important distinction. Your genes don't remove the need for hard work. They simply clarify where your hard work is most likely to produce extraordinary results. History is filled with people who possess remarkable ability, yet accomplished very little. It's equally filled with people who began with ordinary advantages, but devoted years to refining the strengths they did possess. The difference wasn't talent alone. It was direction. Imagine two people rowing across the ocean. One is rowing with the current, the other against it. Both may work equally hard. Both may become equally exhausted. But only one sees the shoreline drawing closer with every stroke. Life often feels this way. Hard work is always necessary. But hard work without alignment becomes survival. Hard work with alignment becomes momentum. This is why comparison is such a dangerous habit. You don't know which currents someone else is rowing with. You only see the distance they've traveled. James Clear reminds us that focusing on someone else's natural abilities is far less productive than asking whether you're developing your own until you've invested the effort to approach your own potential. It's impossible to know where your true limits are. Perhaps that's the greatest lesson hidden inside this entire journey. The goal was never to become the best at everything. It was never to copy someone else's routine or chase someone else's definition of success. The goal was to understand yourself well enough to build habits that fit your life, to choose environments where your strengths can grow, to create systems that make consistency natural, and then to show up often enough that those small actions become your identity. That's what all 4 laws have been leading toward, not perfection, alignment, because when your environment supports you, when your habits suit your personality, when your actions reinforce your identity, progress stops feeling accidental. It becomes inevitable. James Clear closes this chapter with a simple principle. The habits most likely to last are the ones that match both your personality and your abilities. Work hard, but work hard on the things that come naturally to you, and that may be the real truth about greatness. Greatness isn't reserved for people with perfect genetics. It's built by people who stop asking, how can I become someone else? And start asking, given who I am, where can I create the greatest impact? Because once you discover that answer, every habit you build no longer feels like a struggle against your nature. It becomes an expression of it. And finally, we arrive at chapter 19, the Goldilocks rule for how to stay motivated in life and work. Everyone has felt it. The excitement of a new beginning. A brand new notebook waiting to be filled. Running shoes that have never touched the pavement. An untouched guitar. A fresh business idea. The first few days feel electric. You wake up early. You can't wait to get started. Progress seems inevitable. But then, something changes. The novelty fades. The alarm feels heavier. The pages stay blank. The workouts become repetitive. Without realizing it, you begin asking a dangerous question. Why don't I feel motivated anymore? Most people assume they've lost discipline. They tell themselves they weren't determined enough, that they simply don't want success badly enough. But motivation rarely disappears all at once. It slowly leaks away, not because you become weaker, but because your brain has become familiar. The human mind is built to notice change. When something is new, your attention sharpens. Your curiosity comes alive. Every small improvement feels rewarding because your brain is constantly discovering something unexpected. But familiarity changes everything. The same action that once felt exciting gradually becomes ordinary. What once captured your full attention eventually blends into background. This isn't failure. It's adaptation. And adaptation is one of the brain's greatest strengths. Without it, you'd be overwhelmed by every sound, every sight, every experience. Instead, your mind learns to conserve energy by treating repeated experiences as normal. The problem is, habits depend on repetition. The very thing that allows a habit to become automatic also makes it feel less exciting. This creates a paradox. The actions that produce extraordinary results are often the same actions that become emotionally ordinary. James Clear opens this chapter with the story of Steve Martin, whose success was not built through a sudden breakthrough, but through years of steadily improving his craft, performing for tiny audiences, refining his routines, and returning to the stage long before fame arrived. His journey illustrates that lasting progress comes from continuing long after the initial excitement has disappeared. Think about learning to drive. The first time you sat behind the wheel, every movement demanded complete attention. Your hands gripped the steering wheel. Your eyes scanned every mirror. Even a simple turn required conscious effort. Years later, You can drive for miles without remembering every detail of the trip. The task didn't become less important. Your brain simply became more efficient. Habits work the same way. Efficiency is wonderful for performance, but efficiency often feels boring, and boredom quietly becomes the first real obstacle to mastery, not because the habit stopped working, but because it stopped feeling new. Most people never quit because something is impossible. They quit because it no longer feels exciting enough to continue. And that's exactly where the next discovery begins. The people who stay consistent aren't necessarily the ones with the most motivation. They're the ones who learn how to keep challenge alive without becoming overwhelmed. Imagine trying to lift a feather. You could do it all day without breaking a sweat. There would be no challenge, no growth, no sense of accomplishment. Now imagine trying to lift a car. You wouldn't move it an inch. After a few attempts, frustration would replace determination. One task is too easy. The other is impossibly difficult. Neither keeps you engaged. Somewhere between those two extremes, there's a different kind of challenge. One that demands your full attention. One that stretches your abilities without overwhelming them. This is where learning comes alive. Psychologists have long observed that motivation reaches its highest point when a task sits just beyond what you can already do. Not so difficult that failure feels inevitable, and not so easy that success feels meaningless. James Clear refers to this principle as a Goldilocks rule. We stay most motivated when we're working on challenges that are just manageable. Think about playing a game. If every level could be beaten with your eyes closed, you'd stop playing. If every level defeated you within seconds, you'd quit for a different reason. But when victory feels possible, when success depends on your full effort, time begins to disappear. Your attention narrows. The outside world fades into background. You're no longer thinking about the challenge. You're inside it. Athletes describe this as being in the zone. Musicians lose themselves inside a performance. Writers forget the passing hours. Surgeons become completely absorbed in a procedure. Despite their different professions, their minds are experiencing the same phenomenon: complete engagement. James Clear connects the Goldilocks rule to this experience of flow. Once a habit is established, continuing to increase the challenge in small, manageable ways keeps the activity engaging and makes it easier to remain fully immersed. Notice something important. The challenge never disappears. It simply moves. The moment today's difficulty becomes comfortable, tomorrow's growth begins just beyond it. That's why mastery isn't built through giant leaps. It's built through countless tiny adjustments. A slightly heavier weight, a slightly faster pace, one more paragraph, one more conversation, one more problem solved. Each improvement is almost invisible on its own, but together they prevent your brain from drifting into autopilot. Growth doesn't happen because you're constantly struggling. It happens because you're constantly adapting. And adaptation requires balance. Push too little, you become bored. Push too hard, you become discouraged. But find that narrow space between comfort and chaos, and effort begins to feel strangely rewarding. The challenge itself becomes part of the motivation. Yet, even that balance doesn't last forever, because no matter how perfectly you choose today's challenge, eventually, even it becomes familiar. And when familiarity arrives, a new enemy quietly enters the story. Not failure, boredom. Failure gets all the attention. People fear making mistakes, missing opportunities, falling behind, embarrassing themselves. But failure isn't what ends most dreams. Most dreams don't collapse in a dramatic moment. They slowly fade. One skipped workout, one postponed chapter, one practice session that turns into a week, then a month, not because the goal became impossible, but because the process became predictable. And predictability is something the human brain struggles to appreciate. Our ancestors survived by paying attention to change. A sudden sound in the bushes, an unfamiliar path, a different season. Novelty demanded attention because novelty often carried consequences. That instinct still lives inside us. Even today, our attention is naturally drawn toward what is new. A new notification, a new trend, a new opportunity, a new beginning. But mastery asks us to do something completely different. It asks us to repeat again and again and again. James Clear argues that after habits become established, they also become familiar. Without new challenges and small improvements, interest begins to fade, making boredom, not difficulty, the greatest obstacle to long-term progress. Think about watching your favorite movie. The first time, every scene feels unpredictable. Every twist captures your attention. You don't know what's coming next. The second viewing is still enjoyable, but by the 10th, the surprise is gone. The story hasn't changed. You have. Your brain has learned the pattern. Habits follow the same principle. The first week of learning a language feels exciting because every phrase is new. The first few workouts bring visible progress. The first months of building a business are filled with discoveries. Eventually, the improvements become smaller. The routine becomes familiar, and your brain begins whispering something dangerous. Maybe there's a better method. Maybe I need a different plan. Maybe I should start something new. Often, nothing is wrong with the system. The only thing that's disappeared is novelty. James Clear explains that people frequently abandon strategies that are still working simply because they become ordinary. We mistake boredom for a sign that something is broken, when in reality it's often a sign that we're approaching mastery. Look around at modern life. Every day offers something different. An endless stream of videos, breaking news, fresh entertainment, new products, new opinions. Our attention is constantly rewarded for switching, but meaningful growth rewards the opposite. It asks you to stay, to return, to repeat the same small behaviors long after they stop feeling exciting. This is where many people quietly drift away from their goals, not because they lack ability, not because they chose the wrong habit, but because they confuse consistency with stagnation. The truth is, repetition is not the absence of progress. It's the price of progress. The people who achieve extraordinary results aren't those who never feel bored. They're the ones who understand that boredom isn't a warning to quit. It's a signal that they're entering the stage where real mastery begins. And once you recognize boredom for what it is, the question is no longer how to avoid it. The question becomes how you keep showing up after the excitement is gone. There's a moment that arrives in every meaningful pursuit, not at the beginning, when everything is exciting, not at the end, when success finally becomes visible, but somewhere in the middle. The alarm rings. Your body feels heavy. Your mind begins negotiating. I'll do it tomorrow. One day won't matter. I'm just not feeling it today. In that moment, your future is rarely decided by talent. It's decided by a choice. Will you act according to your feelings or according to your commitments? Most people believe successful individuals wake up overflowing with motivation. They imagine elite athletes eager for every workout, writers inspired every morning, entrepreneurs excited by every challenge. But reality is far less glamorous. James Clear recalls a conversation with an elite coach who had trained thousands of athletes. When asked what separated the very best from everyone else, the coach didn't begin with talent or genetics. He said the difference eventually comes down to who can handle the boredom of practicing the same things day after day. This idea changes everything. The world's highest performers don't avoid boredom. They experience it. They don't escape repetition. They embrace it because they understand something most people overlook. Motivation is emotional. Commitment is behavioral. Emotions rise and fall like weather. Some mornings you're energized. Other mornings you're distracted, tired, frustrated, or simply uninterested. If your habits depend on those emotions, your consistency will always be fragile. But if your habits are tied to a schedule instead of feeling, your progress becomes far more stable. That's why routines are so powerful. They reduce the number of decisions you have to make. You stop asking yourself whether you feel like practicing. You simply practice. James Clear captures this distinction with a simple observation. Professionals stick to the schedule, while amateurs let life get in the way. The difference isn't that professionals always feel motivated. It's that they continue acting even when motivation fades. Think about the sun. It rises every morning without asking whether the day feels inspiring. The tides continue their rhythm. The seasons keep changing. Nature doesn't wait for perfect conditions. It moves because consistency is built into the system. Human excellence follows a similar pattern. The greatest musicians still practice scales. Elite athletes still repeat fundamental drills. Experienced surgeons still review procedures. Mastery never eliminates repetition. It deepens it. From the outside, this kind of consistency can look almost ordinary. There's no dramatic breakthrough, no constant rush of inspiration. Just another day, another repetition, another small improvement. And yet, those quiet repetitions are exactly what separate remarkable lives from average ones. James Clear emphasizes that anyone can work hard when they feel motivated. The real difference appears on the days when the work feels tedious, inconvenient, or uninspiring. Those are the days that quietly shape long-term success. Perhaps discipline isn't about becoming a different person. Perhaps it's about becoming the kind of person who no longer waits for the perfect mood, who understands that inspiration may begin the journey, but repetition is what carries it forward. Because in the end, the people who accomplish extraordinary things aren't those who feel inspired every day. They're the ones who continue taking the next step, long after inspiration has left the room. Imagine watching an Olympic athlete train. You probably expect every session to be extraordinary, a breakthrough, a record, a dramatic display of determination. But if you actually stood inside the training facility, you might be surprised. The movements are familiar. The drills repeat. The schedule rarely changes. To an outsider, it can look almost monotonous. Yet, hidden inside that repetition is one of the greatest secrets of human performance. Mastery doesn't come from constantly doing something different. It comes from doing important things so consistently that they become part of who you are. James Clear points out that the greatest challenge isn't starting a habit. It's continuing after the habit becomes routine. The people who achieve remarkable results learn to stay committed long after the excitement has faded. Our brains crave novelty. Every unexpected experience sparks curiosity. Every surprise pulls our attention. That's why beginning something new feels so energizing. But expertise asks for something entirely different. It asks you to return, again tomorrow, and the day after that, even when today's practice feels almost identical to yesterday's. Think about a sculptor carving stone. At first, every strike changes the shape. Progress is obvious. As the work continues, the changes become smaller. A tiny adjustment here, a subtle refinement there. To someone walking by, it may seem as though nothing is happening, but the sculptor knows that the final masterpiece is hidden inside those nearly invisible corrections. Life often works the same way. The closer you move toward excellence, the less dramatic improvement appears from one day to the next. Growth becomes quieter, more subtle, less obvious. And that's exactly why so many people stop too soon. They mistake invisible progress for no progress at all. James Clear explains that anyone can show up when they're inspired. What separates exceptional performers is their willingness to keep practicing when the work feels repetitive, ordinary, or even boring. This changes the way you think about motivation. Instead of asking, how do I stay excited forever? A better question becomes, can I become comfortable with the ordinary? Because extraordinary lives are rarely built from extraordinary days. They're built from ordinary days. Live with extraordinary consistency. One workout, one conversation, one page, one decision. Repeated so many times that the habit becomes stronger than the emotion. Perhaps that's why professionals seem so dependable. They've stopped expecting every day to feel different. They no longer measure success by excitement. They measure it by whether they honor the commitment they made yesterday. And in doing so, they discover something most people never experience: freedom. Because once your actions are no longer controlled by your changing moods, your progress is no longer controlled by them either. The work simply becomes part of your life. And when that happens, consistency is no longer something you force. It's something you become. Every journey begins with excitement, but no journey is completed by excitement alone. Sooner or later, every goal reaches the same quiet crossroads. The work no longer feels fresh. The results arrive more slowly. The applause disappears. No one is watching. No one is reminding you. And for the first time, you discover why habits matter more than motivation. Motivation is designed to get you moving. Habits are designed to keep you moving. Throughout this chapter, James Clear has shown that lasting consistency isn't built by chasing inspiration. It comes from choosing challenges that stretch you without overwhelming you, accepting that boredom is inevitable, and continuing to show up even when the work feels ordinary. Think about a river. It doesn't carve through mountains because it flows with tremendous force every single day. It reshapes a landscape because it never stops flowing. Day after day, season after season, year after year, its power comes from persistence. Human growth follows the same principle. We often celebrate dramatic transformations, the athlete lifting the trophy, the musician standing beneath bright lights, the entrepreneur whose company suddenly seems to appear everywhere. But those visible moments are only the final pages of a much longer story. Hidden beneath every remarkable achievement are thousands of ordinary decisions, thousands of mornings when someone chose to continue, thousands of evenings when quitting would have been easier. Mastery is rarely created in moments of inspiration. It's created in moments of repetition. James Clear emphasizes that anyone can work hard when they feel motivated. What separates exceptional performers is their willingness to continue when excitement has faded and the routine has become familiar. Professionals keep their commitments instead of waiting for the perfect mood. Perhaps this changes the way we should think about success. Success isn't proof that someone stayed motivated forever. It's proof that they learned how to move beyond motivation. They built systems that carried them through ordinary days. They accepted boredom instead of fearing it. They stopped asking whether today's work felt exciting and started asking whether today's work was worth doing. That shift may seem small, but it changes everything. Because once your identity becomes tied to consistency instead of emotion, your progress no longer rises and falls with your feelings. You stop relying on inspiration. You begin relying on character. And character is remarkably steady. James Clear closes a chapter with a simple but profound idea. The greatest threat to success isn't failure, it's boredom. Those who achieve remarkable results are the ones who continue practicing long after the novelty disappears. Learn to fall in love with boredom instead of running from it. This is where the journey of habits quietly transforms into something much deeper. At first, you repeat an action because you want a result. Eventually, you repeat it because it's simply who you are. And when consistency becomes part of your identity, motivation is no longer in charge. You are. Finally, we come to conclusions. And so the near end of the book concept. Imagine standing on a quiet beach. In your hand, a single grain of sand. You let it fall. Nothing changes. The shoreline looks exactly the same. No one would ever believe that one grain could shape a coastline. And yet, every beach on Earth was built that way, not all at once, but one grain at a time. An ancient Greek paradox asks a deceptively simple question. Can one small addition create a completely different outcome? A single coin doesn't make someone wealthy. A single grain doesn't become a desert. A single drop doesn't become an ocean. But somewhere, almost invisibly, quantity becomes transformation. The impossible quietly becomes inevitable. James Clear closes his book with this timeless idea. One tiny action may seem insignificant on its own, but repeated enough times, those small actions eventually reshape an entire life. The real power isn't found in one habit. It's found in thousands of them working together. That has been the story from the very beginning. Not dramatic overnight success. Not perfect motivation. Not extraordinary willpower. Instead, tiny decisions, repeated until they became identity. You discover that habits are votes for the person you're becoming, that your environment often shapes your behavior more than your intentions. That repetition rewires your brain. That consistency matters more than intensity. That success belongs less to those who chase inspiration and more to those who build systems they can return to every day. Each lesson seemed almost too small to matter. Wake up 5 minutes earlier. Read one page. Take one walk. Write one paragraph. Refuse one distraction. On any single day, those choices appear almost invisible. But life isn't built in single days. It's built through accumulation. Just as rivers carve canyons through countless drops of water, and forests grow from seeds too small to notice, your future is being shaped by actions that rarely feel important while you're doing them. James Clear reminds us that small improvements often appear meaningless at first because they're outweighed by the existing system. But as those improvements continue to accumulate, they eventually reach a tipping point where the system begins working in your favor instead of against you. Perhaps that's why people underestimate habits. We're wired to notice sudden change, not gradual change. We celebrate the championship, not the thousands of practices. We admire the best-selling author, not the morning spent writing when no one was reading. We notice the towering tree, not the years its roots spent growing underground. Nature has always understood something we often forget. The strongest transformations are usually the quietest. They happen below the surface, long before anyone can see them. The same is true for you. Every action you've repeated, every routine you protected, every promise you've kept to yourself has been quietly reshaping who you are. Not through one giant leap, but through countless invisible moments that slowly accumulated into a different life. And perhaps the most liberating realization of all, there's no finish line. There's no day when growth is complete. No moment when you finally become someone who no longer needs good habits. Life keeps changing. New challenges appear. New opportunities emerge. New versions of yourself wait to be discovered. James Clear explains that success isn't a destination to reach, but a system to continually refine. The 4 laws aren't steps you complete once. They're tools you return to whenever you encounter the next obstacle. Improvement is a continuous cycle of making habits more obvious, attractive, easy, and satisfying. That changes the meaning of success. Success isn't perfection. It's continuation. It's becoming the kind of person who keeps adjusting, keeps learning, keeps improving, keeps showing up, not because every day feels exciting, but because growth has become part of who you are. In the end, the most powerful habits were never the ones that change your schedule. They were the ones that change your identity. Because once your habits become expressions of who you believe yourself to be, consistency no longer feels like discipline. It feels natural. And that's the quiet promise hidden inside every small decision. You don't have to transform your life today. You only have to place one more grain of sand, one more vote, one more small action in the direction of the person you want to become. Then another and another, because remarkable lives are rarely built through remarkable moments. They're built through ordinary moments, repeated with extraordinary consistency. That is the power of atomic habits. Tiny changes, lasting transformation. When you finish a journey like this, it's tempting to look for one final secret, one last technique, one perfect habit that changes everything. But there isn't one, and perhaps that's the most important lesson of all. Real change has never depended on discovering something extraordinary. It depends on trusting something ordinary, long enough for it to become extraordinary. If you look back over everything you've learned, a pattern begins to emerge. Every habit begins with awareness. Every lasting change begins with a choice. Every identity is shaped through repetition. And every future is quietly built inside the routines you practice today. None of these ideas promise instant transformation. Instead, they offer something much more valuable, a process you can return to for the rest of your life. James Clear explains that the 4 laws of behavior change are not a checklist to complete once. They're a cycle you revisit whenever you encounter a new challenge, continuously refining your habits as your life evolves. That means there will always be another opportunity to improve, a healthier conversation, a wiser decision, a better morning routine, a stronger relationship, a little more patience, a little more courage. Growth doesn't end because a chapter ends. It continues because you're still living. Every season of life asks different questions. The habits that serve you as a student may not be enough as a parent. The routines that help you build a career may need to change as your priorities shift. The person you become tomorrow will face challenges the person you are today has never seen. That's why flexibility matters just as much as consistency. Not changing your values, but allowing your systems to evolve with your life. There's a quiet beauty in knowing you'll never be finished. A tree never reaches a day when it no longer grows new rings. A river never decides it has flowed far enough. Nature isn't rushing toward an ending. It simply continues. Perhaps we were meant to live the same way, not obsessed with arriving, but committed to becoming. James Clear leaves us with a simple reminder. The secret to lasting results is to never stop making improvements. Small habits don't merely add together. They compound, creating outcomes that seem impossible when viewed one day at a time. So, wherever your journey leads after this moment, remember that your life is rarely changed by a single decision. It's changed by the decisions you repeat. The next page, the next workout, the next honest conversation, the next act of kindness, the next promise you keep to yourself. None of them will seem dramatic on their own, but together they become your character. Your character shapes your actions. Your actions shape your future. And one day, you'll look back at the life you've built and realize something remarkable. The transformation didn't happen all at once. It happened quietly. One habit, one choice, one ordinary day at a time. Years from now, you probably won't remember every page you've read, every conversation you've had, or every decision you've made. Memory doesn't work that way. It keeps the patterns, not the moments. When people look back on their lives, they rarely see thousands of individual choices. They see the person those choices created, the patient parent, the trusted friend, the lifelong learner, the resilient leader, the healthy body, the peaceful mind. Identity is memory compressed into character, and character is built through repetition. That is why habits matter so deeply, not because they help you accomplish one goal, but because they quietly determine the kind of life you experience every ordinary day. A single healthy meal doesn't make you healthy. A single kind word doesn't define your relationships. A single workout doesn't transform your body, but repeated often enough, those moments stop being isolated actions. They become your normal. James Clear reminds us that remarkable results are not created by isolated improvements, but by countless small habits compounding over time. The secret isn't finding one life-changing action. It's refusing to stop making small ones. Perhaps that's why the future is never as fixed as it appears. Every morning offers another opportunity to reinforce the person you're becoming. Every conversation is another chance to practice patience. Every setback is another chance to practice resilience. Every success is another reminder not to become complacent. The future isn't waiting somewhere ahead of you. It's being assembled quietly from the routines you repeat today. This idea is both humbling and hopeful. Humbling because there is no shortcut around consistent action. Hopeful because lasting change doesn't require extraordinary talent, perfect timing, or flawless discipline. It only requires the willingness to begin again. Again tomorrow. Again next week. Again after mistakes. Again after success. Because habits aren't destroyed by one bad day. They're strengthened by returning after one. And perhaps that's the greatest lesson hidden inside this entire journey. Your life is not defined by your best day or your worst one. It's defined by what you repeatedly choose when those days have passed. James Clear concludes that success is not a finish line, but a system that is continually refined. The 4 laws are tools you return to throughout life, always searching for the next small improvement. So as this story comes to an end, yours is still being written, not with dramatic breakthroughs, not with perfect plans, but with ordinary actions, repeated often enough to become extraordinary. Because in the end, the life you dream about is rarely built in a single moment. It's built in the quiet spaces between moments. One choice, one habit, one day at a time. If there's one truth that echoes through everything you've heard, it's this. Your life is always becoming something. Not all at once. Not through one extraordinary decision, but through the quiet accumulation of ordinary ones. Every morning you choose whether to begin. Every evening you choose whether to continue. Every habit becomes another sentence in the story you're writing about yourself. Most people imagine transformation as a dramatic moment, a breakthrough, a life-changing opportunity, a sudden realization that changes everything overnight. But nature rarely works that way. Mountains are shaped by weather too gentle to notice. Forests grow one ring at a time. The stars you see in the night sky are the result of processes unfolding over millions of years. The most enduring changes are almost always the slowest. James Clear reminds us that atomic habits work in exactly the same way. One small improvement rarely seems significant, but as those improvements accumulate, they eventually create results that once felt impossible. Lasting transformation comes from the compounding effect of many tiny actions working together. Perhaps that's why patience is such an underrated skill. We naturally look for evidence that something is working. We want immediate progress, immediate feedback, immediate success. But the most valuable systems often reward us last. First comes repetition, then trust, then momentum. Only after enough time has passed do the results become visible. By then, the transformation feels almost inevitable. But it never was. It was earned, quietly, one decision after another. This is why your habits deserve more respect than your intentions. Intentions describe the future you hope to create. Habits quietly create it. They speak long before your goals do, long before your plans do. Because every repeated action answers a simple question. Who am I becoming? Not someday, today, and tomorrow, and every ordinary day that follows. James Clear concludes that success isn't a finish line you eventually cross. It's an ongoing system that you continue refining throughout your life. The 4 laws remain tools you return to again and again, helping you adapt as new challenges appear. So perhaps the greatest gift of this journey isn't a collection of productivity techniques, or better routines, or stronger discipline. Perhaps it's a different way of seeing yourself, not as someone waiting for the perfect opportunity, but as someone who quietly shapes the future through daily choices. Because your identity was never written in stone. It has always been written in habits. And that means tomorrow is never just another day. It's another opportunity to cast a vote for the person you want to become, not through one heroic act, but through one small decision, repeated often enough that it eventually becomes your character. And when enough of those quiet decisions come together, you won't simply have changed your habits. You'll have changed your life, one ordinary day at a time. So, till here, the main book is complete. We've already understood the 4 laws. Make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, make it satisfying. We've seen how these laws can change an individual's behavior, how they can shape identity, how environment influences action, and how small repeated behaviors eventually compound into remarkable results. But there is one question we haven't explored yet. What happens when you take these same principles and apply them to a business? Because businesses are also dealing with human behavior. A company wants customers to notice something, try something, buy something, come back, use it again, and eventually make that behavior part of their routine. So the psychology hasn't changed, only the scale has. James Clear explained that the same habit loop, cue, craving, respond, and reward, can be applied to products, services, workplaces, and organizations. The 4 laws can therefore be used not only to change personal habits, but also to design experiences that make particular behaviors more likely. And this is where the bonus chapter becomes interesting, because suddenly, the 4 laws stop looking like a personal development framework. They start looking like a blueprint for designing human behavior. Take the first law, make it obvious. A business first needs to get your attention. A product sitting unnoticed on a shelf has little chance of being chosen. A button hidden inside a complicated website probably won't be clicked. A restaurant nobody can find won't get many customers. So businesses make important cues visible. Clear signs, recognizable packaging, obvious buttons, simple instructions, strategic placement. The objective is exactly the same as with personal habits. If you want a behavior to happen, make the cue easy to notice. James Clear describes this application directly. Businesses can make desired actions more obvious by increasing visibility and reducing competing distractions. The environment can guide attention before a person consciously decides what to do. Then comes the second law. Make it attractive. Getting attention isn't enough. Something has to create desire. And this is where businesses become very good at understanding psychology. A product isn't merely presented as an object. It's presented as a possibility. This will make your life easier. This will make you healthier. This will make you look better. People like you already use this. You're not simply buying the product. You're buying prediction of what the product might do for you. James Clear explains that customers don't simply buy products, they buy the prediction of value. Identity, personalization, social proof, and attractive messaging can all increase the desire to act. Think about social proof. You walk past two restaurants. One is empty. The other has a line outside. You know nothing about the food. Yet suddenly, the crowded restaurant seems more attractive. Why? Because other people's behavior becomes information. If so many people chose this, maybe there's something here. The same principle appears in reviews, ratings, testimonials, recommendations, popularity. Human beings naturally observe what others are doing. Businesses understand this. And when they combine social proof with identity, the effect becomes even stronger. A product isn't merely saying, buy me. It's saying, people like you choose this. And that is a much more powerful message. Then comes the third law. Make it easy. This might be one of the most important business applications of all. Because people don't only avoid things they dislike. They avoid things that require too much effort. Every extra step creates friction. Every confusing screen. Every unnecessary form. Every additional wait. Every difficult payment process. Every moment where the customer has to stop and figure out what to do next. The more friction you add, the more opportunities you create for someone to quit. James Clear uses businesses such as ride-sharing and Amazon to illustrate how reducing friction can dramatically change behavior. The goal isn't to eliminate all effort from life, but to make desired actions easier to perform in the moment. Think about the difference between ordering something in 30 seconds and ordering something that requires 10 minutes of forms. Same desire, same customer, different friction. The easier experience wins surprisingly often. That's why convenience has become such a powerful competitive advantage. Businesses aren't simply competing over what they sell. They're competing over how much effort they require. And then, the fourth law closes a loop. Make it satisfying. Because getting someone to act once is enough. A successful business wants them to return. And return again. And again. The experience needs a satisfying ending. A reward, confirmation, recognition, pleasure, relief, progress. Something that tells the brain, that was worth doing. James Clear explains that satisfaction strengthens repetition. Just as rewards help personal habits stick, businesses can use positive experiences, immediate rewards, praise, and other forms of reinforcement to encourage customers and employees to repeat desired behaviors. And now, look at what we created. Obvious. Attractive, easy, satisfying. The same four laws we use to understand personal habits can now be used to understand why certain products become part of people's everyday lives. And here's where the bonus chapter gets even more interesting. The laws don't merely work independently. They can reinforce one another. A product catches your attention. Then it creates desire. Then it's extremely easy to use. Then the experience feels rewarding. Now the entire loop is working together. James Clear uses slot machines as a striking example of how all four laws can be combined. The behavior is obvious, the potential reward is attractive, the response is easy, and the outcome can be satisfying and unpredictable. And this is where we should pause. Because understanding this isn't only useful for building businesses, it's useful for protecting yourself from them. Once you understand how environments influence behavior, you start seeing things differently. The notification isn't just a notification. It's a cue. The attractive advertisement isn't just an advertisement. It's a craving being created. The one-click purchase isn't just convenience. It's friction being removed. The reward after completing an action isn't random. It's reinforcement. Suddenly, the world around you becomes easier to read. You begin noticing the architecture behind behavior. And that brings us to one of the most fascinating ideas in the bonus chapter. Some of the world's most successful businesses don't depend on one incredible advantage. They combine many small advantages and allow them to reinforce one another. Brand recognition, availability, social proof, convenience, positive associations, repeated exposure, customer satisfaction. Each one may seem ordinary. Together, they can become extraordinarily powerful. The Charlie Munger and Coca-Cola discussion in the bonus chapter illustrates this idea. Enduring business advantages can emerge from multiple psychological and behavioral principles working together rather than from one magical strategy. And this brings us right back to where we started. Atomic Habits was never really about tiny routines. Not only, it was about understanding behavior, why we notice something, why we want something, why we act, why we repeat. And once you understand that, you can see the same machinery everywhere. Inside your morning routine, inside your workplace, inside a classroom, inside a family, inside a product, inside an entire company. The scale changes, the psychology doesn't. And perhaps that's the real value of this bonus section. It doesn't give us another law. It gives us another lens, a way to look at the world and recognize that the same 4 principles shaping our personal habits are also shaping the businesses we interact with every day, which leads naturally to the final bonus. Because if these principles can shape customers, they can also shape something much closer to home. The habits of the people we're raising, our children, and the same 4 laws take on a completely different responsibility. Because now, we're not designing our own behavior. We're helping another human being build theirs. And now, we've reached the final bonus. The business chapter showed us how the 4 laws can shape customers, products, and organizations. But this next application is much more personal. Parenting. And before we go further, remember one important thing. This is a new set of laws. There isn't a secret 5th law hidden here. It's the same 4 principles we've already understood, applied to a different environment. The difference is simply this. When you're building your own habits, you're shaping yourself. When you're raising a child, you're helping shape someone else's environment, routines, and expectations. And that requires much more care. James Clear makes exactly this distinction in the parenting appendix. The 4 laws can be applied to children, but parents face an additional challenge because they are now influencing another person's habits rather than working only on their own. So let's start where we always start. Make it obvious. Children don't always need another lecture. Sometimes they simply need the environment to make the next action clear. Think about a kindergarten classroom. Everything has a place. Books go here. Art supplies go there. Different activities have different spaces. The environment itself communicates what should happen next. James Clear describes this as a kindergarten model of organization, where activity zones, point of view storage, clear homes for objects, and visual cues make desired behaviors obvious. Parents can adapt the same idea at home using labels, colors, visible reminders, and simple routines. Even something as ordinary as brushing teeth can benefit from this. The toothbrush has a place. The child knows which one is theirs. The cue appears every morning and every night. Eventually, the action becomes part of the routine. And habit stacking can make this even easier. After I come home from school, I take my homework out. After practice, I put my equipment away. After dinner, I rinse my plate. Small actions, attached to things that already happen. No complicated system, just a clear sequence. The same principle we've already learned, now applied to family life. Then comes the second law. Make it attractive. And here, parenting reveals something especially important about human behavior. Children watch. Constantly. They watch what their parents do, how they speak, how they react, how they handle stress, whether they read, whether they exercise, whether they keep promises, whether they apologize. Long before children understand a lecture about good habits, they're observing a living example. James Clear explains that children naturally imitate people who are close to them and people they view as powerful or authoritative. Parents therefore influence habits not only through instructions, but through the behaviors they repeatedly model themselves. And as children grow, another force becomes increasingly important. Peers, friends, classmates, teams, communities. The people around a child begin defining what feels normal. If everyone around them enjoys reading, reading becomes normal. If everyone around them practices a sport, practice becomes normal. If the group values learning, learning becomes part of belonging. James Clear notes that parents can influence these social environments by helping shape the neighborhoods, schools, activities, and groups their children are exposed to. In other words, parents can influence habits indirectly by influencing the social environment in which those habits develop. And then there's something else: autonomy. Children don't enjoy being controlled any more than adults do. Sometimes the difference between resistance and cooperation is simply the feeling of having a choice. Put these pajamas on versus which pajamas do you want to wear? The action may be almost identical, but psychologically, the experience is completely different. James Clear uses examples of offering children choices to show how autonomy can make an otherwise unattractive behavior more appealing. The child isn't necessarily given unlimited freedom. They're given meaningful control within reasonable boundaries. Now, the third law: make it easy. But here we need be careful. Making it easy does not mean making life effortless for children. It doesn't mean doing their homework, solving every conflict, calling every teacher, fixing every mistake, removing every difficult experience. That may make life easier today, but harder tomorrow. James Clear specifically warns against confusing make it easy with doing difficult tasks for a child. Instead, parents should reduce unnecessary friction while allowing a child to perform the meaningful work themselves. Give them a quiet place to study. Put the necessary supplies nearby. Reduce distractions. Prepare them for difficult situations. Give them language for handling peer pressure. Support the process without stealing the responsibility. Because the purpose isn't to create a child who never struggles. It's to create someone who gradually becomes capable of handling struggle. And once again, environment matters. If books are everywhere, reading becomes easier. If distractions dominate the room, distraction becomes easier. If healthy behavior is convenient, healthy behavior becomes easier. Children, like adults, are partly products of their surroundings. Then comes the fourth law: make it satisfying. And this may be one of the simplest ideas in the entire parenting chapter. Notice the good, praise the good, reinforce the behavior you want to see again, because attention is powerful. If a child does something positive and receives no response, but receives enormous attention whenever they misbehave, the environment can accidentally reinforce the wrong behavior. James Clear recommends focusing attention on desirable behavior and using praise as an immediate reward. He summarizes a philosophy as focusing on the good while avoiding unnecessary reinforcement of undesirable behavior. This doesn't mean ignoring every mistake. Children still need boundaries. They still need correction. They still need consequences. But correction alone doesn't tell someone what to repeat. Praise does something different. It says, that behavior mattered. I notice. Do more of this. And positive reinforcement can take many forms: encouragement, recognition, privileges, tokens, allowances, small rewards connected to valuable behaviors. The point isn't to turn childhood into a transaction. The point is to make good habits emotionally rewarding enough that children want to repeat them. And now, look at what we've done. The same four laws. Again, make it obvious, make it attractive, make it easy, make it satisfying. Nothing fundamentally new, just a new application. And perhaps that's exactly why these bonus chapters are worth reading. Because once you understand a principle deeply, you start seeing it everywhere. In yourself, in companies, in products, in classrooms, in families, in society. The scale changes. The human behavior doesn't. But there is one final thought I'd like to leave you with. Because these ideas are powerful, they can also be oversimplified. Not every bad habit disappears because you rearrange your environment. Not every child responds to the same strategy. Not every person has the same opportunities. Some habits are deeply rooted. Some environments are difficult to change. Some people are dealing with circumstances that make consistency much harder than it looks from the outside. So if you ever struggle, don't turn these ideas into another reason to blame yourself. Use them as tools. Experiment. Adjust. Try again. The book itself presents these parenting ideas as a starting point rather than a universal formula. emphasizing that every family is different and that the 4 laws need to be adapted to individual circumstances. And maybe that's the perfect place to end, because Atomic Habits was never really promising that life would become easy. It was showing us how to make the next good action a little easier, a little clearer, a little more attractive, a little more satisfying. That's all. One small improvement, then another, until enough small improvements begin changing the direction of your life. And now, our journey is complete. We've gone from identity to environment, from cues to cravings, from repetition to mastery, from personal habits to businesses, from businesses to parenting. And underneath all of it, one idea kept returning. Small actions become powerful when they're repeated. So don't wait for the perfect transformation. Don't wait until you're perfectly disciplined. Don't wait for the perfect Monday. Start smaller. Make one thing obvious. Make one good action attractive. Remove one obstacle. Give yourself one satisfying win. Then do it again tomorrow. Because the life you eventually look back on will not have been created by one enormous decision. It will have been created by thousands of ordinary ones. And perhaps that is the real secret. Not becoming perfect, but becoming a little better and continuing to become better for long enough. Thank you for coming on this journey with me. And if you've stayed until this final chapter, I hope you don't simply remember the 4 laws. I hope you start noticing them in your own life, in the people around you, in the businesses you interact with, in the environments you choose. Because once you can see the machinery behind behavior, you can begin deciding which machines deserve your attention. If this journey gave you even one useful idea, consider liking the video, subscribing, and sharing it with someone who might benefit from it. And tell me in the comments, which idea from this entire journey are you actually going to use? Not the one that sounded smartest, the one you will genuinely practice. Because knowledge becomes valuable only when it changes behavior. And as for us, this journey ends here. But there are many more ideas worth exploring, many more books, many more questions, many more journeys. So, take care. Keep your mind open. Keep questioning what you think you know. And I'll see you on the next journey.